Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chain Krumah, and we're back with another episode of the Front Line Blacc News after a very long city council meeting. That was ridiculous. And then I had to put hands on a cracker at my door. This fool came into my damn apartment unannounced. Well, because my door was unlocked because I'm doing laundry. Put hands on a cracker to get that motherfucker out of my apartment. But anyway, the show must go on. So this is season 6, episode 3, part 3, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. And I'm your host, Chain Krumah. Looks like I'm gonna be solo dolo tonight, unless Lady Che is able to get on. I think she about to go to sleep, so he will not be joining us, and I didn't send the link out. So I guess it's just gonna be me tonight. And on this season 6, episode 3, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing the topics we're going to get to in part 2. And that is Trump calls Somalians garbage. Was this racist? Then Trump talks about Somalians the same way Somalians talk about Black Americans. ICE targets Vietnamese in New Orleans. The FAFO era, the fuck around to find out era. Black Americans are done letting melanated immigrants try to rewrite our history. Then we got the situation between Snoop Dogg and Dillinger. Snoop Dogg responds to Dillinger, accusing him of stealing royalties and threatens to end death row. Snoop Dogg and Dass's beef just got worse. We got Shoccton, California shooting update, our illegal migrant news, and Unhoused neighbor news, and local Denver and Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Front Line and Black First perspective. We are part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are a part of the Front Line Blacc News. Front Line Blacc News being the first. We started back in 2020, 2021. Bacc is Black Experience Enhanced. This is food doing by my door. Hold on, y'all. So somebody sweeping by my door or something. Bacc is Black Experience Enhanced. It's also the 50th anniversary of the original founder of the original Black Panther Party for self-defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Bacc is Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And it also is a part of the Frontline campaign. It has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure to like and share the broadcast. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Blacc News, Frontline Blacc News 2, our personal page, just appears like a Chain Krumah, the RBA Lady Chase channel, Jay Militant's channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant, Kukizi's channel, Kukizi, Breeze Omega, but out of Virginia. His link is in the description as well. The Church of Black Power. His link is in the description. And last but not least, our brother Black Truth United. His link is also in the description along with the B1 Rolodex link, which is the modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. And please sign the petition for reparations family. Change.org petition link is also in the description. Lady Chase GoFundMe link is also in the description. We've got Greg Marcel Dixon, our brother out of South Carolina, who ran against Jim Bojangles Clyburn. He's been a teacher for 10 years in South Carolina school district. Is suing the school district, so he needs money for that. So his GoFundMe is also in the description. The Chicago family whose mom was attacked by students, their GoFundMe is in the description. And we have copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas of human or people activity, and that is economics, it's education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And that's by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned back in February of this year, 2025, at the age of 95, and he rests in power. ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation. That's by great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned back in 2016, January 2016 to be exact. I believe she was in her late 70s, early 80s. And Tariq Nasheed paid for her funeral. So shout out to Tariq Nasheed up out of Los Angeles, California, for doing that. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. Who keys is in the building? Salute. I just have to put hands on a cracker that tried to break into my apartment. Let's see. So I'm gonna go right into it with Trump calls the Somalians garbage. Oh shit, I gotta put the queue up. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me 1 second. Start the computer. So yeah, this food get into my apartment. I have left my door unlocked because I was doing laundry. And so get the laundry before laundry. This will open my door and come in my apartment. So I have to put hands on his ass to get him out of my damn apartment. Like, what's wrong with you? I don't know if he was looking for the next door neighbor or what. He got hands and feet put on. He almost got feet, hands, and feet put on him. He got hands put on him though. I moved from one insane asylum to another. I thought the fusion was bad. This place is starting to rival that. So, see now. Oh, Kukizi, did you link up with Breeze yet? He just did a new track with some guy named Grizz. It's pretty dope. It's like a answer to these tethers. I wish you would upload it so I could play it. You know what? I might, if I could find it, I might actually play it. Yeah, he did upload it. As a matter of fact, yeah. Let me do that. I'm gonna start the show off with that first. Pull the video up. Got this Trump shit going. That going. We pull up Breeze new song. It's like an answer to these tethers, the same ones that have been infesting our chat rooms as of late with their nonsense. Yeah, so Breeze some love by playing his newest track. Yep, here it is right here. Okay, I gotta it up now. Wait, who's probably drunk? You talking about Crew or Shoccton? Oh, the cracker. Yeah, he was drunk, high, something. I don't know what the fuck he was, but you don't come into my house. I don't even let the police in my house, so I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. Got his mind right after that.
Collaboration. The collaboration. Let's go. I scream fuck y'all before I bust y'all. Don't press your luck, dog. You strictly out of touch, dog. Don't do it. We can take it to the middle of the streets and brawl. Watch them fall, put your back against the wall. Watch them drop. I scream fuck y'all before I bust y'all. Don't press your luck, dog. We really run amok, dog. We can take it to the middle of the streets and brawl. Come on, whoa. I'm antisocial, hand on the toe, sit up, burn the bread. You looking local, I'm global, heard what the Connell said. Salute! Clean cut, but the team rough, yeah, the jersey fit. Nice! You throwing shade, but you missing. That's a curvy pitch. Steer right! I'm a cancer, a disease to the industry. I'm sick! I sleep on the ceiling, the floor is just an enemy. Get off the ground! My clip got a banana, I let the monkey feel it. I'm high as the nose bleeds, I know the junkies feel it. Woo! Oh no! Top of the morning, I'm on it, I own it, condone it. Hey, hey. The virus is spreading, the king is beheading opponents. Yeah. Syrup sandwiches, now we eating the canister. Eating it. Damage your amateur stamina, man, I'm a manager. Big boss, medic. What? Come on. Don't get it twisted, I'm the beast of the east. Yeah. Break bread, nah, dog, I'm breaking your teeth. Break it. Let the people off the leash. Get them. Drag them to hell. Leave them dead in the street. I scream fuck y'all before I bust y'all. Don't press your luck, dog. You strictly out of touch, dog. We can take it to the middle of the streets and brawl. It's over. Watch them fall. Put your back against the wall. I scream fuck y'all before I bust y'all. Don't press your luck, dog. We really run amok, dog. We can take it to the middle of the streets and brawl. Watch them fall. Breeze Omega. Let's get it. Dopiness high when I flow with y'all. Big dog status, throw the ball. Trump said build a wall, but who gon' beat it when it all falls down? Gravity sciences, it all comes down. From the bottom, I got crawl up now. Depths of hell want me to ball up now. Late night wolves, hearing the house. Stomach hungry, I'm hearing the growls. Birds, partridges, fearing they foul. Feathers fast, flash my face, knowing they foul. Cat-like instincts, they must stand up now. Black Panther blow up, pow. Knowing what I know now makes me want to throw up chow. Foul, how does that can make you cook, brawl, and bake? You 16. I scream fuck y'all before I bust y'all. Don't press your luck, dog. You strictly out of touch, dog. Get back. We can take it to the middle of the streets and brawl. It's over. Watch them fall. Put your back against the wall. The collaboration.
Shout out to Breeze for that fire track right there. I think that's a good way to get the show started off. So, Trump is going to give, not Trump, but Professor Blacc Truth going to give us an update on these Somalians getting called garbage by the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Was this racist?
Go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address.
No, I think that Waltz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him, okay? There's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. It hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes, or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes, but this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off, and now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at, I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country is no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I can say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell and they complain and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
When Donald Trump says that Somalians are garbage, I have to wonder, where did he get that kind of talk from? And why does it sound so familiar? Perhaps because it's what the immigrants from Somalia have said about foundational Black Americans for decades, not just recently, but for several decades now. And yes, we, the FBA community, recognize that Trump hates Black people, obviously. My question is, why didn't the Somalians figure that out when they were out there stomping for him last year?
On the campaign trail in Minnesota last summer, President Donald Trump caught the attention of this man. Salman Fiki had a front row seat for the St. Cloud rally. He says he got the call from the president's team to help drum up support for the Republican ahead of Election Day. Fiki, a Somali immigrant, says he is proud to support conservative policies, but says his support for the president is now gone.
You see, as the Blacc Media, there were a lot of things we said about Trump, but the one thing we didn't say was go out and vote for him. My question is, can the Somalians and others legitimately complain about this when they've spent nearly a century saying that we're not Black every chance they get? Can they claim that this is racism when they've done everything that they can to deny being Black at all? And I didn't hear Trump say anything about I'm deporting all the Black people. He said Somalians. So if they agree that they're not Black, and Trump himself says this is about Somalians, where's the racial issue? See how that works? People have the nerve to claim that we're being divisive when we wasted decades trying to unite with everyone, including Somalians, and they told us they wanted nothing to do with us. We stuck up for them even after all this disrespect and abuse, to the point that they felt they didn't even have to stick up for themselves. But they still told us they wanted nothing to do with us and that they weren't Black. That's who's being divisive. Before I go any further, I want to make sure I mention that we got plenty of on-code immigrants, by the way, and although their voice may be small, it still should be acknowledged. We don't want to say that every single one of these immigrants is beyond the BS, but we do ourselves no favors by denying the fact that a majority has been. That's just a fact. And that's a huge part of the reason why we've had so many of these off-code immigrants who have been able to come here, and they found that they had support from people who should have known better. When both the major parties enacted policies to target Black Americans, these same immigrants, many of them Somalian, joined in with white power and tried to capitalize on those attacks by emphasizing they're not Black, they're immigrants, they're Muslims, etc. This is the people of color game that these immigrants have been playing since day one. When they claim that I don't identify as Black because XYZ, what they really mean is I recognize that to be Black is to be in opposition to white supremacy, and I don't want to do that. I'm trying to finesse a comfortable place for myself under white supremacy at any cost to you. So I'll go right along with it and attack Black people to prove to the dominant society that I won't cause any trouble. It's cowardly, subservient, and dishonorable, and everyone who takes this posture knows it. A very popular talking point that tethers like to use is to claim that Black Americans commit so much crime because they, as immigrants, well, they come from a superior culture. They work hard. Black Americans are lazy and prone to crime. All of those white supremacist talking points, they have no shame about regurgitating them. And well, you see, it's due to the African immigrant superior culture and hard work ethic. Everyone knows how hardworking they are, and they don't do crime. They've said that for decades now. Decades. Well, don't look now, but the GOP is saying that Somalians are responsible for all the crime in Minneapolis.
Yeah, let me actually play something from the Minnesota Republican Congressman Tom Emmer. This is after the president's remarks.
Do you realize that, it's not that all Somalis are committing crimes, but 80% of the crimes being committed in the Twin Cities in Minnesota are being committed by Somalis?
His office referenced reporting on pandemic relief fraud. But what's your response to the congressman there saying that 80% of the crimes being committed in the Twin Cities in Minnesota are from Somali Americans?
Same people who seem to be playing along with the narrative that, oh yeah, these immigrants, they're not out here committing crime with these Black Americans. On a dime, they have flipped it. Now they're saying exactly the opposite. So the claim that Black immigrants have made, that foundational Black Americans have the reputation for committing crimes while immigrants don't, well, the dominant society is now saying, nah, it's you immigrants, it's you guys. The Orange Man even has the White House website blasting this out to the public, talking about how this is East Africans and Somalians. He's putting this on the White House's own official website. For so long, these Black immigrants claimed to have been so prosperous, and they said that it was so easy because they have superior work ethic. Well, now it's been revealed that billions of dollars are getting ripped off, and nobody was saying a word. We're finally beginning to see where a lot of this alleged success was coming from. And that's the reason that Donald Trump decided he was going to shoot his mouth off this week. One of the things that I've been waiting to see is if he would be following up with any sort of ICE raids in Minneapolis. For a little while, it looked like he wouldn't, but apparently he woke up from his semi-induced coma and decided to send ICE to Minneapolis, and they're snatching Somalians off the street.
ICE arrested at least 12 people during this week's operation around the cities, and nearly half of those detained are originally from Somalia.
Rhoda Christensen says she learned from a neighbor on Monday that her husband, Abdul Qadir Sharif Abdi, had been detained.
I'm driving on the road, and she goes, "Hey, Rhoda, ICE is in your apartment." And I was silent for a minute.
After going to Fort Snelling first for processing, Christensen says her husband is now in a detention facility in Nebraska. Abdi's story has been documented extensively by local media over the years. A Somali refugee who fled civil war in the 90s, he committed several felonies while part of a Minneapolis gang, but was said to have turned his life around after getting sober and becoming a mentor in the recovery community. In 2018, his lawyers successfully lobbied against his deportation. But this week, ICE described him as a, quote, known current member of Vice Lord Nation with convictions of fraud, receiving stolen property, receiving a stolen vehicle, vehicle theft, and multiple probation violations. Homeland Security says that Abdi is one of 12 people arrested during ICE's Operation Metro Surge, describing all as being here illegally with criminal histories ranging from child sex abuse to domestic assault.
So you have a known gang member from Somalia, and he decided to marry a white woman because he's so proud of his Somali heritage. Isn't this something we hear from the Somalians? They'll be the very first ones to tell you, we have a superior culture, we have a superior bloodline, we got a superior lineage, never been colonized. We're so proud of who we are. We're just so proud of our culture, so proud of our culture. Yes, so proud that they fled their home country, and so proud that they're snuggling up with the first blonde thing that they can find. In this guy's case, I think it's safe to say that he married a white person because he thought that it would give him immunity from the law by osmosis. If anybody comes calling, you can go ahead and have your blonde wife out there and she'll vouch for you, right? Well, how'd that work out? This guy fled from one of the wars that his country was conducting. And then when he got to the US, he immediately began committing crimes. Now, the thing to remember is that when these immigrants come here from Africa or the Caribbean and commit crime, that keeps getting put under the Black category instead of Somalian or Nigerian or Jamaican. When it comes time for them to take credit for something, then all of a sudden, there's no Black at all. I'm not Black, I'm Somalian, I'm Nigerian, etc. Meanwhile, they also set up these little community organizations in these enclaves where they settle at. And we know all too well that these so-called community organizations are nothing more than immigrant advocacy organizations. That's all they do. And if you're a foundational Black American who makes the mistake of actually going to one of these groups and thinking that you're part of the community, that they're going to be helping the community, they'll tell you quick, nah, this is supposed to be for our folks. We're not Black. We're doing this for Somalians. We're doing this for Ethiopians, Nigerians. We're doing this for Haitians. They'll be real quick to go ahead and slam the door in your face and practice the exact same kind of discrimination against FBAs that the dominant society does. They weren't trying to help the Black community because they made it clear they're not part of the Black community. Hell, they said they weren't Black. They were doing the most to use the white media to establish a new identity for themselves, one that would be hostile towards us, one that had nothing to do with us other than be antagonistic. People who have been in the country for 40 years, people who are second and even third generation, but who will tell you in a heartbeat, I'm Somalian, I'm Nigerian, I'm Kenyan, etc. That was the hustle they were running. The white media gladly gave them a platform and they did nothing but advocate for themselves. In reality, they were advocating for government money to be given to them for being immigrants. That's what these community organizations are funded by. And in turn, that money often gets sent to business owners from their groups, etc. Or, as we've seen in Minneapolis, just straight up scams. These community organizations were funded by white governmental money, the same way it's now being revealed that the success they talked about came from white government programs. They knew that identifying themselves as immigrants would make it possible for white power to just hand them things. And the same way they refuse to unite in their home countries, the same way they constantly betray each other at home, they came here and did the exact same thing. Their plan has been to bootstrap their success off of not just helping to oppress us, but by blaming us for what criminals from their own group kept doing. And the white media played right along with this false narrative because it was useful for a while. But these white supremacists are showing that they've always known what was really happening. That's how they turn on a dime on them so quickly. And they're applying the specificity that there should have always been. The tethers always say Black Americans commit crimes. We don't. You Black Americans have a culture of crime. Well, now we're looking at these cases one by one, and what a surprise. We're noticing a disproportionate number of these gang members and these thieves and killers are in fact from immigrant groups and not FBA. And for the longest time, for decades, you've had mushy-headed morons claiming to speak for our group who have been helping these antagonistic immigrant groups to do this. But not anymore. So between the Orange Man's diatribes and all of those ICE visits to Minneapolis, this winter is getting extra cold for the Somalian community. And you know what? That's not our problem. Right about now, I'm sure the Somalians are wondering where the hell is their support from the home country coming from? You know, the one that they fled from. They're wondering why the Somalian embassy isn't coming to their aid. They're wondering why it is that nobody from their home country's government is speaking up for them. After all, they're so proud of their culture. They're so proud of the country that they fled from. So the question now becomes, where the hell is the Somalian prime minister at while all this is going on? Surely he's aware that the president of the United States is calling his people scammers, lazy bums, calling them garbage, saying that they contribute nothing, that their country is hell. He wants all of them gone and doesn't care what anyone thinks. And what is the Somalian prime minister saying while all this is going on? He's saying that it's best not to respond. That's his answer to all this. It is best not to respond. Geez, sounds just like the South African president when he came to the U.S. earlier this year and met with Trump, doesn't it? Every single time one of these African leaders comes to the United States, they do not say a word on behalf of their people. That's mainly because they're at the U.S. in order to advocate for more so-called aid money for themselves, which simply goes into their bank accounts. Everybody knows the grift. And as for the Somalian prime minister, apparently he has no idea that Donald Trump has decided to pause all immigration applications from his country. Apparently he didn't know about that either. Donald Trump is doing everything that he can to humiliate the Somalian people and the Somalian government, and their prime minister is saying it's best not to respond. So he's just taking this abuse and ain't saying and ain't doing nothing about it. And speaking of immigrant politicians who aren't doing anything, the Congressional Black Caucus has weighed in on this issue, sorta. Now, as we all know, the majority of CBC members are immigrants. That's what the majority of the Congressional Black Caucus are. They're immigrants. So we should be calling them the Immigrant Black Caucus because that's what they actually do. That's who they actually advocate for. And some of these people are Somalians. Others are also immigrants from the Horn of Africa, like Joe Neguse of Colorado. Eritrea is where his people are from, which is right next door to Somalia, but he's been quiet on all of this. In fact, if you go to the CBC's website, they're not saying a word about any of this.
And the Goosey is a clown. That mug, he don't do nothing for Black people out here. card on the goddamn thing. But these boule ass Negroes will big him up every chance they get. That Negro don't do nothing for black people. He don't comb his hair. He don't put no lotion on. He don't do nothing to represent us in a good light. He's just a fucking raccoon, straight up cheddar. He's definitely the definition of a cheddar. And the Gucci. And he sits on a damn committee for reparations of all things at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. It's all bad. These cheddars got to go. We got another cheddar that's the mayor of Colorado Springs, too. He faked a cross burning in front of one of his sons.
They're still talking about opposing Medicare cuts. I guess nobody told them that the federal budget's already been passed. And when you go on Twitter, the Immigrant Black Caucus was so outraged about what Trump said about the Somalians that they reposted one congresswoman's tweet and then posted a non-statement that generally disapproved of Trump's remarks. And that was it. That's all they did. That's all they said. They're not on the warpath because they never have been. They're not standing up for their constituency of immigrants because they're puppets for white power on the left. They only do what their white paymasters tell them to do. And the white paymasters aren't telling them to do anything on this one. Same way that when we were staging uprisings, these cowards were hiding way in the back. Now they're hiding underground. This is why these immigrants can't lead us. Having never stood up to white supremacy in their home countries, they're not about to do it now. They're waiting for us to do the heavy lifting, as always. And some of them are starting to finally realize that's not going to happen. So Somalia's president is reacting to Trump's open hostility towards him and his people by saying he's going to pretend he didn't hear it. Yeah, he didn't hear the most powerful man on earth say that your country is a toilet. You didn't hear the most powerful man on earth say that you and your people are garbage. Apparently he didn't hear it, and he doesn't think he has to say anything about it. And the Immigrant Black Caucus, who has done the most to represent immigrants, responded with a strongly worded Twitter tweet. Yeah, when they talk about their superior culture, how they've never been colonized and how they always stand up to the oppressors, this must be what they're talking about. This is why when these black immigrants try to talk like they're so united, we laugh. When they try to talk tough as if their home country supports them, we roll our eyes because they're not fooling anyone. You can't claim you stood up to colonizers when you and everyone you know fled home to be over here. They fled to be here because this is the only place where there are some black folks who were actually fighting for black people's rights and empowerment. That's why they came here, because ours is the longest and most sustained freedom struggle in the history of the world. We don't run, not even once. And that makes them feel insecure about themselves. That's the reason why they feel compelled to throw insults at us for no reason. They feel insecure about the fact that they fled instead of fought. When they look in the mirror, they see themselves as cowards. And they try to cover this up with bold fantasies and torrents of insults towards us because they think that when we look at them, we see cowards too. And we're also not surprised that their home country's misleaders ignore their plight because these same kleptocrats didn't give a rip about them when they were there. These immigrants sound crazy trying to talk as if they have a culture of unity. They don't. Everybody can see it. That's the reason why the orange man doesn't fear any sort of reprisal. Why should he? Their own leaders don't dare speak up on their behalf. And why would they? They have a broken loyalty system. Your world, aka Mr. Harvey Superboy, said it best. America was founded by thieves, slaves, and opportunists. The immigrants are the opportunists. And white power taught them that the fastest way to ingratiate themselves with the dominant society was to prove their loyalty to the racial hierarchy, and that meant to dump on us. America was founded on anti-black racism, not any sort of anti-immigrant anything. And that's the reason why you got all these immigrants, including the black ones, who come over here and the very first words out of their mouths, before they even learn the English language, the first thing they learn to say is, me no black, me no black. And they went out of their way to show total disrespect, happily, giddily. I've documented for you on this very YouTube channel that this started long before the 1960s. You had people who were here long before the immigration restrictions were lifted in 65. And these black immigrants who came here in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, they were trashed us 24/7 back then. And yes, the numbers of individuals who were doing it before the immigration ban was lifted were far, far smaller, but the hostility was no less virulent. Now, let me go ahead and reiterate once again. I recognize that there are on-code people from every portion of Africa and the Caribbean. I'm not saying that there are none. What I'm trying to say is they're in the minority. They are a small, small number. It is the behavior and the actions of the majority from their group that led to this. The entire reason that the orange man feels emboldened to do this is precisely because the dominant society, that is white society, has seen all of this off-code behavior going on. When you have people who are clearly black who decide that they're going to say that they're not, when they go over the top to show that they're going to be off-code, all you've done is to paint yourself as easy prey for white supremacy. And that's precisely what happens. White supremacy doesn't respect weakness. White supremacists respect strength. And doing a bunch of chest thumping about how superior your culture or your home country is, white supremacy is not fooled. They don't see that as strength. They recognize that for the empty boasting that it is. Now, you'll have people who lie and say, well, in Africa or the Caribbean, we don't say black because in our home country, everyone is black, so that's why we don't say black. That's a lie, and they know it. When they get here, they have their little community meetings at their community centers paid for with our taxpayer dollars. And what happens is they never invite us for any reason. Whenever they have their meetings with politicians, they don't say, well, we want to make sure the black community's concerns are heard and addressed. Instead, they say, no, this is about the Somalian community. We're not part of the black community. We're not even black. That's what they do. And this wasn't some misguided but otherwise benign mistake. They were loud about their anti-black hostility, loud and proud, said it with their chest. They were shouting it from the rooftops. That's the reason why these tethers and foreign flag fools you see online on TikTok, Twitter, and elsewhere trying to make it sound as if, oh, none of that's been going on. That's the reason why their lies are falling flat. They're sitting here thinking that they can do some sort of racial Jedi mind trick. Oh, we were not doing that. We were never discriminating against you. We were never disrespecting you. And I guess they figure we would say, yeah, they weren't discriminating against us. They've never disrespected us. No, their track record is a mile long, very well documented. And then they run around saying they're better than us and do it for decade after decade. See, it would be one thing if this was just the ones who showed up after 1965 or the ones who showed up after the Battle of Mogadishu. As I've shown you here on this channel, they've been doing this decades before the immigration ban was lifted in the 60s. Every successive group of immigrants who have come to the U.S. have brought an anti-black culture with them. And that's particularly perverted because we were the ones who made it possible for them to be here in the first place. We're the only reason that they were able to get in. They segregated themselves. They created barriers between themselves and us. They wanted to be an island unto themselves. Well, this is what happens when your island comes under attack. They prided themselves on being separate from us. They attack us constantly. They attack us in their governments. They attack us through their commentators. They even attack us in their mosques.
ሁለቱም ተገርፈዋል፣ ተጨቁነዋል፣ ታስረዋል፣ እንዳይሰሩ ሀብት እንዳያደረጁ ሆነዋል። ልዩነቱ ጁ ከሲቪል ራይት በኋላ ትንሽ መብት መታየት ሲጀምር ዘፈኑ፣ ግጥሙ፣ ፊልሙ፣ ድራማ ወደፊት ሆነ። እንዴት ዓለምን ኮንከር ማድረግ እንደሚችል ኢኮኖሚክ ፓወር መፍጠር እንደሚችል ያስባል። ጥቁር ደግሞ እዚህ ላይ ቆሞ ትናንትና ኮገረፉ፣ ገደሉ፣ እንዲያደረጉ ይላል። አሁን ያለው ትውልድ ትናንትና ውስጥ እንዲኖር አደረገው። እነዚህ ደግሞ አሁን ነገ ውስጥ እንዲያስብ አደረጉት። 50 ዓመት አልሞላም ጁ ሀብታም ሆነ፣ ጁ ፓወርፉል ሆነ፣ ጥቁር ነፃ ደሃ ሆነ። ነፃነቱን አግኝቷል፣ መዝፈን ይችላል፣ ግን ደህንነቱን መቀየር አልቻለም።
But some of them are singing a brand new tune now, aren't they? At least they're trying to pretend to. The kind of crap that the Ethiopian president was talking is the exact same kind of lies that his countrymen were talking a century ago when they first started coming here. These people are also the same ones who try to claim that they were never colonized and they were never slaves either. And yet they fled their country and take abuse from their very colonizers who they claim never conquered them. This is why they cannot unite amongst themselves. They practiced duplicity and backstabbing and treachery at home, and then they brought that exact same behavior here. So now they need to unite. They need their leaders to speak up for them, and they're finding themselves abandoned and in disarray. They're looking around and wondering, hey, where are those FBAs who are always our doormats and always stuck up for us? Aren't they supposed to be sticking up for us? It's time for them to do their jobs and be our crash dummies and be our shields and take the abuse for us. Where are those Jarirs at? Where are those Akatas at? And you got some of those foreign flags having the nerve to say, oh, I thought that we were friends. No, you don't have any friends because you didn't treat people like friends. You made it very clear you didn't need friends. All you needed was your small enclave because you thought white power was going to feed you. And that being the case, now you're looking around and going, ooh, it looks like we were wrong. Yes, you were. Keep in mind, something that these guys are also very concerned about. With the orange man having come out and done something like this so boldly, don't you know that there's tons of Somalians who are also in Europe? They're also very concerned in those Scandinavian countries that the kind of rhetoric that Trump has pushed, he has crossed the line that's going to make it possible for all of those hard white supremacist right-wingers over there to start saying the exact same thing. America sets the tone for the world. Those far right-wing white supremacist groups have basically become more or less the political right of center now. They've been given all that extremist rhetoric about how we're going to round up all these people and get them out of here. We need to get them out of here. Trump is saying the exact same things that those guys have been saying, and now they're going to feel less bashful about it. Because if the president of the United States does it, well, who's more powerful than him? And if he's not afraid to say it in a quote-unquote multi-ethnic democracy, then why should these guys in their largely homogeneous home countries feel bashful about saying it? That's something that these immigrants are also concerned about. They have a hell of a lot of political vulnerability and exposure in those European countries where they've been coming in largely without any sort of documentation, and where every single white supremacist Nimrod over there loves to post videos saying that these people, these immigrants, they're committing all kinds of crimes. And they always sit there and say, well, especially against white women, they are violating our pure white womanhood, et cetera, et cetera. They're pushing all the buttons. They're replaying all the greatest hits. This is something these immigrants are concerned about, that Trump is going to embolden these elements, and that after this, they're going to feel like, hell, if Trump did this, if he went this far, then we can go all the way. Now, to be sure, foundational Black Americans are not about to cheerlead for the GOP or its candidates to get into office because they refuse to promise us anything. But as for these immigrants getting their wake-up call, as some people have said, I wouldn't bank on that. All I can say is we're going to support them the exact same way they've always supported us. This is why you had all these Somalians in Minnesota who were campaigning for Trump. They hadn't learned anything from Trump's Muslim ban during his first term. Some of these Somalians for Trump are saying that they're embarrassed today, but what they should have been embarrassed by is their disrespectful behavior towards us for the last 100 years. That's what they should be embarrassed by. But they thought that they were on the team white supremacy. Their goal was that they were going to be economically, politically, and eventually socially replacing us. White power would give them money, make them prominent, but always make sure not to mention that they were immigrants. That was the game for a while. And then over time, we would look up and find that the Black politicians were now mostly Black immigrants who had absolutely no loyalty or even respect for us, who were openly hostile towards us. And that for the few Black people who were in these university positions, they were mostly or disproportionately Black immigrants. And when you look at the white media, you see Black immigrants disproportionately on your TV screens or writing for your newspaper columns. And you'd see them behind the scenes too. White power was making them editors, making them producers, making them even so-called executive vice presidents in these white media corporations. That's what's been going on for the last 50 years. And it's been accelerating for about the last 15 to 20. White power was cherry-picking pliable immigrant tools to replace us. It was meant to be a slow-motion erasure, and these immigrants were fine with it. They had helped white power to supplant and undermine their own people back in their home countries, so they thought nothing of betraying us here. We fought to establish the very rights that they just walked in and automatically enjoyed from day one without doing anything for it. And then we look up and they were spitting in our faces and thinking that they were clever. And I really get a kick out of how the Somalians and other Black immigrants are now trying to say, we work so hard. We are hardworking people. We have businesses. America was built by immigrants. They actually think that these white supremacists ever gave a rip about that ever mattered to them. Just because these white supremacists pat you on the head while you go ahead and spout that gibberish, that didn't mean that they liked you. What it meant was they were going to get to savor the mother of all pranks. Like I've always told you, white supremacy loves a cruel prank, especially one that takes a long time to pay off. This is why we're delineating ourselves. We're not letting them swing on the coattails of our history or our struggle. They're immigrants. That's what they are, because they declared that. They don't get to reference the civil rights movement. That was our fight. They wanted to distance themselves from us, and we're going to make sure that they are also distanced from our history, too. They don't get to claim that, oh, my God, this reminds me of what happened in the civil rights movement. You ain't got nothing to do with that. Every time some black immigrant tried to exalt themselves over us, what would they say? We're more successful than you. That was a popular rhetoric, wasn't it? Well, what's Trump saying? He's saying that they're the least successful. That's what he said repeatedly. These people, no success at all. They have a hole at home. They create a hole here. That's what he's saying. I told you that the idea, that talking point that immigrants are more successful, that's a media myth, mostly from the white right. I showed you the information on that. Clowns like Thomas Sowell, they were the ones who manufactured that lie. And you notice how now that Trump is taking shots at the Somalian community, he's taking shots at the immigrants. Where the hell's Thomas Sowell at? Where's he at in the other white right mouthpieces to say that immigrants are more successful than these black Americans? They're always more successful because they work harder. We should be having more immigrants here because they're more likely to start businesses, etc. Every time the white right takes shots at the immigrants, Thomas Sowell and others fall silent. You can't find them to spout that gibberish anymore. But then again, as Neely Fuller said, white supremacy believes in taking both sides of the conversation. Though it should also be added, just because white supremacy takes both sides of the conversation doesn't mean that they forget what side they're on. Oh, these immigrants and other groups, they may get confused about it, but the white supremacists never are. Every time the white right goes in on these immigrants, especially the black immigrants, liars.
Yep. I remember that episode. You know, South Park is based out of here, when we got a large Somali population out here too. But yeah, I agree with Leonard. Fuck Somalia. So
like Thomas Sowell suddenly stopped pushing that line about black immigrants are more successful than native-born blacks, and that proves that there's no racism. They don't say anything at all. We understand why these other groups refused to join forces with us. They all thought they would climb the ladder over us. And for a while, it looked like they were right. But they went beyond just co-signing white supremacy's lies about us. They also became active terrorist departments, especially in places like Florida. Take a look at America's prisons, these correctional officers. Across the board in law enforcement, you find a disproportionate number of these immigrants who are behind these badges, and they carry out the same kind of dirt as their white supremacist counterparts. This is part of the evil that nobody talks about, but should. Time to set the record straight. There's been a hell of a lot of people who went all in for anti-black racism, even though they themselves would otherwise have been categorized as black. And I don't want to hear any tough talk from Somalian politicians or their other mouthpieces. These are not people who fight. These are people who fled. They refused to stand up to the corruption in their own culture back in Somalia. They wouldn't even stand up for fellow Somalians here, like Mohammed Noor. So they're not about to stand up to white supremacy or Donald Trump now. Who are they trying to fool? The white supremacists aren't fooled. You can strut around like a peacock 1 minute and have your back broken the next. Now, let's also clear up some things as it pertains to DNC shills who are trying to sneakily maneuver you away from what this is really about. There's been a number of black content creators who have been talking about Trump's Somalian remarks, but beware, family, because the same DNC shills and political prostitutes who lectured us for years and whined that we have to vote for Biden and then Kamala, or there would be an American Gestapo to round us up, Project 2025 will be Nazi America. These same Democratic shills are gloating today. How can they gloat when they should be terrified? It's because they already knew from the jump that they were lying the whole time. And I noticed that a few of these people who are talking about this, they're openly campaigning for the Democrats. That's what they're using this for. I'm not going to say any names because YouTube's algorithm makes it easy for you to stumble across these clowns. But they're making it very clear that when they talk about the Somalians, all they care about is you should have voted for Kamala Harris. You guys should have voted for Kamala. That's all that they say. Well, the only reason this is happening is because Kamala Harris isn't president. See, you effed around and found out because Kamala Harris isn't president. That's the entire message from these shills. They say absolutely nothing about the decades of disrespect and outright attacks that the Somalians and others have leveled at the FBA community. They don't even care about that. They don't say a word about any of that because for them, this is just another opportunity to say vote blue no matter who. You got a whole lot of folks out here who are saying that mess. And you need to be on the entire reason that the Somalians are now effing around and finding out is precisely because they thought they were on team white supremacy. That's the real problem. It ain't who they voted for. It's who they refused to stand with. You see interviews with these black immigrants going all the way back to the 60s, and they were boldly saying they weren't black. They saw the same playbook that other immigrant groups, from the Irish to the Germans, to the Italians, to the Jews, to the Asians, to the Hispanics and others. They saw the same playbook the white supremacy rinsed and repeated for all of those other groups. And then they said, hey, we can play that game too. We'll go ahead and be a buffer group for white supremacy. In fact, we'll be the ultimate buffer group, because we can give you something that the Asians and the Hispanics and the Italians and the Jews and the Irish can't give you. And that is folks who look black, but who will deny being black all day long, and who will boldly say there is no racism in America. Why, look at us. We'll go ahead and say that these black Americans are just as lazy as white power's always said. We'll go ahead and do that because we know we're going to get some crumbs from white supremacy's table. It didn't matter if there was a Republican in office or a Democrat in office. They would keep up the same anti-FBA attacks. That's the real issue. So if you see anyone out here who's pretending to talk about this issue, but the only thing they feel that's worth saying is, you should have voted for the Democrats, this is what you get for not voting for Kamala, that's just a political whore selling themselves for a DNC check. Yes, the shills have gone hungry for a while, and to them, this isn't about people who have attacked us finally facing consequences. Instead, to them, it's just a cheap opportunity to sell the same old soap. Anyone who references Trump's Somalian comments but doesn't make it entirely about how they've attacked and disrespected us, but instead they try to make it into some half-brained get out the vote speech, that's a shill, full stop. When you see some black person saying these immigrants have FAFO'd, but they spend all their time whining that you should have voted for Kamala, and even having the nerve to boost the Obamas while they're at it, this is not someone who's on our side. That's a DNC plant trying to piggyback on our momentum, because they're the exact same people who were telling us we needed to vote for Kamala Harris and get nothing for it. A bootlick has no power. They didn't do anything to make this come about. They were fighting against it every step of the way. If anything, they should be looking and saying, you know what? When you disrespect the foundational Black American community, this is what you get. Because that is what happened. Now, sure, we can all enjoy the delicious irony of pointing out how there were Somalis for Trump just last year, and these are the main ones hollering today. And it does go to show that these immigrant activists have the survival instincts of a fruit fly. And yes, it's predictable that the same people who didn't seem to notice or care that Trump targeted them his first term turned right around and said, let's put him back in the White House again. When you spent the better part of a century sucking up to white power, you're not going to turn your back on them because you have really nowhere else to turn. Their entire identity is that they're not black. They're immigrants. They're Muslims, anything but black. So when they have to face racism, they got to go out of their way not to talk about it, because to do so would mean that they were black. Well, that's not going to be the narrative this time around. They're going to have to stand on their square and be consistent to the bitter end. The problem is anti-immigrant xenophobia, certainly not racial. It has to be immigrant xenophobia because, as they themselves said, they escaped being black. They're not black. They've escaped blackness the same way they escaped their home country. Though I have to wonder, what did the orange man promise them to get their support last year? One does have to ask. But the Somalians were no less foolish than the black mayors who were out there supporting Mike Bloomberg when he ran for president. He was the primary backer of stop and frisk, and when he was confronted on it, he said that they needed to harass and arrest more black New Yorkers. But none of that stopped those sellout mayors from standing with him. He only pretended to change his tune around the time that he thought that he could run for president. Black Democrat mayors totally overlooked all of that, and they said, let's go ahead and make the stop and frisk guy president. How is that any less foolish than Somalians who didn't learn anything from how they were treated during Trump's first term? But you won't see any of these black DNC shill content creators bringing that up, will you? Because a lot of them who are speaking on this, all they want to say is, this is why you should have voted for Kamala Harris. No, this is why they should never have disrespected us. They thought they had found a comfortable place under white supremacy. So when someone talks about this and the first thing or even the only thing they say is, they were saying Somalis for Trump. Yeah, they're just getting their comeuppance because they supported Trump. Never mind how they were disrespectful towards us. Take a listen to what these shills say. See if they mention that fact in passing, or if all they're saying is vote for the Democrats. These intersectional shills, many of whom identify as anything other than black, they identify themselves by their sexuality or their religion or national origin. So these shills are just as fork-tongued as the Somalian shills are. You have black feminists who are whining because they wanted Kamala to be president. And you got people who are part of the LGBT who are gloating right now for the exact same reason. These shills are the ones who, if they had their way, this reckoning wouldn't be happening at all. They had absolutely nothing to do with this moment, but the memo went out from DNC headquarters that they had better turn this into a vote for us next year in the midterms or else moment. So be on the alert, family. Now, while it's undeniably true that the majority of Somalian immigrants were the ones who caused all this to happen and that this has been decades in the making, there is something that I ought to say to the handful of Somalian immigrants who have been on code and haven't been with the BS. What you should be doing is remembering this moment. More importantly, you remember who brought this upon you. Yeah, there's a hell of a wake-up call going on, but it didn't have to happen. The people who are upset right now because they're not getting any support, they had every chance there is to get their minds right. They did everything that they could to separate themselves from us. They were divisive, and now they are divided and being conquered. That's how white supremacy operates, how it's always operated. There need to be people from within these communities, inside these immigrant enclaves, who tell them that they're lying and who point this out. Somebody has to take a stand. Because while the chances are pretty good that the orange man isn't going to be able to do any sort of mass roundups by the hundreds of thousands, it is true that his inflammatory remarks are going to embolden a hell of a lot of people, especially in Europe, who have been pushing an anti-African immigrant line. And by the way, you got a bunch of those people from the Horn of Africa, Somalians, Eritreans, and even a few Ethiopians who deny being Africans. As far as they're concerned, they're basically a nationality unto themselves. And that's what makes them easy prey for the enemy. Now, for the people who were not on code, who have been listening this far, here's my advice to you. Tell these white supremacists how hardworking you are. We've already seen that from a number of people. They've been repeating that line because that's all they know to say. Well, go ahead and keep it up. Just keep saying, hey, we're hardworking. Trump is wrong. We're so hardworking. Go ahead and tell them that Trump just doesn't know you, that if he met you, he would think differently about you. Never mind the fact that just last year, that's exactly what he did. He was running around meeting with Somalians in Minnesota. That's the reason why he was able to get their support. He already met them. And now look at what he's saying. There are some people who simply don't want to admit that they outsmarted themselves, that they were played for fools. What they thought to themselves was that there was some sort of conspiracy of silence between themselves and white supremacy, an unspoken understanding that they would go ahead and lie and sell the soap for white power and then get a few crumbs from its table afterwards. Well, go ahead and tell white power how hard you worked to carry water for it and see how persuasive that argument is. Better yet, just tell them that you're not like those lazy Black Americans. Remind them that you're not Black. Oh, wait, the orange man made sure not to say that this was about being Black. He said this was about nationality and foreign cultures and failed societies. Yeah, he was saying Black immigrant without using the word Black, but that's a distinction without a difference now, isn't it? The Somalians are coming under fire from the exact same dominant society that they spent decades trying to impress. They've been hostile towards us, and worst of all, they did it intentionally to profit off of us being disenfranchised and harmed. The plan was to help white power marginalize us and for them to be put in our place. This is what happened in Africa and the Caribbean. This is why everything from slavery to colonialism ran rampant in these places. No loyalty from the locals. Everyone ready to turn on each other in a heartbeat. That's the culture that nobody dares to address. Now, am I going to call what the orange man's doing justice? Well, I can't say one way or the other. What I can say is that this is what the Somalians wanted. They wanted to be separated from us. They made it a point to make common cause with our enemies and to help prop up and justify the anti-Black apparatuses that oppress us. They thought they had gotten over on our dead bodies and depriving us of what we should have had, and then bragging and boasting that this was their success. They justified white supremacy, and human garbage like Thomas Sowell and others pushed the lie that their quote-unquote success as immigrants, and Black immigrants at that, well, this proved that anti-Black racism simply didn't exist. After all, how do you explain how these other successful immigrants go from rags to riches in one generation? Well, Donald Trump is telling the world they did it through massive fraud. That's the lie that they were telling for damn near a century now. Somalians and others reveled in it because they thought, for a while anyway, that their little finesse had worked. They were only too happy to trash us and attack us because they were on team white supremacy. And now their friends are showing them what they've always thought of them. Now those same Somalians are asking us to stand with them. This is the same Somalian community who wouldn't even stand with Mohammed Noor when he was charged with killing a white woman. Where were the Somalian activists at then? Even Ilhan Omar was quiet during that episode. They know the rules of racism. And like these other non-white immigrants, they all know that white power made it clear their ticket to ride was proving they were down with anti-Black racism, that they would reinforce the racial hierarchy. And so they did. And for a while, it looked like it was working. Being tools for white supremacy always seems to work, right up until the moment it doesn't. Somalians pushed the whole "we work hard" narrative, and white power pretended to go along with it, but white supremacy isn't based on hard work. In fact, white privilege is all about getting things for not working. White supremacy is all about the only qualification for success being classified as white. That's it. That's the totality of it. So when you got these Somalians and others who are in front of the cameras in tears saying, "We work so hard, we've got jobs," that's part of the reason why these white supremacists laugh in their faces and don't care. They're looking and going, hell, the system we created, success ain't about hard work. We don't respect hard work. We only respect the racial hierarchy, and you ain't in it. As I've always said, once white supremacy is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. And no one's coming to the rescue, not even their own government. The same disloyalty and culture of lies and backstabbing and fleeing instead of fighting and telling lies constantly that typified these places, that kind of lack of character starts at the top with these corrupt leaders, so they're not going to do anything. The reason the Somalians here talk trash about us is because that's how they act toward each other at home. That's why there's so much sectarianism there. Why do you think that Somalia is constantly in a state of civil war? They have all these ethnic groups in such a small country, all of these clans and religious sects within sects, and that's what matters most to them. Someone was born over there around the way, and they're going to fight these guys to the death and call them all kinds of names. And the same goes for other ethnic groups in their own country. They cannot understand the kind of unity that we have here. They simply can't comprehend it. This is why they're so eager to attack us, because that is the culture over there. And that's why they had to flee. And soon as we made it possible for them to find safe harbor here, did they even say thank you? No, not even once. So they need to call on other immigrants to help them out. The other immigrants who Trump and his supporters have under fire. Us FBAs, we're just too lazy to help anyone, remember? We're too shiftless, remember? We're too busy committing crimes and not taking care of our families, remember? So that's what we're doing. We're busy looking for jobs right now, and we're trying to be productive, and we're busy taking care of our families. These anti-Black racists, these tethers, they've said for a century that they don't need us, that they're not one of us. And whenever there's racial problems in this country, these Black immigrants are never anywhere to be seen. Well, we got the message. So we're bowing out permanently. You have a lot of problems in your culture that you need to deal with. It's the reason you fled in the first place. And don't go saying that what's happening is racial. The Hispanics also wanted to pick and choose when they were white or people of color. And they're also seeing these white supremacists were never confused on that one either. And even with all of the mass deportations and all of the illegal arrests, you still have the Hispanics' attitude toward Black people hasn't changed. And the same goes for Asians as well. Dinesh D'Souza cannot are so anti-Indian all of a sudden. Apparently the little half-wit was in a coma for the last 500 years. Just goes to show that for these immigrant groups, the delusion of being white, or at the very least white adjacent, is so powerful, so overwhelming, that even with irrefutable evidence, even being beaten, arrested, and insulted to their faces, even with white society calling them garbage in front of the world, they're still wanting to be on the team. Somalians are looking around and wondering where the mass demonstrations are. Well, you're going to need masses to do that, and they don't have the numbers. And they spat in the faces of the people who do. The same tethers who white power installed in the government and played down their backgrounds so FBAs would think that they were from our lineage, or at the very least, we would continue to make common cause with them. Those clowns are still in office. The Joe Negussis and the Ilhan Omars and the other suck-ups and shills, they're still in office. So go to them. Tell them to stick up for you. But as I've already pointed out for you, they can't even post anything on their website, and they barely posted anything on Twitter. So that being the case, these shills, these suck-ups, the Immigrant Black Caucus, they already recognize that without us, they don't have any muscle behind any of their mouth. They don't have the ability to put any people in the streets. You need support from the grassroots for that, and they don't have it. So that's the reason why they're sitting here trying to dodge this issue. And then you got the clowns like Karine Stank-Pierre and others who white power put in the media. I recommend that the Somalians tell them to stick up for them. After all, these people have clout and power, right? Tell the Somalian prime minister to speak up for you. Oh, that's right. He said it's best not to respond. Well, then, I don't know what to tell you, other than we're sitting this one out, and everyone after it. There needs to be a real cost that goes along with disrespecting our lineage. And when that disrespect has gone on for generations, and the people who do it smile while they're doing it, and they make sure to repeat every anti-Black talking point possible, and they actually act as the creditors for white supremacy. They're trying to justify and say, oh, look at us. We're the proof of what those oppressed people of theirs say isn't true. When people do that, when they perpetrate that disrespect gleefully and say that they're better than us, and they boast that they will replace us in whatever positions we fought to gain, then the cost needs to be substantial. Tethering for fun and profit should never be lucrative. It should be the road to ruin. And in this case, that road is going to be long and hard. So all I can say is, start walking. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Joyce Blizzard, Suleiman Alaji, Morris Botten, Terrence Broughton, and James Hampton. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Start walking back to your homeland. We can't do it no more. We've been had to cape on for these mugs, all these non-FBA groups for the longest, and we can't do it no more. Y'all dug this quagmire for yourself. Y'all said y'all wasn't Black, that y'all don't want to have nothing to do with us FBAs. That we were lazy and y'all worked so hard. So now you can go back to your homeland and work so hard to build your homeland up. We're not coming to your rescue at all. Let's stop trying to make this a racial issue. It has nothing to do with race. Y'all remember, y'all don't want to have nothing to do with being Black. So now you got to eat those words. So Trump talks about Somalians the same way they talk about Black Americans. So our brother, thank you, Professor Black Truth, for that. Our brother Mad Black TV, who I found out about through Professor Black Truth, Crazy House, is going to give us an update about that.
What's good, everybody? Is your brother Mad Black, the most dangerous and the most toxic Black man on the internet. The brother who told you not to be out here doing a moga anyway, and now he's out here telling everyone that your home country stinks. And I am Black up in your face again with some more pro-Black commentary. So this video was not planned for this week, but based on current events, I had to talk about it, and it's a very important subject, and that is the subject of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, going out of his way to personally attack an entire community. And the community that he is attacking this time is the Somalian community, especially the community up in Minnesota. Because for a lot of you, if you don't know, the Minnesota area has a lot and a very large Somalian community. I always found that very interesting, considering that Minnesota gets very cold and people from Somalia come from a much warmer climate, but that's just where they have decided to congregate. But, the other day, the president literally woke up from a power nap because he was at a cabinet meeting where he was falling asleep when other people were talking. But this fool literally woke up from a power nap. I don't know what he was dreaming about. Maybe he was dreaming about the good old days when him and Jeffrey were on the island with the young girls, or maybe he was having a nightmare about the Captain Phillips movie or something, or Black Hawk Down. I don't know. But something triggered him in his dream about Somalia, because when he woke up, he got up and started talking all types of trash about the Somalian people, basically calling them trash and saying that they were scammers and he doesn't want them in his country and that we should kick them out of America. right? He went all the way in, like with no Vaseline whatsoever. He went in. And, you know, I've been sitting here for the last 24 hours actually watching the responses from a lot of Somalian citizens, both that the ones that work in the government, some of the ones that are just, you know, your average citizens and business owners in the Minneapolis area, and also from these Somalians who actually went out there and were campaigning for Donald Trump, because that's another thing. The Somalian people in that area, they organized to coalesce and give their vote to Donald Trump during the last election. Yeah, that's right. They specifically went out there and campaigned for him. They showed up at his rallies being used as props by the media, the right-wing media. They made sure that they gave press conferences and speeches, and they, like I said, they went door to door and organized their people there as a voting bloc to go out there and vote for Donald Trump. And now this old devil is literally waking up from his pawpaw nap, waking up from his grandpa nap to just go all the way in with no Vaseline on their entire community. I'm talking about this is beyond irony. This is beyond karma. This is crazy. The fact that you uplifted this devil, you put him up on a pedestal and put him out there as your savior, because that's how they were talking about Donald Trump. Like he was going to save the country, he was going to save their community, right? And things were going to be all great once they helped to get him in there. And he basically just took a big steaming shit on all of them. So we're going to listen to some audio here, folks, because this is a crazy story. And the reason that you don't see people like myself or other, you know, pro-Black commentators or, you know, just Black people in general not getting too twisted about this is because a lot of Somalis come to this country and are extremely disrespectful to Black Americans. They're some of the main Black Africans that come over from the diaspora who love to come here, and if they can't cosplay as, you know, Black people and mess up our voting blocks, what they'll do is they will come over here and basically join with white supremacy, talking trash and downgrading us and degrading us. They talk about Black people in America worse than your average white bigot talks about Black Americans. In fact, with this whole tirade that Donald Trump gave to them, it's almost as if that the same animosity and the same rhetoric that they have been using, that Somalians have been using against Black Americans, has been turned on them. You know what I mean? Like, and he basically said everything that Somalians say about Black Americans, Trump said that about Somalians, and they can't handle it. They can't handle it whatsoever. It's really demoralized them. And I've seen a lot of them out there. They look like they're just very crestfallen, and their feelings are hurt by the fact that their Lord and Master, their Master Trump, has talked about them in this way. But once again, that's exactly how they've been talking about us. And now, even thinking about this, Trump is sending ICE out there to Minnesota to start scooping up these people because he's revoked a lot of their immigration status. So it's about to get hot in that area. I know we're moving into the winter time, but it's about to get hot in Minnesota, and it's going to be, you know, some of these Somalians might start feeling like they're back in their home country. That's how hot it's about to get. You know, even though it's winter time and we got ice going out there, it's about to get hot for them. Okay, so let's listen to some audio here. And first, let me play this first because this is important. This part of it is important. This audio that I found right here is of the Somalians when they were coalescing and forming a delegation to vote for Donald Trump. This was before the election. So this is pre-election of Donald Trump, the second term. This is them getting together and deciding that they were going to support him and J.D. Vance. So I want you to hear this first so you can understand just how deep these people went. It's not just a little bit. It's not just twos and fews. They coalesced to vote for this devil. And I want you all to hear this. So let's listen to this little press conference. It's real short, but it gives you good context as to what we're dealing with here and the mentality that these people had. Now, I'm also going to play some audio for you of how they talk about Black Americans, but let's listen to this one first before we get to that. This is them supporting their tangerine, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Salman, and good morning again. My name is Faisal Deri, and we're here gathered today with the community leaders, business leaders, and youth leaders.
Nothing but big foreheads and pushed back hairlines in this press conference. Let's listen.
From the Somali community and from the Muslim community in Minnesota. And we're gathered here today to fully support and endorse President Trump and J.D. Vance. Some of the key issues of the community are the global wars, and we're for peace.
Okay, yeah. You're for peace. Now, let's be honest about this. What's been going on in Somalia for all these years, and these people talking about they're for peace. Yeah, they're not really for peace. They're basically coming over here and saying we're going to put our support behind white supremacy. That's what they're doing. They're going to come up with all these reasons here as to why they support Trump, but it's really they want to be white so bad. Let's listen some more.
Economic issues, family values, and education are some of the critical issues that this community cares. On top of that, this community cares about the economic issues and the inflation.
You said that already.
With all these and a number of other issues, the community came together and fully is standing behind President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah. Now, see, you can tell that these people are bullshitting because they literally said the same thing over and over again. They barely speak English, and you can tell that this was probably written for them somewhere. They just say, "Yeah, we're voting for Trump for economic issues, and we're voting for Trump for economic issues, and we support Donald J. Trump." They literally said the same thing over and over again. That's how you know it's bullshit. Now let's play some audio about. Now this was before the election, and now I'm going to play you some audio of what Trump said about them this week. This week he woke up from his nap and chose violence when it came to talking about the people of Somalia. So let's listen to that. Let me cue this up, and we're going to hear what Donald Trump had to say about these people here.
Somalians ripped off that state for billions of dollars.
He starts out by saying how the Somalians ripped off the state of Minneapolis for billions of dollars. We're going to talk about that too in this video, but it wasn't billions. He's saying some shit that's not true. But once again, old racist tangerine Paw just woke up from his nap and he's confusing his numbers. But let's listen to what he has to say about the Somalians here.
Somalians ripped off that state for billions of dollars. Billions. Every year. Billions of dollars. And they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%.
Damn.
They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Somebody say, "Oh, that's not politically correct." I don't care. I don't want them in our country.
He said he doesn't give a damn. He doesn't give a damn if you don't like it or if it's not politically correct. He doesn't want them here. Now, you heard what they said about him, how they're voting for him for economic reasons and all this other nonsense that some white Republican told them to say. But Donald Trump is saying he doesn't want him here, and he doesn't care who doesn't like it. He said, if you're mad, stay mad. I'm going to say what I want to say. Listen some more.
I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks. And we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries too. We don't want them the hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We can go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other. And we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country.
Woo! Damn. He called them garbage. If we keep taking in garbage to our country, it can go bad. That's messed up. That's crazy to say, considering all the meth-infested, opioid-taking mayonnaise mutants we have around here in the trailer parks. I've seen some crazy mayonnaise mutants that are tipping this country in the wrong way. But he thinks it's all because of the Somalians in this one little area is going to just destroy our country. But let's listen some more to what he has to say.
Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage.
Damn.
Her friends are garbage.
He's talking about a congresswoman like that. He called her garbage. This is a woman he's talking about now. The Muslim sister that's in Congress, the one that's always wearing the hair wraps and always votes with the Congressional Black Caucus. He's talking about her. He called her garbage personally, not just talking about the country of Somalia, not just talking about the Somalian citizens in the U.S. He called their congressmen garbage. Listen some more.
These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing.
Damn.
You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country.
This man's talking like this to the press. He's not saying this in private. He's not saying this behind closed doors where no one can hear him, or he thinks he's just talking to, just the people in his little sycophanted jerk circle that he has around him. He's saying this to the press. He's saying this out loud where everyone can hear him and see him. He doesn't give a damn.
Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
God damn. Trump went hard on that one. I'm not going to commend him. I really don't even really truly agree with him 100%. But, at least he's being a racist up front. That's the only thing I can really commend him for. The fact that he's not holding back with his racism. He's being 100% upfront and out there with the way he's talking about these people. And the fact that so many Somalians came over here and got on their knees and kissed his orange ass and helped get him in the office, and the way he's talking about them, that should tell you something. This should be a warning and a witness to all of these different communities out there, whether they be Latino, whether they be from the Caribbean, whether they be from the African continent. Trump doesn't like you. And the average white supremacist in the MAGA organization doesn't like you. The only time they will have you around is when they can use you as a prop to pretend that they're not racist. But once again, now that they were using these Negroes as props before the election, but now that they've actually won, now that they've actually gotten into power, they don't feel like they have to pretend anymore. I talked about this before with a lot of these buck dancing Negroes here in the States that got their wake-up call. The racists won, and now they're saying like, well, why do we have to pretend? Why do we need these Negroes to run interference? We don't need these Negroes anymore. To hell with them. So that's why Trump can wake up from his little nasty daydream about, getting on the Epstein plane to just straight up talking cash shit about the Somali community. So now that we've heard what Trump actually said about these people, let's listen to some audio of the fallout from this situation, that's a good word for it, is fallout, because that's what we with what we've seen. Trump dropped a bomb on these fools, and now they're all fleeing and falling apart from the fallout from that explosion of pure, unadulterated white supremacist racism being dropped on their heads. So first we're going to listen to this fool right here, and he's got on his little outfit, his little I'm a fake ass businessman outfit, and he was one of the people who was one of the main organizers for Donald Trump. Before the election, he was one of these Negroes who was, out there pushing for Donald Trump to win and campaigning for him. So let's hear what he has to say about what his master had to put on him and his country.
What would you say to the president if he were standing here right now?
Mr. President, we campaign for you. We have hope in you. We see hope in you. Please differentiate between good, bad, and evil.
You might not have been able to understand what he was saying through his big old teeth, but what he's saying is, please, Mr. President, we need you to distinguish between good, bad, and evil. Basically saying, hey, listen, we're the good ones. We're the good Negroes out here. We need you to not judge us all by the quote unquote bad Somalians. And we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. And I'm going to play you a video about that, about the, some of the crimes that the Somalians have been committing in that area and why they have such a negative stigma. But, this fool right here is basically trying to say, like, listen, we're the good ones. Don't cast us off, massa. We're the good Negroes. We're happy to work for you. We're happy to wipe your behind for you and kiss on the orange cheeks. Let's listen to some more of this.
Somali immigrant who voted for President Trump in 2024, but now Trump is demonizing Somalis in America, specifically here in Minnesota.
I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country.
I got 5 children. My children are no garbage. I campaigned for the president in 2024. I actually went out and we reached 50 million people endorsing Trump 7 days before the election.
What drew you to the president?
Yeah, so this clown actually went out there and got his entire community to vote for Donald Trump. And you see where it's gotten you, you dumbass. You big dumb Negro, you big dummy. I'm trying to figure out where he found a hat that could cover that forehead of his. But let's listen to some more. Let's listen to the BS as to why he voted for Trump. It's the same playbook and the same thing that other clown said at the press conference as to why they voted for Donald Trump. Let's listen here.
Because we believed he was an agent of chaos. We couldn't afford anything back then. There was a fentanyl crisis. There was an issue of affordability. The living standards went down. Crime issues. These are 5 very important things to us.
Yep, yeah, but if it's so where's the crime coming from though? Like you were that concerned about crime? You were that concerned about crime? Was it your cousins doing the crime or what? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like you had a problem with the crime, so why would you vote for Donald Trump when he can't distinguish between you and the quote unquote criminals? Why would you vote for him? Because to him, you're all criminals. And that's what Black Americans have been trying to tell you fools for the longest, is that these white supremacists don't distinguish. They see you all as criminals. They see us all as criminals. The same thing happened to the Latinos and the Mexicans. They said, well, Trump is just going to kick out the criminal elements. And he's sending ICE to your schools. He's arresting Latinos at the Home Depot. He doesn't give a damn where you're at. He's just rounding you all up and sending you back. You fools just don't get it. You fools just don't get it at all. You thought you could come here and be white adjacent. You could be white cosplayers and they weren't going to get your ass too. But now they're getting your ass and getting you up out of here. Let's listen to some more of him begging his master the orange tangerine.
And we believe that Trump would be the solution to it. I've been a Republican for over 25 years. I'm not going to stop being a Republican.
Oh, so even after this ass whooping, you're not going to stop being a Republican. You goddamn slave, you. I know you might not have been part of the enslaved African community here, but you sure as hell got the mentality. You sure as hell got the brain for it. You still sitting here acting like Stephen from Django Unchained. Please, Massa, I'm upset, but don't cast me aside, Massa. Come on, Trump, take us back.
I'm not going to stop being a Republican. But what I do know is for a fact is we're getting killed out here because people are saying, we told you so.
Yeah, and they should tell you that. Every time a black person sees your dumb ass, they should tell you, we told you so, Negro. We told you so. And not just for your vote for Trump, but for all of your white supremacist ass kissing. So let's listen to this news report here that I found where they're talking about the crimes of the Somalians in that area. And there's some interesting things about this that I want to discuss as we go through it. Let's listen to this here where they're talking about the fraud scandal that was going on in the Minneapolis, Minnesota area, and these Somalians who are basically frauding the government for millions of dollars. Let's listen.
We turn now to President Trump's latest attacks on Somali immigrants in Minnesota. About 84,000 people of Somali descent live in the Minneapolis, St. Paul area. The president says he doesn't want any Somalis living in the U.S. after a few dozen were implicated in a COVID relief fraud case. We get more on this from Jonah Kaplan of CBS Minnesota.
Minnesota is reeling from a fraud scandal involving $1 billion siphoned from multiple federal programs during the COVID pandemic.
Okay, I guess Trump wasn't bullshit when he said billions of dollars. I guess I apologize. He was right. He was right when he said it was billions. I thought it was in the millions. I didn't think it was in the billions. But damn, they was getting the government for that much money. These Somalians came over here to hustle, boy. Now, when they talk about Black Americans, they say we always want a handout. They say that, we're lazy and we don't work as hard as they do. But here it is. These people came over here and they hustled their way and, got public assistance and welfare benefits. And they talk trash about us. I thought you guys came over here to work hard. I thought you did all the work and you build businesses and all this other stuff. And that's how you were able to rise above us, measly old Black people in the hood. But now we're finding out that you come over here and commit even more crime. And let's be honest, the Democratic Party allowed you to do that. The Democratic Party know that this stuff is going on. The government knew this shit was going on, but they allowed it to happen because they wanted to use you as a buffer class against Black Americans. And you were all too happy to do that. And you point your finger at us and, will degrade us and make us seem like we're the messed up community, like we're the criminal community. And you literally come over here and commit mass fraud in the government. Let's listen some more.
Last 3 years, 87 people have been charged, 61 convicted, most of Somali descent. Erica MacDonald was U.S. Attorney for the District of Minnesota during the first Trump administration. What happened in Minnesota where fraud was able to run rampant that it didn't in other states?
Lack of accountability, frankly. We knew that fraud occurs and there's warning signs that come with it, and they were ignored in this case.
According to investigators, the schemes involved bogus receipts and invoices for meal programs, housing assistance, and behavioral health services.
So they can barely speak the language, but they sure as hell know how to fill out that paperwork. They know how to fill out that paperwork and scam the government out of some money and some funds, huh? And I bet you $1 million that a lot of those funds funnel right into their legit businesses that are there now. See, other communities are allowed to come here and use crime to finance their legitimate business and move up ahead. Black Americans have never been allowed to do that. At no point has a Black American ever been allowed to funnel their criminal enterprise and use that as a leg up in the legitimate world. The Jews have been able to do that. The Italians have been able to do that. The Irish have been able to do that. Remember, go watch that movie Gangs in New York if you want evidence of that. The Latinos have been allowed to do that. Go look at any movie about cocaine to figure that part out. Asians have been allowed to do that. Think about all of the bathhouses and massage parlors and the transporting of drugs and everything else into this country from Asian nations, right? And they're able to funnel that money into their legitimate businesses. And now you got these Black Africans who are doing the same thing, right? So they come here, once again, they come here and talk about Black Americans and talk trash about us and talk about how bad we are. But you also come here and commit crimes. And not only are you committing crimes, but you're allowed to take that money and funnel it into your legitimate businesses and help your community grow. And then you have the nerve to coalesce and work for a party and for a politician that basically hates your guts, but you'll help them get into office thinking you're going to get some butter biscuits out of it. Or, I don't know, some Mogadishu biscuits or whatever, right? Let's listen some more.
Charging the state millions for services that were never provided.
I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars.
The president lashed out at Minnesota's Somali community during Tuesday's cabinet meeting at the White House, saying he doesn't want them in the country and called them garbage.
I think it's a beautiful country.
Jamal Osman, who moved from Somalia to Minnesota when he was 14, is a naturalized U.S. citizen and a member of the Minneapolis City Council.
So here's one of these fools that got into politics, and he's feeling real bad right now that Trump has decided to take a big steaming dump on his head and the head of his people. But let's listen to, there's a very important part here that I'm going to talk about that he's going to say, and then we'll probably close out with this video. But let's listen to what he has to say about what Trump shit on him about.
Who looks like me are scared right now.
The fear comes as the Somali community here is bracing for a surge of ICE agents cracking down on migrants who've been issued final deportation orders.
The president is pointing to the fraud cases in Minnesota, and we know that a majority of the suspects are of Somali descent. How is your community taking that?
Well, my community is upset. Yes, people commit crimes, but the entire community should not be blamed based on what some individuals did.
Let's hear that again. Let's hear that again. That's the important part I want you guys to hear. What's his response to judging an entire community based on the actions of a few? Let's listen to that again.
Well, my community is upset. Yes, people commit crimes, but the entire community should not be blamed based on what some individuals did.
They can't, huh? So what was the difference between what Trump is doing to you? What's the difference between that and what you Somalians have been doing to us? You see what I'm saying? See, because you judge all Black Americans by the worst of our group, right? You'll find some ratchet ass rapper, or you'll find some Negro out there committing petty crimes or drug dealing or whatever, and you'll say all Black Americans are bad. You'll talk trash about all of them and talk about, fatherlessness in the homes, doing all the same nonsense that white bigots do. In fact, listen to this audio right here. Listen to this audio right here of, this is in their church. This is in a Muslim mosque of Somalians, and this is how they're talking about Black Americans. Now, you would think they would have more issues to worry about, right? All the issues going on in their own country with the criminal enterprises there, and the fact that they have basically no government, is just one criminal enterprise after another, and being pirates and prostitution and rape gangs, and then they come over here and commit acts of fraud. You would think that would be the sermon for this pastor, but no, he's going to go out here and talk all types of trash about Black Americans. Let's listen here. Listen to this trash here.
Most of the people that we meet, especially African Americans, they don't even know their fathers. They don't even know their fathers. It was all of them, most of them were the product of one night stand.
Wow.
One night stand.
Wow.
They will tell you, I don't know my father.
Well, who named you? Whose name are you carrying? When my mother chose his name for me. I don't know. Is that what we want for our ummah?
See how they divide themselves, saying like, yeah, we don't want to be like them. We don't want to be like those Black American Negroes because they don't even know who their father is. They weren't named after their father. And that's BS. That's 100% BS. Yeah, there are some Negroes out here who, whose parents were never married or whatever, but there's a lot of us out here who had a father, who know who our fathers are. Not only do we know who our fathers are, we know who our grandfathers are. We know who our great-grandfathers are. There are those of us who can trace our family lineage all the way back and know the history of our people in this country, okay? I know who my father is. I'm named after my father, right? There are plenty of Black people in this comment section who can say, I know who my father is, but these Somalians have this stereotype that they got from white supremacists. A white bigot told them this. They don't know this for sure, but they listen to white people because they think white is right. The white man has raped their country and treated them like absolute trash for centuries, but they'll come over here off and listen to what a white man has to say about Black people, and they'll use that as a way to tear us down. You see that? And this is the nonsense that we've had to deal with, and this is why there is contention between Black Americans and Somalians, and not just them. You got Black people from Ethiopia and the Sudan. Bitch ass Myron Gaines is from the Sudan, and this is why we have to deal with this nonsense from people from now getting their wake up call, and I'm glad to see it. The only people I can really say I feel sorry for is maybe their small children, because I don't think children should have to go through being teased or being attacked or getting caught up in these ICE raids, right? But if you want to blame somebody, you Somalian kids need to look at your parents and blame them. They're the ones that put you in this situation because they want to put their lips, right? They want to put their lips on the backside of this devil tangerine, and now it's kicking their ass. So you folks let me know how you feel about this in the comment section. I would love to hear your opinions on all of this. Anyway, Mad Blacc, and I will be back with my foot on the devil's back.
All right, thank you, Mad Blacc TV, for that update. In addition to what Professor Black Truth had laid out for us, they can hold their own nuts. We can't do it no more. Hold your own lamb, your own curry goat, whatever. So moving along in other migrant-related news, the Vietnamese are getting rounded up in New Orleans in the Big Easy. So Professor Black Truth going to give us an update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Follow also facing heat from outside the U.S. Somalians, like a lot of Africans from the Horn, such as Eritrea, Ethiopia, etc., they say, I'm not Black. And in many cases, a lot of them have even gone as far as to say, I'm not even African. They think of themselves as being white adjacent. They are a nation unto themselves. Well, don't look now, but all those refugees from the Horn of Africa have one less place they can flee to. Uganda has said that they're not taking in any more refugees, specifically from Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Somalia. They're not going to be granting them asylum. Now, keep in mind, Uganda's been taking in refugees from a number of different places, and they're not saying they're not taking in refugees from anywhere else. They just said specifically those 3 places. So the criteria that was in place previously, which basically said, among other things, that you could apply for asylum even if your country was not at war. Well, as far as the Ugandan government's concerned, it doesn't matter. If you're coming from Eritrea, Ethiopia, or Somalia, don't even bother asking about asylum. They're not doing it. They're saying that they don't have the money for it, but we all know what that means. These guys are not using their own money. What's happened is you've had the UN and other organizations who've been giving them money. A lot of that money's just been disappearing, hundreds of millions of dollars worth. But the main thing that they cite is that Donald Trump has cut refugee aid to that country. Donald Trump. Keep in mind, this announcement from the Ugandans came days before Trump's Somalians or garbage rant. So this development's been percolating prior to Trump's tirade. All it took, though, was the orange man cutting aid and Uganda's throwing in the towel and saying, nah, we can't take in any more refugees, at least not from the Horn of Africa. They have to cut back severely. And yes, it is true that the people who come from the Horn are arrogant, but so are others like the Nigerians. And while that kind of behavior is off-putting, that's not the reason that this happened. That's not the reason that people are turning up their noses at them. Failed states can't afford to be arrogant. You can only behave like that when you got a stronger country who's funding you and giving you refuge. The main problem here, though, is not them being puffed up with false pride. What's been so damnable is that they insist on being totally disrespectful. They insist on it. And when you look at what other Africans say, you understand they've been doing this long before they got to the U.S. This is what was been going on in Africa among the Africans since time immemorial. And now what's happened is when the Western Europeans and the United States have cut your little old funding for refugees, well, they got to go ahead and do some triage and figure out who's going to be voted off the island. And they decided to vote out the Eritreans, the Ethiopians, and the Somalians first. But I don't see why that should be a problem. After all, these people have said that they're not black, so they can go ahead and go to the Europeans for help, right? And a number of those people from the Horn have even gone so far as to say that they're not Africans. These guys have really done the most to try to distance themselves as much as possible from any sort of blackness, any sort of Africanicity. It's just ridiculous. And this is the predictable result. The lesson here is when you have an attitude problem, sooner or later, you're going to get an attitude adjustment. And yet you got a number of these people who are sitting here saying that, well, you FBAs, they're going to be deporting you next. They're going to be deporting you next. No, they're not. See, when people have been able to reside in a place for decades and they see that the laws are being openly ignored, at least in a way that they think benefits them, if this is allowed to go on long enough, these people are going to start to believe that that's what's normal, that what they're doing isn't really illegal, and that they've got the exact same rights and guarantees as a citizen. That's what they're going to start thinking. To them, they already are citizens. So that's why they're so confused by what's going on. I mean, when this pattern of behavior has gone on uninterrupted, and you've even had politicians who have been saying, why, these illegal aliens over here, these guys are the backbone of the country. America is a nation of illegal aliens. When people start hearing lies like that spoken long enough, they start to get confused, especially when you got groups like the Immigrant Black Caucus who are repeating that gibberish. But see, what the immigrants don't remember is that those people who are in the Immigrant Black Caucus, they already have their citizenship. So when those guys decide that they're going to be spouting fairy tales and fever dreams about how immigration doesn't matter if it's legal or not, it doesn't harm them to be wrong. They're not going to get deported. But a lot of the people who thought that they were their constituents or wished that they would be, they're the ones who are going to go. Perhaps in their home countries, this is the way the out-of-control corruption works. But that's the entire point of what the orange man is doing. He's telling them that they're not citizens. Exception to be made, some sort of mass amnesty to come along. But it hasn't materialized. So for the tethers and others who are trying to offer that pathetic talking point that, oh, you black Americans, you will be deported next. First of all, the 14th Amendment was written specifically for us, not for illegal aliens. Even the orange man had to admit that. Secondly, there's nothing the enemy can do to us that they haven't done all along, so the scare talk's not going to work. This observation about how the enemy can't do anything that they haven't been doing already, it was revolutionary and shocking when I first said it 10 years ago, when the orange man was first running. But now people actually get it. They understand it. People are starting to lose their fear. And one more thing. If foundational Black Americans were deported, I can promise you that would be the worst thing to happen to the tethers, because the same way that we don't tolerate disrespect here, we wouldn't be taking it in Africa either. The people there believe in fleeing. We believe in fighting. If a large number of us were to be there, we would get people in line, and they know it. And although they'll never admit it, that's one of the main problems that they have with us in particular. All of that dysfunction, all of that rabid tribalism, all of that sectarianism, all of that division that they practiced for the longest time that has paralyzed Africa and made it where no progress gets made. Once we show up in appreciable numbers, we're not doing that mess. And they live with the fear that we would actually accomplish what they haven't been able to. And how would they explain that one? How would they live that one down? That's what goes through their minds. And speaking of people trying to live things down.
And right now, we are learning more about who those agents are focusing on in the New Orleans area, and they're focusing on the Vietnamese community. Scripps News national correspondent Katie Tubman joining us live from New York, and she has been following this story for us. So, Katie, what more can you tell us about this immigration effort in New Orleans?
Well, Stephanie, that effort has been dubbed by DHS Operation Catahoula Crunch, and it's where a 2-month operation has commenced as of this week with hundreds of agents on the ground and with a goal of 5,000 arrests across Southeast Louisiana. Now, Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino, who has led these operations in other cities, touched down in New Orleans earlier this week, and numerous videos of have been posted on X of arrests that have been happening across the area, and agents have been seen at construction sites, home improvement stores, and in one instance, stopping workers in the middle of a roofing job in Kenner, Louisiana, just west of New Orleans. Now, this operation comes after similar sweeps in North Carolina, Chicago, Los Angeles, and it comes as a part of the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration. And largely, these cities have been Democratic-led cities that have been identified as by the federal government as sanctuary jurisdictions or sanctuary cities that have certain policies that restrict how much local law enforcement can cooperate with federal immigration authorities. And they have been targeted. But New Orleans is a little bit different in that it's the first of these high-profile operations to happen in a Republican-led state. Now, House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is from Louisiana, voiced his support of this operation, saying on X on Thursday, Democrats' sanctuary city policies have failed, making our American communities dangerous. The people of our great city deserve better, and help is now on the ground. Now, boots are definitely on the ground right now, and there's a lot of fear in the air. Local residents we spoke to told us that the communities there are on edge, particularly communities that have high populations of Latino residents, as well as Vietnamese residents. Specifically speaking to the Vietnamese population, many of the locals there say there's a significant amount of immigrants who are there, many of whom endured waves of displacement after the fall of Saigon in 1975 at the end of the Vietnam War, and they made homes for themselves over the past half century in New Orleans, and that is being disrupted. We spoke with one local resident who's part of that community, T. Bui, who was born in the final days of the war and came to the U.S. as a refugee at the age of 3, and she lives in New Orleans, and she said that this feels like this operation a betrayal for a community that has been offered refuge for many years, for decades, and has had deep roots in this community. Here's what Boye had to tell us.
The folks who came here in the 70s were allies of the U.S. in a proxy war that the U.S. got involved in, probably shouldn't have gotten involved in, but because the U.S. was there, now the refugees of that war have to come here. And they rebuilt their lives from scratch, and now this is their home. It's been over 50 years that the Vietnamese have been in the U.S. and in New Orleans. They've raised families, open businesses, become part of the culture, the fabric of this country. And now they're getting ripped apart. Their families are getting torn apart. They are in a constant state of dread.
Donald Trump is sending ICE to arrest Vietnamese illegals in New Orleans. Now, Louisiana is a red state, and they've got that DeSantis wannabe clown, Jeff Landry, is their governor. And this is what's happening in a red state. Trump is sending ICE there. And in this case, they've captured a guy named Ben Van To, an illegal alien criminal from Vietnam who's been convicted of robbery, aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon, kidnapping, homicide, and aggravated assault. And they're putting him on the first thing back home.
I'm sorry for all that I've done. I made a mistake. Not only me, my family, and all this time let my wife live in fear,
But you did just admit that you violated your immigration terms, right?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You did not when you were convicted for a crime?
Yeah, okay. Now, I for crimes, yes, I did.
Okay.
I'll be grateful to go to Vietnam, even though I don't know nothing. I came over here when I was so young,
So you'd be willing to go to Vietnam if they deported you to Vietnam? Okay.
If y'all can give me the paper, I'll fly over there myself. Yeah. I don't need y'all to come, buy me a ticket.
Now, for the misguided activist class who just don't understand how the real world works, they're trying to figure out why is it that there's been no real opposition to these ICE raids. I guess they figured to themselves that there were supposed to be hundreds of thousands of people taken to the streets the same way that they did during the BLM protests. But the BLM protests were organic. They came out of injustice against citizens here in America. Illegal aliens are never going to be able to get that kind of support. And in New Orleans, there's no protest at all, no demonstrations. So the perpetual failed activist class has been reduced to staging stunts at New Orleans City Council meetings. This is what you have to do when the masses aren't with you. You do some tomfoolery so you can go ahead and get yourself dragged out of the chamber for the cameras and try to claim that there's bedlam going on, but people aren't fooled. These empty displays don't move the needle and aren't going to change anything. And this is a good time to remind people that Biden's former flunky, Cedric Richmond, when he was a Louisiana congressman, he was on Twitter boldly demanding that immigration laws be completely and thoroughly ignored because there were certain members of his constituency that he wanted to make sure had immunity from law. He specifically singled out Vietnamese illegals as the main ones he wanted to have immunity from deportation, telling the federal government, you shouldn't be deporting anybody. Why? Because I say so. Louisiana is one of the main places where FBA culture is deep in the soil, but you wouldn't know it by how a sellout like Cedric Richmond talked. This man never said a word for or did a thing for Black Americans, but he was ready to go to war for people who weren't even citizens, who he knew were in the country illegally. Now, the part that the white media doesn't talk about is that after the Vietnam War, when it began bringing in huge waves of immigrants, they always make sure to put them into Black communities. What happens is the Black community is used in order to give seed money for the businesses for non-Black people, foreigners and such. And then what happens is these exact same people turn right around. They also get all kinds of immigrant loans and programs from banks and the federal government. And then this helps them to leapfrog over foundational Black Americans, or those exact same individuals start thumbing their noses at us. It's even worse when you consider that most of them have been practicing some form of anti-Black racism before they even got to the U.S. So what the U.S. government was doing was it was empowering individuals who would be hostile toward our community. And that's exactly what occurred. And that we were being used to bootstrap all of these other groups who then would make common cause with white supremacy and reinforce anti-Black racism. That's the part that doesn't get mentioned, but needs to be mentioned. And that's the reason why you got these groups who are feeling all betrayed and hurt now. As far as they were concerned, we had a deal. We had a deal with white supremacy. And now white supremacy is breaking the deal. Of course, white supremacy is breaking the deal. When white supremacy is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. And yet the tools never seem to figure that out. That's how you know there's been a program at work all of these years, because not surprisingly, with this latest development, Cedric Richmond hasn't had much to say. All of a sudden, apparently he's not bothered by deportations or just doesn't care. The same way that the Immigrant Black Caucus has been quiet about Trump's Somalians or garbage rants. They know that they don't have the support of the Black grassroots, and they also know that their white leftist paymasters haven't told them to say anything, so they're keeping shut for now. But this is exactly what's been going on with the Black misleadership class. Apparently, a lot of those immigrants thought to themselves that these guys would come to the rescue, but they lost their legitimacy a long time ago, and without it, they've lost our support. And without us, they're not sticking their necks out for anything. I've seen, though, where you've had videos of Asian and African migrants sitting together talking about how Trump is persecuting them. But instead of it looking like an image of solidarity, instead it looks more like misery loves company. You can't have strength in numbers when you don't have the numbers. And the Asian community has never stood against white supremacy. There's been a lot of Asians who were murdered by white assailants, but the only time that Asians ever came together for a nationwide protest was on behalf of Peter Liang after he murdered Akai Gurley. That wasn't about justice. It was about maintaining some perceived white adjacent status. It was political in all the wrong ways. So now you have Asians being rounded up by the exact same forces who were cheering them and patting them on the back during the Akai Gurley scandal. Those exact same individuals are now the ones saying, yeah, let's go ahead and round up the Asians. So what happened was they wound up empowering and emboldening the very people who are now coming after them. And those same Asian activists who were very bold on Peter Liang's behalf, you notice how none of them saying anything right now? They're not about to buck the system. That's because you can't be a model minority and defy the dominant society at the same time. Well, I, for one, would recommend that the Somalians go to CARE or some other Islamic organization, see if they can get support from them. And the Asians, they should go to their respective activist groups. But they should understand nobody's going to be taken to the streets for illegal aliens. And after decades and decades of disrespect and disdain, nobody's going to be going hard in the paint for the very people who they're looking at and saying these were the purveyors of anti-Black racism too. People who wanted to be an island unto themselves are now finding themselves surrounded by nothing but sharks. The white right knew all of this. That's why they had the luxury of waiting until this moment. You had trash like Ann Coulter pointing all this stuff out. They've always known this mess. Now, the people who thought that they had buddies in white supremacy, they didn't know it or didn't want to see it. But reality always gets the last word. And the same way that the Somalians have seen their so-called prime minister running off with his tail between his legs and saying, I think it best that I just not say anything. The same thing is happening also with the Asians as well. There's not going to be anybody from Vietnam or Cambodia or Laos or Taiwan or anywhere else that's going to be raising a peep against what the orange man is doing. And it's for the exact same reason that Africa's own corrupt and crumbling misleaders aren't going to be rocking the boat either, because this is the misleadership class in those countries that wants America's largesse. They're all looking for a check. They're all holding out for it. Sure, they would prefer that their cast-off citizens not come back, but if they do, that's okay. They'll go back to the exact same slums they were in before. Nothing of any substance is going to change. And while these men are at least hoping for, what it does do is unquestionably put the lie to a lot of that talk that's been coming from certain immigrant quarters. People who thought to themselves that they had somehow made it away from blackness, or that they had otherwise trans supremacy. They can't deny what's happening. They can be angry about it, but that game of trying to pretend like you can have it both ways is running out. The people who have always wagged their finger in foundational Black Americans' faces and said that we were the criminals, that we were the ones who were always breaking the law, now what's happening is they're being exposed across the board. And who is it that they're looking to and desperately hoping is going to bail them out? Us. None of this should come as a surprise to anyone, because you've had a lot of people who have always tried to say that, well, immigrants were the ones who built America. That's not true. If foundational Black Americans built the country, everybody else came to enjoy what was already built. And that being the case, if people feel like they were the ones who built America, then the best punishment that they could exact against the U.S. would be to remove their hard-working productivity and then watch as America crumbles to dust and tries to beg them to come back. That would be the case if the rhetoric was true. But it's not true. And they don't have anyone to blame for it but themselves. After all, the corruption of white supremacy also mirrors the corruption of those who try to profit off of it. If there's one thing that you understand about a system as corrupt as this, it's that the one trait that none of these anti-Black racists has is gratitude. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Mark Anderson, Nita Boswell, Frederica Moore, Avenge the Ancestors, and Mark Singleton. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yep, all these other groups is getting their wake-up call. We're not putting the cape on for none of them. The cape been on for 6 going on 7 years, and it's going to remain on. So on other news, rapper Snoop Dogg and his cousin Das are feuding right now. Das is accusing Snoop of stealing his royalties, and he said he's going to take death row. Snoop Dogg responds to Das. Dillinger accusing him of stealing royalties and threatens to end death row. So I forgot what year. I want to say 2016. As of 2016, Snoop Dogg has owned death row after acquiring it from Suge Knight. So Das was responsible for a lot of the songs Death Row produced or made, mainly the All Eyes on Me that Tupac did. 5 of the tracks off of All Eyes on Me were produced by Das Dillinger. So he wants his royalties for that, amongst other things. So, big anti-spokesman, urban politician is going to give us an update on that. And then the celebrity junk is going to follow up with it. And then Found First is going to finish it off.
When the business, they try to steal it too, but it not the way that we spelled it, but it's confusion is what they said on there. So when I hear Snoop and said, why did the trademark the dog pound? And and everything else, they don't want to do business with me because they thought they had it. But then I trademarked the paw because I drew the paw in 1991. Dad's Dillinger. I drew that paw 1991 and I've had it ever since. So I trademarked the paw, that was the moneymaker. Anytime you see the paw, it's like an apple sign. When you see that mother paw, it's just like the mother apple sign. That's what I trademarked. They didn't trademark that. They thought they was going for the name. So I hit them back, I got them all on group texts, I tweet them niggas all day on there, nigga, and antagonize, nigga, because, I'm my own boss. Can't nobody do shit. All them niggas over there on that label is broke.
Okay, so now you have some Tupac songs and what all do you have going on over there?
I mean, I got all the Tupac stuff. That's separate, though. You know what I'm saying? But the Death Row stuff from Gamma on up, not from the past. I'm talking about Gamma on up, you know what I'm saying? From 22 on up. It's like he said, I'm going to give everybody back to publishing. You lie. You ain't paid nobody since day one. You trying to start niggas out, but you can't start me. I can start them other niggas out, but everybody complaining over there. I just want what's mine, you know what I'm saying?
Able to take it and it just becomes theirs, or
that bankruptcy bought this. Then now, from 22 now, got to pay us. And right now they in there trying to change all the percentages. I don't know what to say here. This is what we owe you. You can't just go with a number and all the other type of splits. I mean, y'all doing this. Listen, you guys are really accepting Suge Knight paperwork. All that paperwork Suge Knight had in there that you let me see was fraudulent because you told me, and I got the same paperwork, and my lawyer got the same paperwork where people was forging people's name and all this. You're still abiding by what he got because it's so much money. Like I told everybody else, Death Row makes so much money, you got to steal.
Hey guys, it on me, huh? In a minute, I'm a because on some, not physically, but business-wise. Because you broke as a right now, so I'm gonna you up in a minute, cuz leave me alone. Leave me the alone. Leave me alone, cuz. I'm gonna fuck up. Leave me alone.
Just Daz Dillinger, letting you know about the album We All We Got. Why I didn't produce nothing on there? Because Snoop didn't want me to produce nothing on there because he already had a deal with the producers where he getting 50% of whatever he giving them, and I'm not giving up none of mine, so he already know. So that's why that.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as I most definitely could not predict and see Snoop Dogg, Daz Dillinger, DPG getting into it online in 2025. And if you heard that little part right there when Snoop Dogg was going on saying he gonna mess him up, somebody in the background say he gonna put that up on the internet, and he did exactly that because that's how we seen it with the caption. He mad now, 100. Now he want to F me up business-wise by trying to steal everything I own. That was on death row by forged signature and not paying royalties since he had the label, using our royalties to pay his staff. They make it more than the artist. I sued Suge back in the day. Should I do the same to Cuz? It's all in my name. The publishing numbers don't change unless LOL. You a thief. You can't starve me out. I'm independent. I run my own ship, always have. Kiss, you little B. And I tell you like this, it's crazy. They are actually real life cousins. And just seeing it play out like this, Dash Dillinger do be on this business, no matter how you feel about it. You can call Dogg broke. That Snoop just said right there, I don't know. He did sue Suge Knight. Most definitely expect the Suge Knight response from this. But on his videos, he had already been posting these online, and I was missing them. He was putting them on Instagram and his YouTube, breaking everything down. That this summer, he found out that lawyers for Snoop and Death Row team that Snoop has acquired now was going behind his back and trying to trademark the Dogg Pound. Said he figured that out, got them on the phone, and said that we couldn't originally trademark Dogg Pound because of the Cleveland Browns had that already, and they were saying the words was too mixed up and confused with the football and stuff. That's why he had already trademarked the Dogg Paw back in the day. But he said, hold on, I went behind my back, trying to trademark this. You had your ears on this thing. When I found that out, that was one thing in itself. He said the contracts are messed up, saying people are not being properly paid, talking about publishing. He says he has publishing over here, publishing over there. You already know he's worked on a lot of the classic Tupac and just Death Row stuff. So it's like he got a lot of knowledge in this game. I can't say what's what. I haven't seen it all, but I will say this. No matter if it's your lawyers doing it, no matter if it's your team doing it, as somebody that's family at that age now, this ain't like y'all young. It ain't like it's happening like way back in the day. It's happening now in real time where he said you get mad when I start bringing up the business and how everything plays out and you ain't playing the game fair. Hey, it sucks that it had to come to the internet, but Dash Dillinger is one. He's very vocal. Most definitely, we could expect to see Suge Knight speaking about this online. Also, you're probably going to see Reggie White as well because Dash went at both of them. You know, him and Suge going to forever be at each other's neck. That's just what they do. You know, he doesn't like Reggie White either. He be going at him too, said they tried to take everything from him back in the past. So, yeah, Snoop, I ain't gonna lie, dog. If you moving like that, that's if. I don't know for sure. Because bro say he got the documents, he got the information. Can't lie, Dash Dillinger do be on his business, bro. He do be knowing the game. So he said you tried to, yeah, that's a tough one there. I hate to see that go down like that. This is all as a kid, riding around, just Dogg Pound, the whole Long Beach, the whole LA, the whole everything coming out the West Coast. Most definitely was a fan of it in that era, at that time. But this is how it is now. Snoop, what can you say, bro? If he know the information, he got the information. He know that y'all tried to go behind his back and go trademark the Dogg Pound stuff, but he know all the stuff. Like you can't even trademark Dogg Pound because of Cleveland Browns. So he found that out now. So if it's like your team is doing this without your knowledge, then if he bring it to your attention, you should go get on your team. Like, what type of business tactics is we running? Hey, you can't go do no stuff like that unless you looking at it like this all a money grab for me. He said basically they want to create new catalogs, sell all the other catalog and everything of that nature. Death Row ain't what Death Row used to be. We already know that. Dash has even spoke about the things he had go on with Tupac when everything went back to that label and things that he had going on. Because there's so many different layers to the business, but bro, he do know his stuff. So tell me what y'all think. That's a cold one there, dog. Snoop. If that happened like that, I can't say for sure from sitting right here. But Dash Dillinger be knowing what he talking about, man. But it ain't that you say because I said, but that's like I got to know the business if you gonna be up in it. And that's what he always push. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all that.
Yeah, Snoop been shady since '93. So I believe Dash. I believe Dash. I believe because it says that. So the beef just got worse. So Celebrity Junk gonna give us an update on that. Thank you, Big Ant, the spokesman, for that update.
What's good, everybody? It's your
boy. O'Shea Duke Jackson back at it again with another episode. Fortunately, this is a bad day for me, man. I found out that one of my favorite rap groups, the Dogg Pound, which it really is Daz and Corrupt. And if you guys know, Corrupt is a lyricist. He's raised in LA, but Daz is just not a rapper. He's also a producer. So if anybody heard of My Ambitions as a Rider, and Eyes on Me, two of America's Most Wanted, Got My Mind Made Up, Wanted Dead or Alive, that was on the Gridlock soundtrack. So Daz, he came, I think he even produced on The Chronic, I'm not mistaken. He at least made his debut on The Chronic. So, he produced 5 tracks on All Eyes on Me. So Daz is a dope producer, one of the best in the history of the West Coast. He ain't like Dr. Dre level, but, he is close up there, DJ Mustard level, maybe not, but as far as notoriety, but, Battle Cat, Mustard, Daz, there you go. Architect of the West Coast sound. So Daz also produced for Death Row, okay? And as we already know, Snoop Dogg bought Death Row. So he now owns Death Row. Now there's an issue right now because Snoop is trying to buy all the publishing for the Dogg Pound, trying to get Daz to sign all the rights over. And now there's a big issue with that.
I see you ain't got shit to do but hate on me, huh? In a minute, I'm gonna you up, cuz, on some real, not physically, but business-wise. Because you broke as a mother now, so you up in a minute, cuz. Leave me alone. Leave me the alone. Leave me alone, cuz. What? Leave me alone.
So that's what Snoop is saying, okay? Now, here is what Daz is saying.
The paw is trademarked. Like I told Snoop, you got rejected and I got accepted. You know what I'm saying? So that was the moneymaker. The paw is like the Apple sign, like I said before. And like I said, they tried to go behind my back and trademark all my work and then flung my face like, yeah, we got it. That's all we wanted because I'm finna sell everything for $1 billion to Universal. You know what I mean? But I'll be selling my.
Now, what do you mean by selling? He said he was going to sell it, or what? They're selling Death Row, the new Death Row that just came.
Snoop, everything Snoop's involved with, he gonna sell all it for $1 billion. Cash for the catalog, and then he sell it, and he just start over and make new music.
Now, the last Dogg Pound album, Daz didn't produce any songs, right? And I know I was like, well, that's crazy. Look at what Daz say.
This is another question being asked. Why the Dogg Pound album wasn't really, we got that album. The reason why is Snoop didn't want me to produce anything on the album because he had to deal with all the producers where he get half of what he giving them. So I'm gonna give you this money, but I'm getting half of the publisher. Like that, I don't want Daz producing. No, I just want him to be an artist, man. That's what he wanted me to be on Death Row. He wanted to do a solo album on it, but he didn't want me to produce it. I mean, God damn! Death Row record stealing from me. Stole from me.
So the logo of the Dogg Pound allegedly is owned by Daz, and Snoop is calling him broke. Don't mess him up. So look at the post here, right? He says this. He's mad now. Now he want to F me up business-wise by trying to steal everything I own that was on Death Row by Forrest's signature, he can't spell, and not paying royalties since he had the label, using our royalties to pay his staff. They making more than the artists I sued Suge back in the day. Shot do the same thing to Cuz. It's all in my name. The publishing numbers don't change unless LOL you a thief. You can't starve me out. I'm independent. I'll run my own ship. Always have. I love you, little biatch. So again, let me just say this. Let me just say this, brothers. People just act so funny style when it comes to money, man. And this is something that everybody deals with, especially in the Black community. We all have people change up, and Snoop Dogg, he'll do anything for money, man. We've seen him switch up with Donald Trump, You know, we've seen him switch up with the LGBTQ, and he don't stand on nothing. And whenever you find out that he's doing something shady, he'll be unaccountable for it. And one of the things I've understood, family, is you have to do the right thing, especially by people who helped you out. You got to do the right thing. And, you know, you'd be surprised at how much more money you will get by just being solid, man. It's so much money out here that you can just get. It's no cap on it. It's no number on it. I don't know why. And it's crazy because a lot of the black people that get all the money, they still acting like they just got to have everything, man. Get that man that's publishing. Pay him his stuff if you owe it to him, bro. Let him get it. Let him get it. Why not empower him? You didn't want him on there. You don't want to pay. Get that man the stuff, man. How hard is that? You're going to get other money anyway. You want to know why you're going to get other money? I'm going to tell you, because that oxygen, when you help people get their money, you get your money, man. You're going to get your money. When you being petty and down bad and thirsty, you don't never get it. You don't never get it. You know what I'm saying? You just change it up. You doing anything for the bag? You doing anything to be down bad? It just doesn't work. Why does it work? You know what I'm saying? I just don't get it. It don't make no sense. It's stupid. Okay. It's crazy. It's insane. And when you get a reputation for just, let me just say, for example, being hard to deal with, you don't stand on what you say you're going to do, like Snoop. People notice that. Like, they see that. Like, when you're not doing what you say you're going to do, people see it, family. Like, they literally see that shit. I don't know why y'all act like y'all don't see it, like somebody's stupid. Ain't nobody stupid. Ain't nobody dumb. Like, if you will do that to somebody like Daz, somebody you grew up with, somebody that produced you in the early 90s, 33 years later, 34, 35 years later, you meet me in business, I can't trust what you're saying because you're not loyal. If you're not loyal to your own partner, ain't no way you're going to be loyal to me. How you loyal to me, fam? Like, you just cannot be loyal to me. It's not possible. And it's not happening at all. And when money is limitless, is endless. Money is anything, everywhere. You ain't got to be down bad like that. Ain't worth it. Ain't worth it, man. You put that energy out there. Everybody else being like that. People are like, look, man, you solid, bro. And all of a sudden, you just start getting more opportunity because you didn't put that oxygen out there. I'm gonna tell a story, man. Kevin Samuels was a brother that I did some things for. Not a whole, like nothing that I thought was so great. But of course, that's just me being, normally myself. Man, Kevin helped me do something, man. I didn't ask him to help me, but he did. I ain't gonna tell you what it was, but it was something that I wanted to do for my mother. My mother had prayed. My mother had hoped. My mother had really wanted this, and Kevin passed away. I was able to do it. And it was because of what I did for him, just by being solid. If I wasn't solid, I wouldn't have got it. My mom would have never got what she needed. And I need to do that for her. And I got it. I got it easily. That was her whole life's dream. And because of my connection with somebody else, he was able to open that door for me. And that's what happens when you do the good stuff, man. People bring you opportunities. People appreciate you. People show you love. All of that. So, guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson. Back at it again. Another episode of The Celebrity Drunk. Appreciate you for all you do. Subscribe to the bell. We out.
Okay, Reggie, I wanted to see if you saw this video.
I saw that. Shout out Compton Rick Rock, man. Snoop studio is impressive. It looks good. He on that studio. I was a little disappointed when I saw it, because I was getting pictures and stuff like that. The pictures on the walls and stuff. And I was like, damn.
He ain't got no pictures. Oh, fuck everybody else from Death Row. You know, like the Lady of Rage or Danny Boy, you know, Lil C Style and all of them. Big C Style. Okay, forget all that. But at least he should have had a picture of Tupac, right? On the wall. So the part that my boy the Rick Rock and his editor put up no pictures of that they saw. I was like, man, that was a good look. Snoop let you in on the studio and he blessed you with a chain. A Death Row. It was good that you and Snoop got that great relationship. I'm glad he taken to you. And he was like, yeah, man, I ain't got nothing but love and respect for Snoop. Snoop been, you know, looking out. And I was like, cool. So I said, but man, I was looking at your video and I wonder, kind of pissed at Snoop in this hallway and stuff. He was like, Reg, I don't remember not seeing Tupac. He said, maybe if you saying that you didn't see none, he said, I could swear I saw a picture of Tupac and Snoop together. And so you wrong. He do have a picture of Tupac in the video. I mean, in the studio. I just bring that up and say, hey, I saw that video. Y'all wondering like you know, we always thinking Snoop is jealous of Tupac and all that, which on a lot of the statements that he's been making, I do kind of agree with y'all on that. For whatever reason, you know, he might be upset with Tupac. But according to my boy Compton Rick Rock, who I do believe he do that there's some pictures of recording studio. So shout out Snoop. Keep up the good work, man.
Yeah, Reggie, speaking of Snoop, did you see the Daz interview where he said that after they did that Dog Pound album, We're All We Got, that Snoop kicked Daz off of the label? Did you see that?
I saw that. And Daz, you know, Daz might be somebody I could sue. I know we was talking to Wack earlier about, well, I'm going to sue somebody. I might have to see how much Daz, because he's always bragging on his property that he has in Atlanta. I might have to sue Daz. But he keep accusing me of stealing his publishing and stuff. In every interview he do. And Daz know he signed that publishing over for $75,000. But he said that's the main reason that...
Yeah, from. You know what I'm saying? And like I said before, I will never, ever be doing that. 2025 come through, I dropped some solo albums because I didn't want to be on Death Row. I just told them I need one album with y'all, and we see how it go. You know what I mean? So I started dropping solo albums because I taught them niggas how to do the industry. So don't be the drama on me. And, you know, we came in their team over there. You know what I mean? So 2025 coming to play. We good all the way up to there. No thing. So I go to Death Row Records in July to prepare to do the dog food videos they wanted me to do. Plus, I've been doing everything they asked me to do. We've been cool all the way up to stuff. So in May, they filed for trademark to steal for me, which is the dog pound and all the other stuff. So this was in May. So months go by. I go there in July. I still don't know about the trademarks and all that. I do the work. They smiling all on my face like, yeah. But knowing behind my back, I find out in July that Christy Lucy from Death Row, an attorney over there, trademarked the dog pound DPG So I hear Snoop and say, "What's up with your lawyer?" I ain't cussing out, I ain't go hard or nothing. I just say, I just found out that y'all tried to trademark the dog pound, and that's how I know. Fuck me, yeah, nigga, I did it, nigga, and you know, being tough and shit, like that's what he wanted. You know what I'm saying? So all hell break loose. He do a show, you don't take me, take everybody else. Like, yeah, I ain't fucking with Dad and all the shit. For what? Because I asked you about my trademarks that you tried to go behind my back and steal my shit. But the reason why I never trademarked the dog pound because the Cleveland Browns own the name the dog pound. I hit them back, you know, I got them all on group texts, you know, I tweet them niggas all day on there, nigga, and to me, all the niggas over there on that label is broke. They depend on the dog. If he say, I'll chew them niggas, better say, bless you.
I see you ain't got shit to do but hate on me, huh? In a minute, I'ma fuck you up, cuz, on some real shit. Not physically, but business-wise. Cause you broke as a motherfucker right now, so I'ma fuck you up in a minute, cuz. Leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me alone, cuz. I'ma fuck you up. Leave me alone.
It's because he wanted ownership of the masters and the songs and all of that. That I believe Daz and his attorneys probably the only ones that put in for the rights for them to revert back after 35 years. I think you had to, you know, for the ownership of your music. And so apparently they argued behind that, according to Daz. As I told y'all a while ago, Daz and Snoop going to always argue, going back and forth, because number one, Snoop don't need nobody. Snoop on top of the world right now. He can give a fuck. But Daz is bipolar. If Daz not getting the attention and getting what he think he should be, one, because Snoop don't pay him well. He only paid them like $500 to $1,000 a show. So he don't look out for him like that. But and Snoop be getting $150,000 by, you know, net, the net, not the gross. His gross probably even higher a show. And so I know it's kind of hard for Daz to be saying that, but I told y'all to be fighting against this bipolar. He can't, you know, not argue with you about money or shine when he don't feel like. I think he said because Snoop didn't take him on a particular show is why he loved to shine, and he loves to be seen. And Snoop probably didn't want to be bothered with him. So I really have a feeling that real soon, for a 30-year anniversary, well, I guess Death Row is 30 years this year, huh? Of really of everything blowing up. They're gonna be doing the anniversary real soon, and Dad's gonna want to be a part of that. And well, he should be. Dad should be there with him and Corrupt doing their verses as the Dog Pound. And so he'll have to come back around for that. But Dad's gonna always, you know, he's a little cousin, jealous cousin, and he's gonna always tap at Snoop. But that's all I look at it as, is family, cousins, being family, being cousins. This family bickering. So I saw that, but I don't take that to heart. But that's one thing I do give him credit for. I really believe Dad's going to be getting his ownership back very, very, very soon of those albums. I saw something recently this week, John, where the album Aurora, somehow Interscope just back ownership of the estate, the Tupac estate. So as y'all seeing, people are getting back ownerships from the 90s, and people are starting to either sell their music to the big publishing companies or starting to get ownership. So a lot of these guys from the 90s are going to start coming up real soon. Yeah. And I got to feel maybe you will be not judgment proof anymore and be able to be sued. So keep saying Reggie Wright stole from you. Keep saying that, dog. Keep building up my case. Peace.
Welcome back to the Unapologetic Truth. I'm your host, Jason Shine, and today we're basically going to talk about how Black Americans are in the FAFO. And if you don't know what that means, fuck around and find out. So, a lot of immigrants have always been disrespecting us, and a lot of Black Americans are waking up to that disrespect. You know, we're sharing our stories of growing up among them and hearing the craziness they used to say when we were kids. Some people didn't realize it. Me living in New York, I've actually did realize it. Like I said, I'm very acquisitive, so I pay attention to a lot of things. When you say slick stuff, I know exactly what you mean. I know where you're coming from. I know my history. Like, I know my legit history. So you're not gonna get me with that, you know, we're all Black. When I was probably like a little younger, I say around 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I thought like that. I said like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we're all Black. We all come from the same place. But my grandfather taught me before he passed that, bro, you're Native. You're not you're not African American. And I also learned that a lot of Black Americans before 1988, before the African American term, never seen themselves as African, never even claimed Africa, right? But fast forward today, you have a lot of immigrants, you know, they push that. We're African, we're African, we're African. We're not African. A lot of people think that. If you listen to your TV, you're gonna hear people say like, oh, African Americans, African Americans. Just because a term was pushed on us. No one takes the time to learn our true history at all. But a lot of us are waking up to our true history, from our native roots, to what we've accomplished, to what we've done. People are waking up. And a lot of these immigrants, they don't like that. They want us to stay asleep so that they can keep leeching off of us. But now they fucked around and they found out that it ain't going the way they think it's going. In fact, Trump is aiming to deport a lot of you. As you can see, a lot of temporary statuses are being revoked, being removed. Come February, I think was it February, Haitians will be gone. Like a lot of you will be gone. Cubans will be gone. Oh, you Somalis, y'all definitely, you light bulb heads, y'all definitely going bye-bye. Like, it's a wrap for y'all. $1.7 million you stole, right? I'm getting a little bit off topic, just a little bit. But the utter disrespect that these people have, and like I said, we're waking up. A lot of people were seeing it. A lot of people complain about the FBA movement. Excuse me, not movement, our lineage. They're complaining about the delineation movement. That's what they're complaining about. That's what they don't like. It's like, why are they separating themselves? We can't let them separate themselves. In fact, these people literally hold, I gotta get that out of my vocabulary, literally. I'm sick of saying it. But they hold spaces basically saying how we need to trick them They need to trick us to saying like we're one, you know, that we're all the same. And I hear it all the time. If you live in New York, you'll hear Africans be like, we're all black, you know, we're all black, we all have the same enemy. Well, ask them what's your definition from black from their definition from black. And the first thing they'll say is the color of my skin. Well, you know, as a Black American, it goes much deeper than that, right? We've been through a lot when it comes to being called black, from our food, cuisine, music, innovations, everything that we've done and created, every trial and tribulation that we went through, they have never gone through. In fact, a lot of the stuff that we have gone through, they go through on their own land. So selling off their children, they still have slavery in Africa. I already know that. I know their history, and I know what they're doing today. There's video footage of it, and you can't dispute that. They can't dispute that. They'll try to gaslight us and say like, hey, that's not true. But anyway, I digress. This video is basically, they found out that Black Americans are waking up to who we really are, what we have done, and that you can't stop our lineage, and you will never be able to stop the delineation train, because when one wakes up, many of us wake up. With that being said, please like, comment, subscribe. Don't forget to hit the bell notification. Here's a video. Enjoy.
I be wondering why FBA, Foundational Black American, just the term be making people mad. Like, I never paid attention to it until this year. Like, I really didn't. It was just African American, Black, you know? That's what I call myself. I did not pay attention to FBA. And I knew that it was from Tariq Nasheed, and people was always saying that like the CIA was involved, or, you know, that it was cult vibes or whatever. I never saw it. I was like, I don't understand what they're talking about, but I really don't care. You know, it wasn't until Juneteenth when people was playing Black America's Face about Juneteenth, and Essence Fest, when people was playing in Black America's Face about Essence Fest, that I even considered what Tariq Nasheed was talking about, what FBA was talking about. I never even looked at that. So people are saying that, you know, that the Pretendians, or that FBA is not serious, or that it's ridiculous, or I'm sorry, I have to inform you, but it's actually growing, and it's growing not because of Tariq Nasheed, not because of FBA or ADOS or whatever. It's growing because Africans and people from the Caribbean came and played in the faces of Black Americans. And we didn't want to take it anymore. The disrespect, the saying that we didn't have culture, the coming in, I think that's the CIA. The CIA is the people that come in and say we don't have culture. The CIA is the division among Africans, but it's not Black Americans delineating. That's real. And people saying that it's only happening online. No, it's not. Because I saw it online for years and I never paid attention to it. And now I see people in real life. I have conversations in real life with people who are correcting people saying that they're not African American, they are Black American. And quiet as it kept, people always said they wasn't African American. I can think of like Smokey Robinson. He had a whole poem about the fact that he wasn't African American because he never been to Africa. That my husband never claimed African American. He never wanted that moniker because that shit came out when we was kids. It came out in the 80s. We was little kids, and people did not ever want to be called African American. Like they started putting it on official documents, but in the streets, it was niggas that always said they was never going to be called African American. So I just don't understand why people are acting like this is a new thing or it's an online thing. No, it's not. People have been saying this for years. You know, I'm just now coming around to not be. I always wanted to be connected to Africa, and now with all the disrespect and my remembering, my waking up and remembering who I am as a Black American woman, y'all can keep that. Y'all can keep that. I'm Black American all day. You know, foundational. I'm okay with it. Say what you want. I don't give a fuck. I'm Black American.
And y'all really gotta hear me out. Why the fuck do Black people get so mad? Like, I'm talking about not African people. I'm talking about Black Americans. Why do y'all get so motherfucking offended when Africans say that y'all are descendants of slavery and descendants of motherfucking the white man penetrating y'all's motherfucking family? Like, why does that bother y'all so bad? Like, that's what happened. That's the truth. And when you come with a bitch like me, that my descendants wasn't slaves and didn't come from slavery, nigga, at all, and I'm not penetrated by I'm like a full-bred Nigerian girl. Like,
I can't tell. Like,
y'all got all these different, like, how, you know how they be breeding dogs and shit? Y'all are mutts. Y'all are mutts. Like, why does that piss y'all off? Y'all got everything in y'all. Y'all a little bit Ireland. Y'all a little bit Cameroon. Might have some Nigerian in you because, you know, we was the ones selling the people. Why does that piss y'all off so, like, why does history piss y'all off so bad? That's the truth.
First of all, somebody said she looked like Tracy Morgan in a wig, and I can't unsee it. Let's stop there. Second of all, she gonna get up here. First of all, cosplaying, I don't know where she grew up, but she does not sound like a Niger. She sounds like she's from America, probably New York or something, laying up in there with that looking crusty, okay? Talking about, why does it bother y'all? Because you all use it as an insult. You use it as a dig. We know that that is a sign of our resilience and a sign of our resistance and a sign of our power. We understand coming from being cut from that loin, being cut from that cloth, makes us superheroes. It makes us super magic. That is something that you will never be able to relate to because you all talking about some we sold y'all. You didn't sell a fucking thing. Y'all wasn't called Nigeria until 1960. You all weren't even a country until 1960 with your baby act country. Talking all of that, sitting up in America because of people that was enslaved in the USA. Cosplaying, because if you would have never told us where we was from, I would have thought you was a mutt too. And calling people a mutt is utterly disrespectful. It's disrespectful. It's just disgraceful. But let's talk about what's going on in Nigeria in 2025. Since you talk about what happened in America 160 years ago, you worried about you stuck in the past. You in a time capsule. Let's talk about what's going on in Nigeria right now. Let me ask you why y'all got this going on right now. Hold on. Now, I was wondering, because I heard that I know y'all have slavery still going on. So I asked, I got on my little chat, Zoom, AI, GBT, and it says, yes, modern day slavery is a significant problem in Nigeria, affecting an estimated of 1.6 million people on any given day in 2021. While traditional slavery has been long illegal, it persists. And it's in contemporary forms such as human trafficking, forced labor, and the exploitation of women and children. Why y'all got slavery going on in Nigeria in 2025, sis? Forms of modern slavery in Nigeria, human trafficking. Nigeria is a major source, transit, and destination country for human trafficking. Victims are trafficked internally from rural and urban areas and internationally, primarily to Europe and the Middle East. Why y'all letting the Arab countries traffic y'all? What, sis? In 2025 for forced commercial, actual exploitation, domestic servitude, and forced labor and child labor. Y'all even have breeding farms out there, bruh. I seen a video where a breeding farm where women, it was a bunch of young women, probably teenagers, pregnant as all outdoors, being rescued from a breeding farm in 2025 in Nigeria. Many children are forced into hazardous labor, including work in agriculture, mining, domestic service, and street vending. And why y'all let y'all kids roam the streets at night begging? You know what? Let's go to the next slide. Y'all can pause to finish reading that. Conflict-related exploitation. Armed groups like Boko Haram and others in northeast Nigeria have been involved in the abduction and forced recruitment of children soldiers. Why y'all got child soldiers in 2025, sis? Women and girls in conflict zones also face forced marriage. Why y'all still got child marriages that's legal in 2025, sis? Forced marriage, actual slavery, and forced recruitment for activities like suicide missions. Baby factories, like I mentioned previously. These are illegal clinics and orphanages where why y'all selling y'all kids, sis? where orphanages, where young girls and women are unwanted pregnancies are confined, forced to give birth, and their babies are sold. Why y'all selling y'all kids? Now y'all can continue to read this, and y'all got a caste system. Like y'all, come on, bro. Let's go to the next slide. Now, why do y'all have electricity problems in Nigeria? Yes, Nigeria has significant electricity problems, including a large population without access to power and unreliable service for those who are connected. The issue stem from an aging and unstable grid that frequently collapses, high rates of power outages, and a lack of access that affects millions of people, creating economic and social challenges. Problem with electricity in Nigeria, lack of access. Around 86 million people, the largest population without electricity of any country, live without access to the national grid. Why is this going on in Nigeria in 2025, sis? Y'all even having issues with y'all water supply, sis. Yes, Nigeria has significant water problems, including scarcity, contamination, poor access to safe drinking water and sanitation. Despite having larger water resources, the country faces issues with poor infrastructure, weak governance, and y'all govern yourselves. So why y'all going through this? And it's you versus you. Since we mutts. Y'all live amongst each other. Y'all govern each other. And this is what y'all are going through in 2025, sis. The country faces issues with poor infrastructure, weak governance, and pollution, leading to about 60 million people lacking access to basic drinking water and 80 million lacking improved sanitation. Why y'all be taking a poop in the streets, sis? This results in high rates of water-related illness, with children being the most affected. Y'all can pause to read the rest, bro. Now, this is, I have to say, let me give a disclaimer, right? Because one of my friends, one of my homeboys, he said, oh, why are you always going after Africans? What's your problem with the Africans? I don't have a problem with every single African. There's some African peoples that I love. There's some Jamaican people. There's some white people that I love. There's some Asian people, Latinas that I absolutely love. But as a collective, y'all keep coming at us and talking crazy to us, and we're always expected to turn the other cheek. Bitch, I'm not Martin Luther King. And I think that it is utterly disrespectful to continuously bring up and try to weaponize the fact that our ancestors went through slavery. What you should be doing is taking notes, because y'all are still enslaved and going through a lot of horrific things in your country right now. You are over here experiencing freedoms and liberties and having rights over here, basic human rights, because of what my ancestors fought through. So you need to have some respect, some grace, and you really should be fucking saying thank you. You really should. All of the disrespect, you laughing about slavery, talking about we mutts. Bishop, if me being a mutt make me look this motherfucking good, then because the way we ain't even gonna, you know what? Spread love is the Brooklyn way, bitch.
But Trump based his order on a report whose author has made it clear that his goal is to denaturalize and deport as many Somali Americans as possible. This is not about crime. It's not about safety. This is about purging people like me from this country. Minnesota has always been a welcoming place for people fleeing a home country that is blasted by war, poverty, and hunger. Europeans in the 19th and 20th century, Black Americans from the South.
So I'm actually a Minnesota native myself, and I have a high level of experience when it comes to negative interactions with Somalis, just as any other Black American that lives in Minnesota does. And this is not to say that all Somalis are bad. There's some bad Somalis, there's some good Somalis. This is not a Somali bash video. This video is actually in regards to anyone that comes from an immigrant background, especially politicians that come from an immigrant background. And the reason is being, I'm starting to notice when it comes to Black American history, they are highly uneducated and they really don't know our history, and they don't understand that all the rights that they now have is due to Black Americans, but they also believe that we're immigrants, right? So for you to speak upon immigrants and how they got here, coming to Minnesota, doesn't matter if they were African, Caribbean, European, and you put that in the same box and make it comparable with Black Americans that came from the South and migrated from the South, it's highly disrespectful. It's not the same thing. Black Americans didn't immigrate to another country. They simply migrated to another state within their own country. And in fact, Black Americans are documented being in Minnesota as early as 1805, right? And Minnesota didn't even become a state until 1858. That's a 53-year difference. And that's far before, the white people came, way of Ellis Island. And that's before, you know, a lot of the people of color came in the 1960s. You have to understand, our story is not the same, and it's highly disrespectful to put us in the same category as immigrants. It's not to say that immigrants are less, but we don't have the same story. We migrated, we didn't immigrate. So you need to educate yourself about Black American.
Black Americans often get clowned for saying that our ancestry is more than just African. And this mockery is rooted in racism because they don't want us knowing the truth. Let's get into it. Black Americans are not just of African descent. Our ancestors are primarily African descent. We also have European and Native American descent. The denial of our mixture is intended to strip us of who we truly are. It is meant to erase our struggle and everything that we have been through to get to who we are today. People telling us to say we are purely African is stripping us of who we are and the struggles we endure to be still standing today. I've seen plenty of people make fun of other Black Americans, including me, for saying that they're made up of more than just African DNA, but it's simply true. This is why most of us look different from a lot of Africans. This is why white Americans, most of them look different from most Europeans. So when a Black American says, for example, that they also have Native American DNA, they're not denying their Blackness. They are proudly showing up as fully themselves. The denial of Native American blood and Black Americans is rooted in racism, and I'm about to explain why. This started back when Native Americans got their reparations back in 1946. The United States created the Indian Claims Commission to hear historic land claims and compensate tribes. This act allocated $1.3 billion overall to tribes for land losses. Many tribes and the U.S. government used various rules and criteria in order for someone to be a member. People with white and Native ancestry were normally accepted and prioritized for these benefits, while on the other hand, those with Black and Native ancestry were more likely to be excluded. This double standard was very clear in these 5 tribes: Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole Nations. And I do apologize if I mispronounce anything. So when this was created, the U.S. government divided people into separate lists. The first role that people were divided into was called the by blood role. And that was for people who were considered racially Native American. So that included people who were mixed with white ancestry as well. On the other hand, there were the freedmen rolls for formerly enslaved people and their descendants. And many of these were mixed with Native American ancestry. So they were also included in the freedmen rolls if they had Native American ancestry as well, if they were also Black. This was initially imposed by the U.S. government, but many Native American tribes eventually used these rules as the basis of their criteria. So they adopted that form of racism and pretty much excluding Black people who also have Native American ancestry from getting these reparations. So Black natives were completely just cut off for the most part, entirely, even when their native lineage was the same as white natives who were often accepted into receiving these reparations. When people today mock Black Americans for acknowledging their Native ancestry, they're often repeating the same colonial logic that white officials impose through these systems. To this day, American Black people are the only ones who didn't receive any form of reparations, and y'all expect us to allow you to tell us who we are and what we can claim. That's insanity.
Shout out to Black Americans, dead ass. I know I've talked about this in the past, but I feel like I don't talk about it enough. And also, I feel like they don't get enough credit. I don't think black people all around the world understand that the United States is by far the safest country in the world today for black people to migrate to because of black Americans, because of their ancestors' sacrifice, including this birthright citizenship that everybody and their mama enjoys, that Donald Trump is trying to get rid of. This was enacted because of black Americans. And it breaks my heart the way a lot of people come to America and not only turn a blind eye to their plight, but also talk shit on them, in spite of the fact that America is all they know and they're doing their best in a country that was not created for them, most especially Africans. But I'm not trying to get into the diaspora war thing because, like I've mentioned before, this is just a bunch of hurt people hurting people. You have to understand that one of the things that makes black Americans different from every other black people is black Americans are the only group of black people that actually got to live with white people. Everybody else was left behind in their home countries. I know the Caribbeans were also products of slavery. Those countries, including the Caribbean islands, are majority blacks. The countries that white people wanted to settle in, especially the United States, the black people who were forced to be there, they received a heavier dose of fuck shit. And naturally, black Americans got to witness what it is about humans that made the Bible say the heart of man is desperately wicked. They got to see that massa don't fuck with nobody but massa. Yeah. And a lot of these Africans and Caribbeans who migrate to the U.S. are yet to learn this. That's why y'all be just, when you see a white people, we thank God. This is equivalent to a pick-me woman seeing a very sexy man who's tall, dark, and handsome and everything in her dream, that she just opens herself up to him to get knocked up. But then until she gets to his home to see how he lives, she gets to see that he lives like a pig. Dirty dishes, dirty laundry, snores and farts in his sleep, takes a shit and forgets to flush it, doesn't even wipe his ass right. Ooh, yeah. Bad breath in the morning, looking a hot mess. Then you come to see the things that makes him human. And then all of a sudden, he ain't shit. But you could have figured that out before you let him knock you up if you were not so obsessed by his physical image. Girl, you should have asked baby mama number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You thought 11 was going to be the match number? Yet, in spite of that, black Americans have been able to persevere and pull away and do their own thing in a country that was not created for them. They have their own art, some of which was taken from them, jazz, hip hop, rap, their own dialect. And even at that, a lot of the things that they started were stolen from them without credit, destroyed, burned down, called ghetto, and anything but a child of God, child. And yet they still persevere. And to me, this is one of the things that makes them very attractive to me. Like I mentioned before, when I lived in America, black Americans were my favorite group of people because their audacity, bro, their audacity is so fucking powerful. And I know that this is something that a lot of black people, a lot of people in general, but especially Africans, judge them for. I want to see how y'all survive being the black sheep of a family that does not want you, that you're required to be a part of. We can all learn from each other because we're in this shit together. We are stronger together. Uche, peace and love.
Come here, come here. Have I told you I love you? Have I told you you still mean the world to me? Have I told you I love you? I'll be your wishing well. Tell me what you owe. Listen, Tyrese, get out of those immigrant lands. We still love you, brother. Listen. Black Americans, Indigenous American Indians, I just wanted to say, if no one has told you that they love you, I love you. Listen, let's talk about having ethnic pride. Now, there are a lot of Black American celebrities who are doing for other people. They are not anchored in being Black American or fighting our fight. I'm seeing a lot of people in other lands. They're going to Africa. They're going to these Caribbean lands. Tyrese comes to mind. Tyrese, come back home. Come back home. Amanda Seales. I wanted to revisit Amanda Seales when she spoke about Haiti. And she said that if Haiti is not free, then Black Americans will not be free. She tried to put a spell on us. And there were a lot of disgruntled African Americans and Black immigrants in my comment section the other day talking about she's right. And they brought up the fact that Haiti supposedly freed other nations. Now listen, I remember, you can look this up on TikTok, type this in, Haitians getting kicked out of Africa, Haitians getting kicked out of Jamaica, Haitians getting kicked out of, I believe it was Barbados. Because these lands knew what they could and could not do, what they could not take on. And it's very interesting that people are always pulling on the history and the lineage of Black Americans and our strength to fight and persevere to uplift other groups of people. So I want y'all to start asking, Why aren't these other lands helping Haiti? Now, this video isn't really about Haiti fully, but why aren't other lands helping these people you want Black Americans to help? When it comes to advocacy of immigrants, illegal immigrants in the United States of America, why do people always want the advocacy of Black Americans? Why not the Asian Native Americans? Now, you know I interchangeably use Black American with Indigenous American Indian, but the Asian Native Americans aren't out there en masse advocating for illegal immigration. Why not? Why do people want the advocacy of Black Americans who were never made a protected class, like the so-called Asian Native Americans? Why do people want the advocacy of the group of people who were oppressed the most, who are still fighting for restorative justice, reparations, specific policies for our lineage and birthrights in the United States of America status? Why are people leeching on to my lineage? Why aren't outsiders helping outsiders? Listen, you have to have high ethnic pride and care about your lineage. Black Americans, understand, Indigenous American Indians, when you are advocating for the things you're advocating for, no one can shame you because you're doing the exact same things your ancestors were doing, fighting for their lineage and their place in the land they built and were already over here pre-slavery. People are going to argue all day about who did this and who did that. But one thing we're not going to argue about is who paved the way in this land. We're self-interested. That's how we are leading the movement, being self-interested. Our concern is not other people. I hope you all find peace, find the strength to fight. I mean, I don't want anything to happen to you. I don't want harm to happen to you guys. But I want you guys to ask other groups of people, why aren't they advocating for whoever, you fill in the blank? Stop leeching on Black Americans. Let us be.
Saying you shouldn't be proud to be a Black American isn't saying fuck everything that Black people have overcame in their history of being in this country. It's saying after doing all that overcoming by the treatment of people within this country, why the fuck would you want to claim that shit? And I'm not saying don't claim it like you're not an American, but I'm saying that's not a badge of honor to have. Like, America has been genociding motherfuckers, annihilating motherfuckers, pillaging motherfuckers since its inception. The natives, slavery, Japanese internment camps, foreign fucking affairs. America is not the hero in anybody's story except for their own, not even to all of their citizens. Like, Americans perceive themselves as Superman when they're really fucking Homelander. Like, America is not the gang you want to rep. That's not the hill you want to die on, because look how America has treated your fucking people and continues to treat your motherfucking people. Like, once again, not saying that we should just say fuck everything we've ever done, but that is the reason why we shouldn't be proud to be fucking Americans. Fuck America.
Let me stop you right there. They are racially Black. They are not ethnically Black. Now, before you get on this African American tangent, that didn't become popularized until 1988 from Jesse Jackson. Even though that term has been out longer, that wasn't a thing before then, as far as regular use. That's a whole nother story. But before that, we were Black Americans. And we had a whole movement. Say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. One thing I do know for sure is me being a child of Gen X, y'all did not consider yourselves Black. You were whatever country your people are from, American. It's just recently that y'all want to fall under Blackness, saying you're Black Americans when you're not Black Americans. Black Americans are descendants of chattel slavery in the United States of America. That's it. Not any other continent. It don't work like that. And you don't get to redefine Blackness in America for Black Americans. So I need you to go ahead and move along and get up out of my comments, because you look real stupid, because the receipts are there. The receipts are there. If you're from another country, you're that country American, especially as you continue to identify from that country. Now, if you got a Black American ancestry, then okay, you're a Black American. You're of mixed ethnicity. But to sit up here and say because you're Black and you come from another country, your people come from another country, but you're first, second, third, fourth, fifth generation in this country, that you're now all of a sudden a whole nother ethnic group that is already defined by descendants of chattel slavery in America? You sound really uneducated, especially if you're in America saying something like this. You need to do better and get up out of my comments, because you about 5 seconds from me deleting you and putting you out with the trash. Okay? Okay.
Of Black Americans that agree that one ethnicity or race is less than. But everyone is racist against Black Americans.
Hello.
Asians, East Asian, South Asian, obviously white people, Europeans, Australians, Arabs of the Middle East, or even Northern Africa. Native Americans, Africans. Africans have found a way to be racist against Black Americans, Latin Americans, Dominicans. Why is everyone obsessed with you people? It is so disconcerting. It makes absolutely no sense to me. They steal everything from you, your language, your music, your style, your food, and then they say none of that exists, that you are people without a culture. Oh, there must be something real special about you guys if you have the entire world on your ass for nothing. Everyone has a notion of what a Black American is or does. They think they know. Most of these people haven't even met a Black American person in their life. As an Ethiopian American, I've had to work to untangle my identity as an Ethiopian from the real life lived experiences and heritage of foundational Black Americans, because there is a difference. And the more I untangle, the more I just realize how preoccupied the globe is with Black American people.
Shouts out to my Ethiopian sis for keeping it real, because I promise to God, like, do y'all will not understand how many people will get up in my comments and tell me I am lying. Nobody's obsessed with you. Nobody cares about you. You're the least desirable. You're at the bottom. Well, they don't say it to me directly because, yeah, but they say it about Black Americans in general. Like, nobody likes Black Americans, blah, blah, blah. Like, they just talk so much shit. And the fact that people really are racist towards us, everybody. I've experienced racism. I don't even think it was intentional, but I have a friend that's like Southeast Asian, right? And she literally put me in an Uber home from her place, which was like maybe almost $100, because her parents were coming over. And she was like, oh, they would flip if they saw you here. Why would they flip? Yet a Dominican girl that she knew went to her parents' house for dinner. And I knew this girl, this woman, years before she met this Dominican woman. I'd never seen the parents, never met them. And she said they would have flipped. So she put me in an Uber home. My Puerto Rican boyfriend, he was my high school sweetheart. His grandmother, he was Puerto Rican and Panamanian. His grandmother used to call me a slave. She used to say, "You're my slave." And he used to like laugh it off and be like, "Grandma, you can't say that." And I was young. I didn't really know, better to be like, what the fuck? Like, me now would be like, oh, hell no. I miss Abuela. And then his aunt had a girlfriend that was Italian, and she was racist too. She used to be like, "Oh, well, you're one of the good Blacks, but you know, the ghetto loud Blacks, I don't really like to be around them, but you're a good Black person." Like, I would literally experience all of these fucking blatant microaggressions, but I didn't understand what was going on because I was like young, And now that I'm older and I look back, I'm like, damn, I spent so much time around people that were racist toward Black Americans. And I've told y'all plenty of stories about my Caribbean friends and African people and how they would talk down and say they were better. And it's just really, really ironic how everybody literally is really super obsessed with Black Americans. Let's not even get into white people. Like the blackface, the minstrel shows, it is all rooted in being obsessed. Like, they cannot stop observing us, watching us, studying us, stalking us, harassing us, wanting to be in proximity with us, while simultaneously saying they have Black fatigue, which they stole and colonized that term from a Black woman. It's just crazy. Like, I feel like we live in an upside down. And the Native Americans, a lot of them say the N-word, and a lot of them are racist. Hawaiians, like people all over the world, people that have never even encountered us. It's just really, really, really ridiculous. But it just lets me know that we are, and people don't like to hear this because they get offended, but we really are the celebrities of this fucking physical realm. We really are some chosen ass people, and we really are the true Americans. And that's the big secret. Everybody knows that. This is our land.
We coming to get our shit back. A lot of us are reclaiming our shit back by doing genealogy the correct way. This is our home, and this is where everyone wants to be. We are the gatekeepers of the land of the milk and honey. And the sooner we all collectively start to realize that and stop repping other people's sets and claiming that we other shit that we're fucking not, because we're not. We're not from over yonder. We're not. Some of us are an amalgamation. Some of us are we a little mixed up with a couple of things here and there. But for the most part, we are from here. And this is the littest fucking spot on the earth. Everybody wants to come to America, bruv. I don't give a fuck. I don't care which way you want to turn the motherfucking key. Everybody wants to come to America, okay? When you go to other parts of a country, of the world, and you see what Americans were depicted as in the days of old, it looked like me with a curly cakey fro with some blue, white, and red feathers. Go and do some motherfucking research, bitch. They've been lying like a motherfucker. They've been lying. That is the secret. The lie, the scam, the dupe is that we're from here. It is us. We are at the center of the fucking universe because it does not make any sense. Like, everybody is way too consumed with Black Americans. People that never even fucking lived in a neighborhood with us talking about Black on Black crime. How the hell is what I do how does me being a baby mama affect your life? It's just, it gets to a point. Spread love and step away.
There's a bunch of kids there. I really like, everybody else says that they seen something, but really I was already turned around to the kids. So I just heard shots. So I didn't like, I was turned around to the kids. Like, I just started to run after all the kids that I seen fall. And I started to carry them, and I noticed that when the police came, that they didn't run to the kids. They were like still pointing the guns. And I was like, the kids is dying. And they wouldn't listen.
He says he and Luciano Guerrero are in jail right now because they are on parole and they were here at the scene of the shooting when it happened.
Week has passed since 4 children were murdered at a birthday party in Shoccton. The reward money just doubled to $130,000. And then investigators made an arrest that nobody saw coming. Not a shooter, not a witness who finally broke their silence, but the father of the birthday girl herself, a man with deep gang ties who was celebrating his 2-year-old daughter's party when bullets started flying. The question everyone's asking now is, was he just a father at the wrong place at the wrong time? Or does he know exactly who pulled those triggers? And if he knows, why isn't he talking? Before we dive into these shocking new developments, if you want to stay updated on cases like this where every day brings new twists, hit that like button, subscribe to One Crime at a Time, and click the bell icon so you never miss an update that could change everything. Let me catch you up to speed if you're just joining us on this case. November 30th, 2025. A banquet hall in North Shoccton. 150 people gathered to celebrate a 2-year-old girl's birthday. Cake ready, decorations up, families laughing. Then gunfire. Multiple shooters, investigators believe, walked in and opened fire. When the smoke cleared, 4 young people were dead. Susano Archuleta, 21 years old. Amari Peterson, just 14. And 2 8-year-olds, Maya Lupian and Journey Rose Rio Tudor Guerrero. 13 others were injured. The shooters vanished into the night. And for a week, despite a massive investigation involving the FBI, ATF, and local agencies, nobody has been charged with those murders. But here's where things get really interesting. This past week, between December 5th and 7th, the case took several dramatic turns that I need to walk you through, because they change how we understand what happened that night. Let's start with the money. When law enforcement really wants someone caught, they put up serious cash. Initially, the reward for information leading to arrests was around $75,000. Not bad, right? Enough to tempt someone who might be on the fence about coming forward. But clearly, that wasn't enough because nobody was talking. So authorities decided to make it impossible to ignore. On Friday, December 6th, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, the ATF, announced they were adding $20,000 to the pot. And here's the kicker. Shoccton Crime Stoppers, who had originally put up $25,000, suddenly increased their contribution to $55,000. That's an additional 30,000 from one organization alone. Do the math with me. Shoccton Crime Stoppers is now offering 55,000. The FBI already had 50,000 on the table. The ATF just added 20,000. The Youth Peace and Justice Foundation threw in 5,000. We're talking about $130,000 total. Let me put that in perspective for you. That's more than what many people in Shoccton make in 2 or 3 years of working full-time jobs. That's a down payment on a house. That's life-changing money. And here's something crucial about the Crime Stoppers portion. They specifically stated that a conviction isn't required. You just need to provide information that leads to an arrest. The suspect could walk free eventually, and you'd still get paid. They're removing every excuse, every rationalization for staying silent. So why aren't people talking? Well, that brings us to the elephant in the room. Gang violence. And not just any gang involvement, but deep, multi-generational, intertwined networks of criminal organizations that have roots throughout California and beyond. Monday, December 2nd, just 2 days after the shooting, authorities arrested someone who was at that party. His name is Luciano Guerrero, known on the streets as Nano. He's 22 years old. And here's the detail that should make your jaw drop. Luciano Guerrero is the father of the 2-year-old birthday girl. This was his daughter's party, his child's second birthday celebration. He was there when bullets started flying and children started dying. He watched his daughter's birthday party transform into a massacre. And now he's sitting in jail. But before you jump to conclusions, let me be crystal clear about something. Authorities have not accused Guerrero of involvement in the shooting itself. He's not charged with murder. He's not being called a suspect in the deaths of those 4 young people. So what's he arrested for? A parole violation. See, Guerrero was on parole when he attended that party, and apparently just being present at the scene was enough to violate the terms of his release. Now here's where this gets really complicated. When Guerrero appeared in court on Thursday, December 5th, court documents revealed he's facing 37 felony and misdemeanor counts. 37 charges. That sounds insane, right? Like they're throwing the book at him for the shooting? But hold on. The San Joaquin Sheriff's Office clarified that these 37 charges aren't new. They're remanded charges, meaning they're from previous cases that are being brought back up. The only new charge is the parole violation itself. So he's not being charged with anything related to the shooting, but his past is catching up to him at a very convenient time for investigators. And what a past it is. Guerrero has prior convictions for carrying a loaded firearm as an active street gang member. He's been convicted of evading a peace officer. In 2021, he caught a misdemeanor firearm conviction. But here's what really matters. Court records from 2023 show that Guerrero admitted to an affiliation with the Serenos. If you're not familiar with California gang dynamics, let me break this down for you. The Serenos are a Southern California-based network of Mexican-American street gangs that align with the Mexican Mafia prison gang. We're not talking about some neighborhood crew. We're talking about an organization with connections throughout the California prison system and deep roots in communities across the state. But wait, there's more. Shoccton police have classified Guerrero as an active member of not one but 2 gangs. The Asian Boys and the Muddy Boys. Now, you might be wondering how someone affiliated with Serenos is also connected to the Asian Boys. Welcome to modern gang dynamics, where alliances shift, territories overlap, and individuals can have connections to multiple organizations. The Asian Boys started as an Asian American gang, but have expanded their membership over decades. The Muddy Boys are a Stockton-specific gang with their own territory and beefs. So the father of the birthday girl is an active gang member with connections to multiple criminal organizations. His 2-year-old daughter's party gets shot up. 4 people die, including 2 8-year-olds. And he's not talking, at least not publicly. He's sitting in county jail on no bail, facing those 37 remanded charges plus the parole violation. And his next court appearance is scheduled for Thursday, December 11th. Now, I want you to think about this situation from multiple angles, because it's not as simple as it might seem at first glance. On one hand, you could argue that Guerrero is a victim here too. His daughter's birthday party was attacked. Children were murdered at an event he hosted for his 2-year-old. He could have been killed himself. His daughter could have been hit by a stray bullet. From that perspective, he's a parent who experienced a nightmare, and now he's being punished for past mistakes while dealing with trauma. That's one way to see it. But here's another perspective. Multiple shooters walked into that banquet hall and opened fire. Investigators have said from the beginning this was a targeted attack, not random violence. Mayor Christina Fugazi stated it was likely the result of group gang violence. There was apparently a rapper at the party who might have been the intended target. And now we know the host of the party, the father of the birthday girl, is an active member of multiple gangs with previous weapons convictions and ties to the Serenos. Is it possible, just possible, that Guerrero knows exactly who those shooters were and why they came? Is it possible he knows which gang they represent and what beef led to this attack? And is it possible that despite 4 children being dead, including 2 who were only 8 years old, gang loyalty and fear of retaliation are keeping his mouth shut? The San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office noted their concern that witnesses are not being forthcoming with information. They've urged people to come forward, even anonymously. But 150 people were in that hall. 150 witnesses to a mass shooting that killed children. And even with $130,000 on the table, even with the promise of anonymity, people aren't talking. What does that tell you about the level of fear in this community? What does it tell you about the power these gangs hold over people? San Joaquin County District Attorney Ron Freitas tried to reassure the public, saying justice takes time and they want it done correctly. They have the team in place necessary to get justice for the victims. But it's been a week. The shooters are still free. And every day that passes is another day they could hurt someone else, another day for evidence to disappear, another day for witnesses to forget details or convince themselves staying silent is the safer option. Let me tell you about something that happened on Friday, December 6th, 6 days after the shooting. People gathered outside that banquet hall on Lucille Avenue for a cleansing ceremony. Stephen Bojorks organized it, bringing in practitioners to perform a traditional Native American cleansing to bless the area and the space where the shooting took place. They're trying to remove the spiritual stain of violence, trying to heal ground that was soaked with children's blood. A memorial has grown at the site. Candles, flowers, stuffed animals, handwritten notes. The physical manifestations of a community's grief. But here's what's interesting about that ceremony and that memorial. People came to mourn. They came to pay respects. They came to pray and cleanse and remember. But did any of them come forward with information about who the shooters were? The sheriff's office says no. The silence continues. Now, there is some good news for the victims and their families, at least financially. The state's Victim Compensation Board announced that people injured in the shooting, along with families of those killed, could qualify for up to $70,000 in crime-related expenses. That covers things like medical bills, funeral costs, counseling, lost wages. It doesn't bring anyone back, but it removes some of the financial burden that comes with tragedy. Victims can contact the San Joaquin Victim Witness Assistance Center to apply. And of course, Burna Boy's generous offer to cover funeral expenses for all 4 young victims means those families don't have to worry about burial costs on top of everything else. But money doesn't solve the fundamental problem here. For murderers are walking around free. And I want you to really think about what that means. These are people who walked into a room full of children and opened fire. They didn't care that there were babies there. They didn't care that it was a 2-year-old's birthday party. They had a target, and they were willing to kill anyone in the way. That level of callous disregard for human life, especially the lives of children, tells you something about who these people are. They're not going to suddenly develop a conscience. They're not going to turn themselves in out of guilt. They're dangerous, and they're out there. Investigators have revealed a few details about physical evidence. Weapons were found on the roof of the banquet hall. On the roof. Think about that for a second. Either the shooters went up there after the attack to stash guns, or someone else at the party was armed and ditched their weapon when police arrived. Either way, authorities haven't confirmed whether those weapons were used in the attack. They're being tested, processed for fingerprints and DNA, but no public announcements have been made about matches. The investigation involves multiple agencies working together. The FBI created a dedicated tip website specifically for this case. The ATF is involved because of the weapons component. Local agencies from Shoccton, Manteca, and the sheriff's office are all contributing resources. Everyone wants this solved. Everyone wants justice for Susano, Amari, Maya, and Journey. But wanting it and getting it are 2 very different things when an entire community is too terrified to speak. And that's really what this comes down to, isn't it? Fear. These gangs have created an environment where people would rather let child killers walk free than risk becoming targets themselves. Because if you talk, if you provide that information that leads to arrests, what happens next? Sure, you might get $130,000. But you also might get a target on your back. Your family might be in danger. Your home might get shot up next. And law enforcement, as much as they promise protection, can't be with you 24/7. They can't guarantee your safety forever. So people make the calculation that silence is survival, even when that silence means justice denied for murdered children. Here's something that keeps me up at night about this case. Journey Rose Rio Tudor Guerrero, one of the 8-year-old victims who died, we just learned her full name this week. For days, she was just referred to as one of the children killed. Now we know her name, Journey. Her parents named her Journey, probably filled with hope about the life adventure ahead of her. And her journey ended at 8 years old at a birthday party. She should be in 3rd grade right now, worrying about homework and playground drama. Instead, her family is planning her funeral. The same for Maya Lupian, the other 8-year-old. For Amari Peterson, 14 years old with a 3.8 GPA and dreams of athletic success. For Susano Archuleta, just 21, who spent his final moments trying to protect others. These weren't criminals. These weren't gang members. These were innocent people who happened to be in the wrong place when violence erupted around them. And whoever killed them is still out there, living their life, maybe sleeping soundly at night, maybe haunted by what they did, but definitely free. Luciano Guerrero sits in jail with no bail, facing those 37 charges. His next court appearance is Thursday, December 11th. Will he talk then? Will he provide information about who shot up his daughter's party? Or will he maintain the code of silence that seems to govern so much of Shoccton's gang culture? His attorney will likely advise him to focus on his own legal problems, not help police with their investigation. And legally, that's probably smart advice. But morally, how do you stay silent when you know who killed children? Unless, of course, he doesn't know. Unless he really was just a father throwing a birthday party who happened to have gang connections, but wasn't involved in whatever beef led to the shooting. It's possible. Just because he's affiliated doesn't mean he orchestrated or had knowledge of the attack. Maybe he's as much a victim as anyone else there. Maybe he's traumatized and angry and wants the shooters caught too, but is caught between his past and his present, unable to help even if he wanted to because it would put him and his family at greater risk. The complexity of this situation is what makes it so frustrating. There are no clear villains except the shooters themselves. Guerrero could be a victim, a witness, or someone with knowledge who's staying silent. We don't know. The 150 people at that party, some of them surely saw the shooters' faces, surely could identify them. But they're staying quiet out of fear, and that fear is legitimate based on the reality of gang retaliation. Law enforcement is doing everything they can, throwing resources at the case, increasing reward money, but they need witnesses to come forward and witnesses won't. So where does that leave us? 1 week after 4 young people were murdered at a child's birthday party, we have no suspects publicly identified. No arrests for the actual shooting. A father with gang ties sitting in jail on unrelated charges. A community paralyzed by fear. Reward money that's climbed to $130,000 with no takers. And 4 families trying to figure out how to bury their children while knowing the people who killed them are still free. The ATF has a toll-free tip line, 1-888-283-8477, that spells ATF tips. Shoccton Crime Stoppers can be reached at 209-946-0600, and they guarantee anonymity. The San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office has their tip line at 209-468-4400. The FBI has that dedicated website, tips.fbi.gov. Multiple ways to provide information, multiple agencies ready to act on leads, 130,000 reasons to speak up. And still silence. What breaks that silence? Does it take another shooting? Does it take someone's own family member being killed before they decide enough is enough? Does it take a gang member having a crisis of conscience and deciding children's lives matter more than street loyalty? What's the breaking point? And here's another question worth considering. If Guerrero does know something, if he could help solve this case, should he be offered a deal? Should authorities say, tell us who the shooters are and we'll drop some of these charges, we'll work with you on your sentencing, we'll help protect you and your family? Is that justice, making deals with gang members to catch other gang members? Or is it pragmatic necessity when the alternative is letting murderers walk free? These are the impossible choices that come up in cases like this. There's no clean solution. There's no scenario where everyone gets what they deserve and justice is perfectly served. It's messy and complicated and frustrating. But at the end of the day, for young people are dead. Their families deserve answers. They deserve to see the people who killed their loved ones held accountable. They deserve justice, even if the path to get there is imperfect. The case continues. Investigators keep working leads, keep processing evidence, keep hoping for that one tip that breaks everything open. The reward keeps climbing. The memorials keep growing. And the shooters keep walking free, at least for now. Think about what it means that we've become a society where this is just another news story. For children murdered at a birthday party, and after a week, national media has moved on. Local coverage continues, sure, but the rest of the country has forgotten or never paid attention in the first place. What does that say about us? What does it say about how we value certain lives over others? What does it say about our collective desensitization to gun violence? And what about the 2-year-old birthday girl at the center of all this? She's too young to understand now, but someday she'll be old enough to ask questions. She'll want to know what happened at her second birthday party. She'll learn that 4 people died, including 2 girls just a few years older than she was. She'll learn her father is in jail. She'll learn about gang violence and retaliation, and all the ugliness that destroyed what should have been a happy memory. How does a parent even begin to explain that? How does that child process growing up knowing her birthday is also the anniversary of a massacre? So here's what I'm asking you. If you were in that banquet hall that night, if you saw something, if you know something, at what point does fear take a back seat to conscience? At what point do you decide that $130,000 and doing the right thing outweighs the risk of retaliation? And if you're watching this from outside Shoccton, from a place where this level of violence seems foreign and impossible, what responsibility do you have to care about this story? What responsibility do we all have to demand better, to refuse to accept that this is just how things are in certain communities? Comment your thoughts below. Tell me where you stand on witness protection versus community safety, on making deals with gang members to catch other gang members, on whether someone like Guerrero should be pressured to talk even if he claims not to know anything. Hit that like button if this case made you think. Share this with someone who needs to understand what's happening in communities like Shoccton, where violence has become so normalized that even the murder of children doesn't break the code of silence. And subscribe and turn on those notification bells, because this case is far from over, and when arrests finally happen, you'll want to know immediately. If you found this case as compelling and frustrating as I did, visit One Crime at a Time to watch our complete coverage from day one, including the full story of what happened that night and Burna Boy's incredible response. We cover cases that matter, stories that deserve attention, victims who deserve to be remembered, and we'll keep following this until justice is served, however long that takes.
Stop the violence now. As they celebrated life, someone came in and took, robbed, destroyed families.
Before we go any further, I need to set the record straight. In part 1, I got some names mixed up, and I don't do sloppy journalism. So let me clear this up real quick. I said the party was for Nano's daughter. That part's true. But I mixed up who Nano was versus who Flyboy Dowie was. So here's what actually happened, based on court documents that just came out. The woman who hosted that party, her name is Patrice Williams. She threw the celebration for her 2-year-old daughter at Monkey Space Banquet Hall. And the little girl's father, that's Luciano Guerrero, aka Nano. He's a rapper. And Billy Williams, also known as Flyboy Dowie, is Patrice's brother, the little girl's uncle. So Nano and Flyboy Dowie are not the same person. They're only related through the 2-year-old birthday girl. Nano is the father, Billy is the uncle, and MB Nell, the Filipino-American rapper with millions of Spotify streams, who was also the real target in that shooting, is Nano's cousin. Now that we got that out the way, let me tell you what happened after the shooting, because this story gets deeper. It's been 8 days since that Saturday night massacre. 8 whole days, and the shooters are still out there. But while the community was mourning and the affected families were planning funerals for their children. Something else was happening. Two men were about to walk into a courtroom. And what came out in those court hearings, it changed everything we thought we knew about that party. Monday morning, December 2nd, 2 days after the shooting, California Department of Corrections agents showed up and arrested Luciano Guerrero, 22 years old, the father of the birthday girl. Then they arrested Billy Williams, 25 years old, the uncle of the birthday girl. Now the sheriff's office was very clear. These two men are not suspects in the shooting. They didn't pull the triggers, but they were arrested for parole violation. See, both of them were on parole, and one of the conditions of their parole, they're not allowed to be around known gang members. And according to court documents, that party had several gang members present, which means just by showing up alone, they violated parole, even though they showed up for a family member. Think about that. A man can't attend his own daughter's second birthday without catching a case because of who else was there. That's how deep the gang ties run in this situation. And on that same Monday, something else came to light. Sheriff Patrick Withrow revealed that two more victims had come forward. Two women who were grazed by bullets that night showed up at a hospital, but they didn't come forward until Monday, 2 full days after the shooting. You know what that tells me? Fear. Those women were scared. Scared of being identified, scared of retaliation, and of being labeled a snitch. That brings the total number of people shot to 17, 4 dead, 13 injured, 17 people. At a 2-year-old's birthday party, Thursday, December 5th, both men appeared in court. Luciano Guerrero walked into that San Joaquin County courtroom in an orange jail jumpsuit. First time facing a judge since his arrest Monday morning. The prosecutor laid it out. Guerrero has 2 cases pending. Back in 2023, he was sentenced to 2 years for carrying a loaded firearm in public while being an active gang member, plus evading a peace officer while driving recklessly. He served 7 months, got out on parole. Court documents say Guerrero is a self-admitted member of the Sureños, identified by the federal government as a criminal street gang. Shoccton police also classify him as a member of the Asian Boys/Muddy Boys. The judge didn't set bail for the parole violation, but Guerrero had a previous bail of $250,000 on another case, so they just doubled it, $500,000. His next court date, December 11th. A few floors down in that same courthouse, Billy Williams had his hearing. Williams has a criminal history that includes felony charges, injury to a spouse, domestic violence, false imprisonment, felony vandalism, and willful cruelty to a child. The parole office asked that Williams serve 180 days in county jail. His attorney asked for more time. The judge agreed to postpone. Williams' next court date is Monday, December 8th. But here's what makes this fascinating. Between his arrest and his court appearance, Billy Williams agreed to do an interview. From jail, KCRA3's Anahita Jafari sat down with Flyboy Doey at the San Joaquin County Jail. And what he said? It paints a completely different picture than what you might expect. Williams said he thought he heard balloons popping at first. His back was turned toward the entrance, so he didn't see who was shooting. Then he turned around and saw kids falling. Listen to what he said in his own words.
There's a bunch of kids there. I really, like everybody else says that they seen something, but really I was already turned around to the kids. So I just heard shots. So I didn't I was turned around to the kids. I just started to run after all the kids that I seen fall. And I started to carry them, and I noticed that when the police came, that they didn't run to the kids. They were still pointing the guns. And I was like, the kids is dying. And they wouldn't listen.
He said police took a long time to get into the building. He was trying to carry kids out to safety, and officers had their weapons drawn, treating the scene like there might still be an active shooter. Now, we can debate police tactics all day, but what Billy Williams is saying is this. He was trying to save those kids. But the most heartbreaking voice in all of this, it's Patrice Williams. Patrice said they were getting ready to cut the birthday cake when the gunfire started.
All we heard was gunshots, and everybody just dove to the ground. I actually thought it was my balloons popping. It was gunshots.
You know, the kind of sound you expect at a kid's party? Then she realized gunshots, and the casualties, they hit her circle.
So shocked and lost, and I'm lost of words, I'm speechless, and I just want to say I'm sorry to all the mothers out there that lost their kids at my birthday party. Daughter's dad, niece, both his nieces passed away.
8-year-old Journey Rose and 8-year-old Maya were family.
I'm sorry. My sister actually got shot. My cousin got shot. My son's friend got shot. My 3 of my friends got shot. My friend's baby dad got shot and got killed.
Patrice Williams is carrying guilt that she should not have to carry. And her advice to other parents now?
Try not to be in public all the time with your kids because anything can happen and bullet do not have a name. I believe that if you guys ever have a birthday party, just have a birthday party indoors and don't be outside.
That's where we're at in Shoccton. A mother is telling other mothers, keep your kids inside because even a birthday party isn't safe anymore. Now, while all this was happening, while families were grieving, while men were being arrested, while the community was trying to make sense of this, KCRA 3 started investigating the venue.
What we know about this property, how it was being used. What did you find, Lizzie?
Well, we talked to the county, and we know that San Joaquin County requires any business to first get a license to operate from them. And the county tells us that never happened in this case. They say the county never got a request from anyone to operate a business at this location on Lucille Avenue near Thornton Road. That's where a child's birthday party turned into the scene of a deadly mass shooting last weekend.
Monkey Space is associated with a man named Willie Collins. On his Instagram, he described it as a content creation compound and a multifaceted facility.
Right now, I'm working on a project with a content creation compound in Stockton. It's called Monkey Space, and it's a multifaceted facility where you're going to be able to have a one-stop shop. Everything is built in to be able to help artists and create connections, and it'd be a hub for a piece of the pie of California.
Before Monkey Space, that building used to be the Kudos Children's Theater. It closed in February 2025. Sometime after that, Monkey Space opened up. KCRA 3 tried to reach Willie Collins for comment. He hasn't responded. And to be very clear, there's no indication that Monkey Space has any ties to the shooting or is under investigation by law enforcement for the shooting. But the question remains, how was a venue operating for months without proper permits? How was it advertising events, taking money, and nobody shut it down? That party had over 100 people in it. If there had been a fire, if there had been any other emergency, was that building even up to code? These are the questions people are asking now. By Thursday, it had been 6 days since the shooting. No arrests, no suspects named publicly. Former FBI Assistant Special Agent Tom Parker, who used to be in charge of the Los Angeles division, explained to ABC 10 why investigators might be holding back information.
From the FBI's perspective, what is that federal assistance look like? And is there a reason that they may be holding off on providing any information to the public if they have it?
It certainly has a lot of the indicators of it being a gang-related shooting, and especially if people that were present at the scene when this happened are refusing to give statements. That's an indicator as well that they possibly know who the shooters were, or they know the reasons for the shooting, and they don't want to publicly give any information about that because technically that could put a target on their back.
The FBI and ATF are now assisting.
The resources that they have that usually, especially in terms of scientific investigation and the labs, usually exceeds that of local police department.
People were there, they saw what happened, but they're not talking. Let's talk about the reward. In part 1, we told you it was $75,000. By Friday, December 6th, it jumped to $130,000. That is a massive reward, and it tells you how seriously law enforcement is taking this. If you've got information, you can submit tips several ways. San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, 209-946-0600, anonymous tips accepted. Even the smallest detail could help crack this case. While investigators were working the case, the community was hurting. Thursday night, members of several churches gathered at the shooting site. They didn't wait for an official organization. Community members just showed up to pray.
Yeah, I'm here at the crime scene where an emotional prayer vigil is underway. And just earlier, two little boys came by on their bikes. One of them tells me he played football with the 14-year-old victim. They have a lot of questions about what happened here, as does the community. In fact, more questions remain than answers.
Oh, great God in heaven.
Emotional prayer vigil in Stockton Thursday night. After gunfire turned deadly at a toddler's birthday party Saturday.
Prayer indeed is going on in this time of tragedy.
So you saw them, you know who did this, and you're sitting on that information because you're scared. I get it. Stockton's code is real. Snitches get stitches. Everybody knows that. But let me ask you something. What code allows you to shoot up a 2-year-old's birthday party? What code allows you to gun down 8-year-olds? Bernice Bass said it best, you lost your stripes. There's no honor in protecting people who did this. There's no code. There's no loyalty. There's just cowardice. And if you're worried about retaliation, that's what the anonymous tip line is for. Crime Stoppers will pay you $55,000 just for the arrest. You don't have to testify. You don't have to go to court. You don't even have to give your name. 209-946-0600. Anonymous. Journey's classmates are putting flowers on her empty desk. Maya's family is planning a funeral instead of a 9th birthday party. Amari's basketball team dedicated their season to him. Susano's brother held him as he died. And Patrice Williams, the woman who just wanted her family together for her baby's birthday, is apologizing to mothers who lost their children at her party. This has to stop. Not next month, not next year. Now, if you know something, say something. $130,000. Anonymous. Do the right thing, because those babies deserved better. Their families deserve justice, and Stockton deserves to be a place where you can throw a birthday party without worrying about bullets flying. Say their names one more time. Journey Rose Ria Tudor Guerrero, 8 years old. Maya Lupian, 8 years old. Amari Peterson, 14 years old. Susano Archuleta, 21 years old. They mattered. Their lives mattered, and their deaths cannot be in vain. Rest in peace to all 4 of them. And to whoever's out there with information, your conscience is talking to you right now. Listen to it.
That a 14-year-old, that a 21-year-old was killed in our city. I'm mad as hell because literally a couple of hours before the shooting happened, I was in the exact same parking lot getting my haircut. I'm mad as hell when I hear that a friend of mine was shot at this event. I'm mad as hell that there's so much happening in our city, and it seems as if sometimes we can't come together. So today, I want to speak to all of the churches that are present. I want to speak to all of the community activists that are present, that if city officials are having a hard time opening up community centers, that we have to open up our churches. I want to speak to all of our churches to let us know that if we don't have the funding, if we are not considered, hallelujah, a community-based organization, we are a community-based organization. Every time we have parishioners, we are the community. We have to come together to add resources and value to our city. I want to speak to all of those nonprofit organizations and let us know that our city needs us like never before. I see balloons over bullets. I see so many different organizations that are represented here. We have to stand up. I want to speak to our city officials. It's crazy how a lot of times while confusion is happening, while fighting and division is happening, while political war is happening, the devil is scheming on our city to destroy our city. A lot of times when God allows tragedies to happen, it's to course correct where our focus is. And I'm reminded when Jesus threw over the tables in the temple. He threw over the tables over the chaos that was happening. But after Jesus was mad, he began to heal and do miracles. So after this moment, we have a responsibility to do something, not just allow this to be another vigil, not just come here for the cameras, not just come here because we want to check something off of our list, but all of us have a responsibility 365 days. So Shoccton, I want to call us to rise up. I want to call us to course correct. I want to call us to come together as a community to stand up and say, if you see something, say something. And all of us that's here that love Shoccton, I want us to talk to our children. I want us to talk to our family members, because not only were our family members the victims, but if we be honest, it was our cousins who were the aggressors as well. We have a responsibility to speak to our family and get back to family and back to community. So I want to just pray for 30 seconds. And as I pray, I want us to bow our heads as I pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come against violence. We come against gang violence in the city of Shoccton, California. Father, I pray in the name of Jesus that as we're at this prayer vigil, I pray, dear God, you will convict our hearts right now. Father, I pray that we have the ability to put aside our differences. I pray in the name of Jesus that, God, as we come together, no matter who we are a part of, no matter what church we are a part of, no matter what community organization we are a part of, God, I pray that you will convict our hearts to where we will put the people first. In the name of God, I pray that, God, you will give us the focus, you will give us the strategy. God, I pray that you will give us the ability to come together and put aside our differences, because children are dying in the city of Shoccton, California, and we make the decision as a city, not on our watch. Although we're here and we're mad as hell, we're going to leave with a strategy. Although we are mad as hell, we're going to leave saying, devil, you will not have the city and the spirit of death that is over the city of Shoccton, California. We served you an eviction notice today, and we say, get the hell out of our city, get the hell out of our community, and God, we give you glory that a change is coming to Shoccton, California. In Jesus' name, amen, and thank God.
Pastor William Garman for Hilliard, 80s Organization in Shoccton. Just want to share a couple of words and close this video. My brothers and sisters, my heart is heavy and my spirit is deeply grieved. 4 lives, age 8, 9, 14, and 21, has been taken from us. 19 more sons and daughters have been injured, and this devastation unfolded at a children's party, a place that should have been filled with laughter, safety, joy, and innocence. Tonight, Shoccton is hurting. Parents are hurting. Grandparents are hurting. Siblings are grieving and are entire sick. Lord, when will this stop? But even in the valley of shadows, I declare to you, God has not abandoned Shoccton. We refuse to let violence have the final word. And we refuse to allow darkness to drown out the light of hope, this city that we love. Now is the time for Shoccton to stand shoulder to shoulder, not divided by neighborhood, background, or last name, but unite by compassion, justice, and unshakable resolve to protect our children. This is the moment for pastors, teachers, activists, mothers, fathers, and leaders to lock arms and say, we will not let gun violence define us. We will not bury our hope. We will rise together. We honor the lives we lost. We embrace the families who are in pain. And we commit ourselves to work, praying, advocating, and rebuilding. Because Shoccton's story is not over. Hope is still alive. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, God who heals broken seed and binds up shattered hearts, We come to you tonight trembling but trusting. Lord, for families are facing a pain too deep for words. 19 families are sitting in hospital rooms praying for miracles. An entire community is standing in disbelief. So God, we need you. Stretch your arms over Shoccton. Cover every mother who can't stop crying, every father who was angry, confused, and hurting, every child who saw things children should never see.
Peace, love, and reparations. Welcome to Black Star TV 2.0. It's your boy Black Star. Make sure you come in and hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this on all your platforms. Good morning, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. What's going on, family? What's up with my FBA family? What's going on? Tell me where you from. Shout out that in the comments. What's going on? I want to break down a couple things today, family, and I want to talk about Pan-Africanism and should we practice Pan-Africanism over lineage-based policies and lineage-based culture. Should we be on that type of time first, or should we be on Pan-Africanism? Now, Dr. Mayat is doing a video. This didn't play yet. I thought it played already. I thought she was going to already do it, but she had brought this African guy up there to respond to FBA claims that Pan-Africanism isn't practiced in Africa. Now, I don't say that it isn't practiced in Africa. I believe that Pan-Africanism is practiced in Africa, but it doesn't trickle down to foundational Black Americans. As when we do things for Africa, it trickles down to them. But whenever they do Pan-Africanism, it doesn't come over here and trickle down to us. I would even claim that when the Pan-Africanists who are foundational Black Americans, right? The Pan-Africanists who are foundational Black American, I even claim that when y'all do things in a Pan-African, on Pan-African terms, it's always for Africans. It's never for us. Name something that you Pan-Africans did that benefited us. And I know it hasn't, because I've never benefited from anything Pan-African. And I've been on this earth 43 years. But I want to go to something, family, because they do practice Pan-Africanism in Africa, right? They do practice it. And I'm going to show you who they practicing it with. They just not practicing it with us, right? In 2020, Africa's natural resources were pledged to back nearly 66 billion in loans made for the most part from China's state-controlled development, Exim Bank, right? So it says, given these demands, the projects of IMF estimates that African countries could reap 10% of the cumulative global revenues from copper, nickel, cobalt, lithium, which together are estimated to reach $16 trillion over 25 years. And this is what I'm talking about, family, right? This is what I'm talking about they give the resources to all these other people. You don't give these resources to foundational Black Americans. We don't get any of this stuff. No. Let me read further, a little bit further down. It says Dr. Anga Adusian, whatever, I can't pronounce that, head of the African Development Bank Group, AFDB, puts it, Africa has no reason to be poor. If the continent manages its natural resources well, with the right policies, investments, infrastructure, logistics, and financing in place, Dr. Adisi believes many African countries can make development strides in a relative short period of time. And yes, I believe that you can. And again, Pan-Africanism, if we did unify with all Africans and all Black people globally, in practicality, yes, that is dangerous. Yes, it is. And it's probably more dangerous than us just dealing with ourselves, with FBAs just dealing with our own lineage. It is more dangerous, but in reality, let's get away from practicality. In reality, it's not working, right? In reality, these are the people they deal with. These are the people they deal with. They allow these people to abuse them, put hands on them, but then you sit here and make all these deals. You ain't calling him a Nakata. He's not a Jarrell, an Embiid, or a Yankee. He's not any of that, right? All they do is go upside you niggas' heads. He telling, this Chinese man right here telling them to shoot him. He's telling them to shoot him.
What my money?
He said, I want my money.
What my money? Shoot me now. Shoot me.
No, this is who y'all uniting with. This is who y'all doing the deals with. All the infrastructure, the 16 trillion. No, they are practicing Pan-Africanism in Africa. You just not practicing it with foundational Black Americans. That's a fact. So I already know this fucking video about to be straight BS. We know it's about to be BS. Ain't no Pan-Africanism being practiced over there. Not even amongst each other is not being practiced. That's a lie. That's why they all running over here. And again, I still haven't got, and I put a comment in her video. I'm gonna show you. I put a comment in her video. I said, if they have all the resources, why are they not sharing with us? Why would we unite with someone who does not want to share their resources? The Arab, the Chinese, the white man gets it. So why can't we? If they claim we are the ones they want to unite with, well, I say come off the resources and kick rocks. Facts. Facts. We're not going to sit here and play these games. All y'all do is come over here. Y'all eat off the backs of us. Not all of y'all neither. Not all of y'all, because a tether is someone who deliberately comes over here undermining us, cosplaying as us while undermining us at the same time. Like a Kamala Harris who says, oh, I'm not going to do anything that's just going to benefit Black people. It has to benefit everybody. That's called benign neglect. She literally said it right in your face. I'm going to practice benign neglect against these niggas and not give them anything. See, they come over here, they get debit cards, they get cash assistance. But soon as it comes to foundational Black American, and when we try to do things for ourselves, and I want to, oh my God, family, listen. So what should we do? Should we practice this global Pan-Africanism? Or should we fight for lineage-based policies and reparations over here? Because we're making strides. Y'all been doing this Pan-Africanism for about 60 years now, right? I would say even longer than that, because Pan-Africanism was around about the 1920s, right? So look at the results. Let's look at the results. We just been really pushing on this reparations thing just recently, and yo, look at the results we're getting. Look at the type of results we're getting. We got reparations, we have reparations rallies, we got reparations task force all around the country, even though they oppie, the main reason that they even put these oppie-ass reparations task force all around the country is because we've been beating the drum and they gotta get in front of it. That's a fact. That's a fact. They got to get in front of it. So, listen, it's better for us to go after FBA lineage-based things because, one, this is just in general, right? Again, I like to take things to just a normal level, on a personal level, and then you take it as a group. If you didn't have nowhere to stay, nowhere to live, no car, no nothing, why would you be working with other people instead of trying to build yourself up? You got to build yourself up before you can start trying to help others. You have to build yourself up before you try to help others. So at the end of the day, family, we can't, it's not logical to try to sit here and work with Africans globally, especially ones who don't even want to work with us, right? To work with them globally when we don't even have our stuff together over here, right? And again, they know that we be beating the drum for the most part because that's why they're trying to add us to their reparations claim over there in Africa. They're trying to make us like the 6th or 7th, whatever. Yeah, but at the end of the day, who's gonna is the money going to go straight over here, or is it going to go to y'all and then y'all try to pass it to us and finesse us how y'all usually do with y'all scamming ways? We don't want to be a part of anything y'all got going on. We want to do everything for our own self. We want to have our own fight. When we was doing slavery, y'all didn't come over here trying to help. During Jim Crow, y'all didn't come over here trying to help. During Reconstruction, y'all didn't come over here trying to help. Now, when everything is good and America's the most dominant country in the world, now you want to come over here and act like you want to help and want to kumbaya with us. Meanwhile, you're sitting here walking on a gold mine. You're literally, they literally sitting over there on hundreds of trillions of dollars worth of resources, and Black Americans can't get any of it. What is the point of working with somebody like that? There is none. Because Pan-Africanism is a great ideology. It's great in practicality, right? But when it comes to reality, Pan-Africanism does not do anything. Yes, so like at the end of the day, yeah, we need to work on ourselves right now. We need to work on ourselves right now, right? So in California, they just passed a bill for hold on 1 second, family, 1 second. I'm trying to find this bill too. But they passed a bill where we're trying to delineate. It's basically a delineation bill. I'm trying to find it for you guys. But yeah, so we're gonna, and we need that. We absolutely need that. And these Pan-Africanists, they know ethnic bill refers to primarily AB 101. It was in 2021. It says focusing on the history's contribution of African American Latinos and hold on, is that it? No, that's not that bill. I'm sorry, family. 1 second. But yeah, we definitely need that. And these Pan-Africanists, they know what's going on. They know that we're getting diluted with this whole African American thing. And even when Ak was on there saying, "Oh, I'm a FBAA, I'm a foundational African American." See, you're doing that just to be contrary. You're just trying to be a contrarian. And again, Elon Musk is an African American. Jesse Jackson just made that term up. And why didn't you have so much kickback with that term when Jesse Jackson made it? You was alive then, nigga. You was a grown-up in 1982 and 84. You were a grown-up, nigga. So you ain't gonna sit here and try to act like FBA is some big old thing that you feel what I'm saying? It's something now that you gotta like have all this smoke for, when you know exactly why we're doing what we're doing. Excuse me, fam. These people are crazy. I'm telling you. They're gonna die on this Pan-Africanism stick. You know why? Because this is where their bread and butter comes from. It's not one person over there on over there at the House of Consciousness on Sonetta's channel, that is for FBA. All of them go against it, man, for the most part. Is it for clicks and views? Is it to try to re-get your shine back because you not being looked at as much as you was back in 2010, 2012, 2014? Like, what is it? What's going on here? And again, like I said, with Dr. Mayat, yo, whew, that behavior is so obvious. And I was saying this to somebody yesterday. I said, yo, when Tariq has his show, right, and somebody calls up on his show and they'll talk about Black Alpha or Afro Elite or Wani or anybody, right? The first thing Tariq says, we're not gonna have that. That's my brother, that's my sister, that's my brother. We're not gonna have that. You see? So to just be allowing people to just straight come up and dog niggas on your show with no pushback at all, that's orchestrated, bro. And you down for that, all that fucking talk, and you really feel like that. Other than that, you would stop a person from doing it. Stop playing with us, man. Who y'all think y'all dealing with? Y'all the ones who really think we stupid because you got these PhDs and all this little shit and somebody call you doctor. Y'all think we stupid. No, nigga. It's indicative to, for the most part of the predication. Shut the fuck up with all them stupid ass words, nigga. We see through all that bullshit. Yo, and I'm telling you, it's these intellectuals that really, really think they just so much smarter than the rest of the Black community, dog. It's these niggas with all these degrees who just think they can just fucking talk you in circles, nigga. No, you babbling, nigga. No, you babbling, fam. We listen to the greats. That shit is babble what y'all niggas is talking about. It don't make no sense. And again, you can't prove no results. I don't care what them niggas is doing over there if it's practice in Africa. I, as a 43-year-old Black male, foundational Black American, I don't feel the effects of Pan-Africanism. I feel the same effects of Pan-Africanism as I do from what the Democrats do for us. Absolutely nothing. You hear me? That's what I feel. These Pan-African, y'all niggas is washed up. Notice everything, and I said this on to shout out to Beatzilla too. Shout out to Beatzilla. Make sure y'all go subscribe to my brother's channel. Shout out Beatzilla. I was saying this on Beatzilla channel yesterday, like, yo, they was over there talking about Dr. Card Winner. She was like, oh, yo, when Dewan B started putting up those books, right, of the people who he was studying to prove that we were over here first, right? He said, Ivan Van Sertima. They like, oh, no. And this is Dr. Mayat too. I'm saying it, and then she backing him up. Oh, I misheard. Oh, no. That's a pseudo. Then he said, Clyde Winters. She said, oh, no. I said to myself, hold on. You was just on American Maroon with him. And Clyde Winters was spitting the same shit. You saying no too. You didn't say that on American Maroon. And if you felt like the information that niggas was spitting on the documentary was wrong, why the hell you take your black ass on there and still do it? I'm telling you, man, y'all, the way y'all move, just the way you move, man, is no integrity. Yo, y'all move grimy, yo. Y'all move grimy as hell. And I know, and again, this is off of jealousy of who has the following, who's getting the money, because it always boils down to money. It's me saying, he raised that money, at least he bought it. Man, this shit be boiling down to pocket watching, broke ass niggas who be hating to see another nigga get up. And now they want to blame everything on Tariq. Like Tariq is the reason why everybody's saying, you know what, my family lineage, I went on Ancestry.com and I can trace my lineage back to the 1700s or the 1600s. Everybody's acting like that's Tariq's fault. When the main person who used to say, matter of fact, watch this, family. I'm gonna play something off my Facebook. It's pinned to my Facebook. This is a post that's actually pinned to my Facebook. Right? Watch this. This is Dr. Claude Anderson.
Blackness is more than just color. It is their heritage, it's their history, it's their code of conduct, and more importantly, it is their badge of honor, and it's what it symbolizes the indebtedness this country has to them. This country does not have any indebtedness to people coming from Africa. They don't have any indebtedness to people coming from the Bahamas. If you lump black folk in there, you deprive black folk of the benefit, the debt that's owed them. Monahan came up with a policy by the late 60s saying, or early 70s saying, it's time for us to move from focusing on black folk to focus on Indians, Hispanics, and women. Now, when immigrants come in, watch the benefits they get. They go black folk 200 miles an hour.
I'm sorry, Ken. Let me rewind that all the way back.
At 200 miles an hour, they do better right here in Charter City. Now they underneath the immigrants. Immigrants, they come in the country, they get a point over black folk for being an immigrant. Blacks are the only none of it. Two, they classified, all of them classified as whites. The Arabs, Asian, Hispanic, they all been classified as whites. Even American Indians back in the 1890s became classified as whites. They get a point. That's a second point. They get over black folk and getting access to resources and benefits. The third thing they get the benefits of being put into a minority category. They're classified as minorities over black folk. Thirdly, they come in with a culture that they can now establish a culture and they can now build businesses and industries that relate back to their homeland. And lastly, what they can do, they also bring in a religious aspect and the business opportunities for their people. Black folk get nothing. And they can come in and take and dominate black folk. They keep trying to create allies with them. You cannot ally with anybody who's planning on supplanting you. If you check the National Hispanic Defense League, if you check the National Hispanic Party, the first thing that all of them have is change the issues in this country from white and black to white and Hispanic. They're planning on supplanting you. When the National Hispanic Party started in Miami, that was the first item on their agenda saying by the year 2000, they were going to take blacks out of the equation. That's why they control South Florida. The Hispanics are whites, passing as whites. They've always been whites. Up until 1970, all Hispanics in the United States and the world were classified as whites. They're just white folks speaking Spanish. And so they can come in all they want to. They can come in illegal or legal and get into the country. But see, they even come in from Cuba. When Castro cleaned out the prisons, he cleaned out all the prisoners in Cuba and put them on boats instead of the United States. And the United States accepted them. And now they're talking about black folk. Well, black folk got criminal, they got crime. Don't even waste your time even chasing affirmative action anymore. It's been destroyed. It was supposed to be helping black folk. How do we become equal to blacks? And that's when the Hispanics jumped up this thing called Hispanic, the concept. Before that, we didn't have anything called Hispanic. But they thought in the early 60s that black folk might get something out of the civil rights movement. So what they did, they went to the table and came up with a whole term called Hispanic. Let's go all over the world and find everybody speaks Spanish and pretend they're equal to black folk. And let's pretend that the Spanish language has been handicapped, Jim Crow, enslaved, hung, lynched, decapitated, and everything else. And therefore is entitled to be treated like a black person. We're trying to save everybody. Why does always got black folk marching trying to say it? We're marching for gays, we're marching for women, we're marching for poor people, we're marching for the handicapped. Why when all these immigrants coming here and building industries and businesses and blacks were slaves? Why didn't they rise? Because they were excluded. Y'all started talking about Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King going down in Alabama, want to integrate the bus lines. Integrate whose bus lines? White bus lines. But they didn't want to own and control and get the resources. They just want to sit on the front of it. I never thought about that. The whole time
now
point on this is if you lump them with black folk, then you give the white society a justification, say we don't owe black folk anything. Blackness is more than just color. It is their heritage, it's their history, it's their code of conduct, and more.
Now, what he's saying right there is lumping Africans, Caribbeans, and all of y'all with us. He is the godfather of the movement, not Tariq.
It is their badge of honor, and it's symbolizing the indebtedness this country has to them. This country does not have any indebtedness to people coming from Africa. They don't have any indebtedness to people coming in from the Bahamas. If you lump black folk in there, you deprive black folk of the benefit, the debt that's owed them.
Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. That's why we not using African American, you goofy nigga. But see, they know all of this shit. Ox a goofy. Dr. Mayat, you a goofy. I'm gonna keep it real with you. And I was defending you at first. But you a goofy. Cause y'all smart enough to understand what's going on, and the simple fact that you see the movement is got traction. Yo, we about to be, as go California, goes the nation, bro. They're about to put foundational Black American on the census. So, and on the where you can check to say what you are, whether you foundational Black American, whether you Caribbean Black American, or what, yeah, nigga, they're about to separate it. Huh? That's delineation. And our movement is more powerful than Pan-Africanism, and that's a fact. Make sure y'all hit that like button, family. Share this out. Please hit that subscribe button if you're not subscribed already. We cooking. And this Pan-African shit is dead as going to be. They don't want this smoke, family. I swear they don't want this smoke. Dwan and Sincere, shout out to y'all, because they ate them up. They was eating they food. Eating they food, bro. And again, like, everybody tries to act dumb. Everybody try to act like we're calling every immigrant a tether. Come on, bro. That's like saying we calling every Black person a coon when we say niggas is cooning. We know we ain't talking about Eric. Come on, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all take out of context what you want to take out of context when you want to take it out. But you know goddamn well what we mean when we saying that people are tethering onto us and trying to F us over. Yo, listen, man. Until we can get some resources, I'm talking about natural resources. We talking about the natural resources, huh? That's what we talking about. We talk about the cobalt, the lithium, you feel me? We talk about all that, the platinum, chrome, huh? Nickel, copper, cobalt, diamonds, gold. Nigga, y'all got everything, nigga. Cough it up or shut the fuck up. Yeah. Y'all ain't never doing anything for us. Never. You never do anything for us. So at the end of the day, it's not practical to work with you. See, working together and building up is practical. But when a person isn't doing their part, it's not practical to work together. Like I said, I won't ever get an answer to that. Why can't we get the resources? And do we have to go upside these niggas' heads? You feel me? Like this. Do we gotta go upside their head? Is this how we get the diamonds? Is this how we get the handshake for the cobalt? You gotta go upside your head? Huh? We gotta whoop your ass? Is that how you gonna give us these? Is that how you gonna give us these contracts? Is that how we get these contracts? 66 billion. Listen, man, we won't slap you that hard. We just give you a little tap. Feel me? We'll take 55 million. We won't even take the billion. We just give you a little slap. You feel me? Or we could just earth you and take all of it. You know what I mean? That's what everybody else doing. See, the people who literally treat you good, you don't want to fuck with. You ain't extended no olive branch. You never have. And I doubt you ever will. Because history shows you ain't never going to extend a olive branch. Nope. And all this bullshit Dr. Mayat and them about to talk on this month, they full of shit. They full of shit. Because you know goddamn well, right? You know goddamn well ain't nobody benefiting over here that's foundational Black American from any Pan-African anything. Umar talk about institutions, but we ain't benefiting from that school right now. Right? And again, education is a lot. It's a lot. Education is a lot. But yo, bro, we need some economic help. Huh? We live in a capitalistic society. I get it. Y'all want to teach STEM, and that's good. I applaud you for that, right? Keep doing what you're doing, right? Because even though I don't like how you move, you do put in work. I'll never take that away from you. But at the end of the day, we need some economic help out this joint. We got a lot of homeless people. We got a lot of jobless people. When you go out to these, just like Dr. Carl Anderson said, when these immigrants come over here and go past us 1,000 miles an hour, nigga, Google soul food. One, you're going to see a bunch of Caribbean stuff. But even when you just driving down the street and you see all these, hey, yo, you're going to see Spanish store, Chinese store, Indian food store, Cambodian food store, you know what I mean? You're going to see all the Haitian food store, Jamaican spot restaurant. You're going to see all that shit, man. I'm talking about it at a crazy rate compared to us. I'm not saying we don't have stores and restaurants and stuff, but yo, not on the level that y'all have, and not the brick and mortars that y'all niggas be having. Y'all niggas be having big ass brick and mortars and shit. Like, yo, you're not coming over here just like, and again, I like how, shout out to our brother B-Zilla, how he brought up Elon Musk and how he's like a manufactured trillionaire to an extent. Like, nigga, this nigga's getting so much government contracts and subsidies. Like, man, get the hell out of here, nigga. That shit like fucking welfare, nigga. These niggas is making you rich. The government. Nigga, they making sure you the richest person on the planet, nigga. Making sure somebody white. Like, stop playing with us, bro. Stop playing with us, bro. And again, I think some of these African countries, they don't like the fact that we are the face of global blackness. I think that they know that we are the fighters, the strength of America, and that if we was to ever get any, oh my God, Lord have mercy, if we was to get any of this stuff right here, because this shit is what's running the world right now. Natural goddamn resources. Huh? Yes. Nigga, because the resources is what make everything you looking at right now and you touching and you using came from the ground. From your car, your stove, your house, the wood on, like, bro, it's all coming from the ground. The gas, like, yo, it's coming from the ground, player. Yeah, the cups we drinking from, the forks we eating with, yeah, all that material is literally coming from the ground. So you literally sitting on hundreds of trillions, nigga. So I'm saying, bro, pass off the resources, or what's the point? There is no point. There is absolutely no point into work with people who are going to work with people who going upside their head and not work with the people who you claim we African, you just like us, you can't deny you're African, y'all saying y'all not African and all this shit. Nigga, shut up. Nigga, we might as well say we not African because you ain't doing nothing, nigga. You ain't doing what you can do, nigga. You African. Let me see what you can do then. Because you ain't doing nothing. You feel me? Y'all ain't doing nothing for us. Nothing. Nobody. Yo, I'm trying to tell you, bro. I've been posting this on the YouTube channel, on the post, on the community section and all that. I've been posting this shit. No, nobody come in there and say, oh, what do you mean? We've been giving y'all this. We've been giving y'all that. Nope. Ain't nobody coming through saying that shit because you know goddamn well you not doing it. We don't want to hear that shit. You ain't coming off no resources, nigga. Again, like I said, my analogy is like, yo, we in the streets and we all trying to put up for some heroin. Everybody got to put up 5,000 a piece, and my black ass come over here trying to be slick. Hey, yo, Bear, I ain't even got it, man. Listen, cuz that's what niggas start trying to talk when they trying to get slick on you. Hey, cuz, yo, fam, listen. You know I'm messed up. You know I'm good for it, man. Just throw me a little something. And I'll work it back. Woo, 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 woo. And the nigga going to get finessey with you. But the whole time, they like, yo, bro, didn't you just get like a $200,000-$300,000 lawsuit? Oh man, look, nigga, you all in my pockets. See, that's the thing. Niggas be having it and don't want to bring shit to the table. Just eat off of what's going on. No, don't work like that. And if you want us to work with people who don't want to give up the resources that they have, I challenge you to go to the nearest homeless spot, shelter, not even the shelter. I want you to work with the people that's on the goddamn street, that's laying on the concrete. I want you to go to them and tell them that you want to build a business with them. And they don't got nothing to bring to the table. Yes. You're going to build a business with a homeless person with no resources. Yep. Let's see how long that lasts. Let's see how long that lasts when you're trying to build with somebody who never brings bread to the table. See, in reality, that shit don't make no sense. In practicality, when I say, hey, you know what, I'm going to get this homeless person, we're going to build a business, we're going to do this, that, and the third, they're going to get an apartment, they're going to get a car, they're going to do all that shit sound good, nigga. But when that nigga ain't never coming up with nothing, he always doing some undermining bullshit. He ain't never showing up. Yeah, it sound good, nigga. It sound good when we talking about what it could be. But what it is, nigga, is some shit that ain't working. Peace, love, and reparations, man. Please make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, share this shit out, family. Please, make sure you push this to a goddamn Pan-African. Y'all niggas is full of shit. I'll come on any of you niggas' channel, too. Don't give two fucks. Y'all niggas be full of shit. All y'all niggas do is run in circles. Y'all niggas just talk in circles, talk about a bunch of shit that don't mean nothing. Unc over here trying to get sincere and Dewan B to nigga started bringing up the jab. The jab? What? Like, what the hell? That shit? Y'all ain't for the jab? You for the jab? Yes or no? Are you for the jab? Is FBA's for the jab? Like, nigga, what the fuck? You old agent ass nigga? What the hell? Nigga, put the wire down. Nigga's coming out your shirt. Fucking weird ass nigga. The hell you talking about a jab? We talking about goddamn delineation. This nigga talking about somebody's shit on some fucking... Yo, man, shut up. Ask RZA and Dr. Christina, nigga. Yeah, she a biologist and she went up against Congress and she ain't for the jab. Nigga, and she's a scientist, a real one. Not this play shit. I don't want to hear none of that shit, nigga. Don't try to ask somebody who that ain't they twist, that ain't what they do, and you trying to get them to stand on some shit like that. Yo, you're a cornball. You a cornball. Go ask Dr. Christina Parks where she stand with the damn jab, nigga. Go ask her and RZA and debate them so they could cook your fucking goofy dumb ass. You sound stupid. See, they always want to do this shit with people who that's not your forte. Yeah, you're not going to get me in no fucking scientific shit, and I know that's not where I'm at with it. Shut up. You weird, and Dr. Mayat, you weird as hell too. I'ma keep it a buck. Y'all niggas got weird ass energy. And you always going off on everybody who got the goddamn YouTube streets. That's in this conscious shit. I noticed that. Yeah, when Umar was doing his little thing, you wasn't really with him either. He was, let's go out there. You saying had bullshit to say about that. When Polite was kicking up, you had shit to say about Polite. When Young Pharaoh was kicking up, you went to war with him too. There's a common denominator here, nigga. There is a common denominator here, nigga. Yes. Every time somebody has the grassroots and they have a big following and they start having people following, you start, you pseudo, you pseudo, you pseudo. You start yelling all this old bullshit and start trying to start all this confusion. Yep. I know where you at too, nigga. You in Georgia, nigga. I used to live in Lawrenceville. My brother still live out there too. Yeah, armed security. They got this big old AR shotty, nigga. Knock your head off your shoulders. You feel me? Hey, yo, but listen, man. Y'all crazy, bro. Y'all niggas be super oppy. Y'all be wilding, man. Y'all be wilding. And family, at the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest. We don't need these people. We don't need Pan-Africans. We don't need anything. Go ahead, go Pan-African your ass till you die, nigga. While we go over here and fight for lineage-based shit. And let's see who produced the most results. How about that? How about that? And I find it real convenient that these Pan-Africanists, right? They love, excuse me, I'm about to eat this donut. They find it's real convenient for them to always big up Africa and make it seem like they just, everything about helping with Pan-Africanism always has to do with helping everybody in the diaspora and in the Caribbean but us. Like, think about it. The people who benefit from Pan-Africanism are people in the diaspora, the people in Africa, and the people who have these organizations, these Pan-African organizations who are doing the work. They are the only people benefiting from Pan-Africanism. The foundational Black Americans that are benefiting from Pan-Africanism have a Pan-African entity, nigga. You have, yeah. You gotta fucking, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm hungry as hell. But yeah, listen, I'm telling you, they the only ones benefiting from this stuff. People with Pan-African organizations, the people from the continent, and the Caribbeans. Foundational Black Americans don't benefit. So when Dr. Mayotte says, hey, FBA's claim Pan-Africanism isn't practiced in Africa. First of all, Pan-Africanism is supposed to be practiced globally. This is a global thing, remember? This is what you niggas say. This is a global thing. So if it is being practiced in Africa, they ain't bringing it over here, nigga. These people are funny. Again, they're not gonna attack Dr. Claude Anderson. They're not gonna attack, but I noticed that they are trying to discredit everybody's work now. Everybody's work. Leonard Jefferson. Nope. Yeah, no matter who it is, nigga. I've been saying, he's pseudo. Oh, that nigga pseudo. Dr. Ben, he was pseudo too. Yeah. But everybody's pseudo, nigga. Everybody's pseudo. Peace, love, and reparations, man. Please subscribe, hit that like button, hit that share button. Family, we up out of here. Pan-Africanism is dead in the water. You hear me? That shit is dead in the water. And we up out of here, man.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
He's always been a racist, a bigot, a xenophobic, and Islamophobic. We know that he called African nations a in his first administration. We know that when he came down that escalator, he said he was going to stop Muslim immigration into this country. And so it is not surprising that he is going after Black immigrants in this country. And it's certainly not surprising that he's choosing a Black immigrant community that is also Muslim. But what I would like to say is that most of us are citizens. On our passport, it says we are nationals of this country. We love that Minnesota has welcomed us. Many of us have not been settled in Minnesota. We chose it as a home because the Minnesota people and the state is beautiful and very welcoming. And we are going to be here regardless of what the president has to say.
Glad to have y'all in here. Before we get started, I do want to remind you, for those who don't know, we have a very good package that's on sale right now for the holidays. Y'all know around the holiday season, we have some extraordinary packages that we provide, and we got a great one. We have the Majora Magic Holiday Package. We have a new deodorant, a new scent called Majora Magic. It's a phenomenal scent, ladies and gentlemen. We have it in a package deal. You're going to get the Majora Magic new deodorant. You're going to get the Lucky Lavender, the Biloxi Blueberry, the Vanilla, the Coconut Butter. You're also going to get a Majora Prayer plaque. We got a beautiful wooden and brass plaque that you can put on the wall that comes with the package. It's absolutely beautiful. We have the Rootwork exclusive face towel that goes in, so you're going to get all that with the package deal. This is a great holiday gift for people in your family. It is a phenomenal holiday gift. Go to rootworkstyle.com to get that package. The sale ends on the 15th of this month. So you only have a few days. Well, you have like a week. You got a week, but the sale will end on the 15th, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to take advantage of that now. All right. That's rootworkstyle.com. Everybody share the space. Family, what I want to talk about first, y'all see what's going on with in Minnesota. Trump said what he said about the Somalis up there in Minnesota. There's a lot of tomfoolery going on up there. There's a lot of scams, a lot of finessing going on up there. They're sending the ICE trucks up there to start deporting people. It's getting heavy up there. And I saw Ilhan Omar. Somebody was interviewing her. She was leaving somewhere. She was being interviewed. And boy, when things get hot for these people, all of these people who go out of their way to really distance themselves from Blackness, boy, when they get on the hot seat, they become blackety black. Ilhan Omar, she was talking about, oh yeah, Trump, they're targeting Black immigrants. Oh yeah, she just kept saying she just kept saying it. Oh yeah, Black immigrants are being targeted. Oh, that's what they do. All the racism, all the Black immigrants, all us Black. People get blackety damn black when the block gets hot, don't it? Just like that Haitian lady down there in Florida. Now, when she was running for office, oh, she was Haitian. When she won, Haitian. Oh, I'm the first Haitian to do this. Haitian. Oh, Haiti is so proud. Okay. Now, when she gets indicted for finessing money, well, oh, look how they doing the black people. Oh, look at how they doing us blacks. Oh, they doing the black community dirty. Oh, man. No, 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 no. No, we got to keep that same energy. We got to keep that same energy. No, don't drag us into it now. And people, there's some Somalis who are still very antagonistic towards us. There was a tweet by I don't know who, there's some white politician. There's a video of him talking about talking against the Somalis being targeted. He was talking against it. There's a white guy. I don't know who he is. I think he's a politician, but a Somali person retweeted it, and they left the following comment. They had to take a dig at us. All right. So the tweet was, and this from a Somali, more white people are standing with Somalis in Minnesota than blacks. It's very eye-opening. So, good Lord. Do people really think we're supposed to put the capes on? Notice how people get antagonistic towards us because they assume that we're supposed to jump up with the capes on. No. Listen. The capes are off right now. We're cool. We're letting everybody fight their own battle. And people are not about to try to shame us into stepping up, fighting their battles for them, especially these groups of people who sat up denigrating us online for the last, decade or so. Oh, we didn't forget what the Somalis online were saying about us as foundational Black Americans. Boy, they were very disrespectful. Let's be very clear. Many of these Somalis, and there's some cool ones. I'm not talking about all of them. I put that preface out there, but enough. Unfortunately, many Somalis, they are conditioned to see Black Americans as a caste beneath them, even before they enter the United States. You got to understand, in many of these East African societies, Black American is framed as a lower class, culturally inferior, a group to avoid associating with. So they come over here with that. They got this weird hostility towards us. Then they start adopting that we're not Black, we're Caucasian narrative, so they can gain proximity to whiteness. I recently had a Somali dude call up talking about he's really Caucasian. A lot of them think like that because on paper, they're allowed to classify themselves as white or Caucasian. So for decades, let's be real, many of these Somalis, they position themselves as Cushitic and Arab adjacent and non-Black and Caucasian. So that was an attempt for them to try to get the benefits of whiteness and avoid America's anti-Blackness. Now that these immigration crackdowns and hit, they want to try to jump into the Black category out of convenience, and that ain't really working. So the whole, we're Black immigrants now. Oh, we're Black immigrants. That's a political shield. That's not a genuine embrace of Black identity. Them running around talking about Black immigrant, you're doing it now because, see, that softens the optics of immigration roundups. That appeals to civil rights protections built by foundational Black Americans. They're trying to emotionally pressure foundational Black Americans to intervene. And y'all were just saying you ain't Black. So we cool. We letting y'all not be Black. Y'all don't be Black now. All right, we're cool. We're gonna let you fight your battles. Y'all told us how y'all come over here and y'all boss up and all this stuff. Y'all remember, man, right here on Twitter Space, years ago, the main people that was on here talking greasy, it was the Somalians. They were on Clubhouse talking greasy. They had got very arrogant. Then they came over here talking greasy, calling us slaves and baby mamas, and we Popeye's chicken and on crack and welfare. Y'all remember? On Clubhouse, they were doing stuff like having mock slave auctions. Oh, they were calling us cotton picking slaves, and we were never slaves, nigga. You were a slave to the white man. We were not slaves like you. They were on that. Those Somalis were real heavy with that. And they thought that white society would always protect them more than foundational Black Americans. And then reality hit. See, they didn't know what we knew. We tried to tell them, hey, the white supremacists, you can't really trust them like that. They ain't got your back. Shut up, nigga. You are jealous. You are just jealous of us because we work hard and the white people love us. Remember, these people, the Somalis, were saying we were jealous of them. A lot of them. They were all up and down these Twitter streets and Clubhouse streets saying that foundational Black Americans are jealous of them because they come over here with $2 and then in 4 months they living in a mansion and all this bullshit they say. And we're just jealous because they work hard. They get good jobs and degrees and all that shit, and we're jealous of them. And they come over here and start bossing up. Those were some of the exact words I remember very distinctively. Some of those antagonistic Somali women, yeah, we come over and start bossing up. And then I would always ask, bossing up where and how? How are you bossing up? Driving Uber? Where's all this bossing up? So that's when we start getting on their bumper, you see. But they thought closeness to whiteness meant protection. They thought distancing themselves and denigrating us was going to mean safety. They thought insulting foundational Black Americans meant that they were going to have some kind of currency with white society. Now white society is targeting them. They feel betrayed, and they're still trying to redirect their bitterness towards us. You know? They're still trying to project their vitriol towards us. Yeah, like I said, a white man made a video kind of speaking up for him, and they're like, yeah, the white people are standing up for us more than the Blacks. So they're still trying to get brownie points from the dominant society, understanding it don't work like that. Yeah, y'all don't really understand how white supremacy works. Yeah, they use fools as useful idiots and useful tools. Now we understand that. That's why we really don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. And there's a select Sambo class that, who we've ostracized, but we know that the dominant society, they can't be trusted when they try to mascot you into a certain position to do the dirty work for them. This is why they usually get a lot of tethers to do it, because tethers are willing and able, and they don't understand the nuances of white supremacy the way we do. They deep down want the white supremacists to like them because they've already made little janky deals over there in their homeland. Understand, they've already made these little treaties and they done already legitimized white supremacy on paper over there. So it's nothing for them to come over here and try to make another janky deal with them. And I always say this, family, us as foundational Black Americans, we're the only people, especially only melanated people. We're the only, other than North Sentinel Island, we're the only melanated people who never cut a deal with the white supremacists. We never signed a plea deal. We never signed a treaty. We've never legitimized white supremacy by going into formal business with them. It's always been resistance with us. We've always resisted them. And anytime we push for laws, we're the ones who make the laws equal. We force equal laws on the books, ladies and gentlemen. When you see equal laws over here, that was a grassroots movement from us. It wasn't the dominant white society. They wanted white supremacy. They wanted it on paper. You understand? Let me get Frankie V in here. Mr. Frankie, hop on in, bro. I remember you before. I forgot what we talked about, Frankie. Frankie, you in here?
Hey, Tyreek, what's going on, man?
I'm good, Frankie. How are you?
Yeah, I'm going good, man. Listen, a lot of my buddies from home, man, I feel like I don't know what's going on, Mercury's in retrograde or something. All my buddies and people from back home are doing bad. I don't know. I feel like everyone's all worried and kind of freaking out these days, you know?
Well, now, where's back home?
Well, I'm from White Plains, New York. I live in Queens now. I live in Astoria. But you know, man, you know what I realized? I think everyone's got a unique way to think about things. Like we're all different, right? Like you're different, I'm different. I think how you think about things is more in line with how a lot of people would think about things. But I think we're all a little different. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We're like, we have to also understand if we're part of a political party or a group or a group thought, that's fine. But I think everything's a little bit different for everybody. You know what I mean? And I just want to say I respect what you do, man. I just think you're usually spot on. I think sometimes I'm Italian, right? Like my parents are from Italy. My grandparents are from Italy, immigrated over. So we're not Italians, don't like British people. We don't like the colonization of the British. So it's a little bit different for us. Sometimes we get grouped into circles in this country that we're not part of. We're grouped as white people, Italians that like sometimes we're not, you know? But I don't know. I think everything's in a little bit of perspective, but I love the way you break stuff down. There's a reason your spaces are always great. I just wanted to give you some love, man.
I don't know what Frankie was talking about. I was waiting for a point to be. I don't know what he's talking about. Did y'all gather what he was talking about? He was very vague. I don't know what Frankie was talking about. That was kind of all over the place. And I'm just letting him try to land his plane and just kind of circle back to a point. And there was really no point. I don't know. I don't know what he was talking about, to be honest. I really don't. All right. Listen, when y'all call up, y'all say what's on your spirit, man. Sometimes you sound like you want to say something, but you're trying to dance around it. Sound like he wanted to say something, but he's trying to dance around it, so it just got real vague. Y'all don't do that. Y'all come, whatever's on your spirit, just come on and say it. Just come on in here and just get it off your chest. You ain't got to dance around. If you dance around, that creates confusion. All right. Yeah, this is why I'm saying what I'm feeling about what's going on. I'm just keeping a $1.50. And my thing is, we don't want to see people harmed and none of that stuff. We don't wish bad on nobody. We don't want to see nobody harmed. But when people have a track record of seeing us as lower than them and constantly denigrating us just out the blue, denigrating our lineage, denigrating our experiences, and then when shit gets bad for them, they want to turn around and expect us to fight their battles for them? No. No. You handle your candle. You're going to have to handle your own business. You ain't going to shame us into putting the cape on for you. Huh? And look, now these people running around here trying to use the word black. All of a sudden you're trying to identify as black. That's about survival. That ain't about unity. See, when immigration starts and the roundups start happening and then whiteness rejects you, your proximity to Arabs, that don't protect you. Ain't no Arabs helping you. Y'all like to claim Arab. Where are the Arabs? Ain't nobody helping you. And they ain't calling for nobody. Notice that? When folks get in the hot seat, they don't call for nobody else but us. Y'all notice that? We're always getting denigrated by everybody. Every group takes turns denigrating us. They got some form of discrimination, specifically for foundational Black Americans. Yet, the minute shit gets hot for them, we're the first people they call. Every time. We are the first people they call after you talk all that shit. and you brag about being, well, I'm Asian, I'm Arab, I'm Caucasian. When shit gets hot, you ain't calling no Arabs, you ain't calling no Caucasians, you ain't calling no Asians. You're like, where the FBS? Even when y'all are in foreign lands. Just like, and I always bring up the UK, when they were over in the UK and the war between the UK and Russia broke out, and they had to get the hell up out of there. They couldn't even, those African immigrants who was up there in the UK and not the UK, the Ukraine, in the Ukraine. When they were in the Ukraine and the war broke out with the Ukraine and Russia, them African immigrants, they couldn't even go to their homeland. They weren't able to go to their home. Their homeland wasn't even accepting them. So they were all on TV asking for foundational Black Americans. Hello, I'm stuck in the Ukraine. Is Tevin Campbell available? We need Spike Lee to help us. Is Forrest Whitaker available right now? We need help. Is Little Bow Wow available? Any FBS to help us, please? Is Tony Braxton available to come get us? We need help from one of you niggas. Is Emmanuel Lewis, is he big enough to get on a plane to come get us? They're calling everybody. They're calling us. They're all calling us. You see? And we're cool. You know, we're sitting it out because we've already fought for everybody. We advocate for justice for people. We got to the point where now solidarity is going to have to be mutual. This one-sided thing, it's just not working for us. See, we step up and help all these people, and in turn, they turn around, denigrate us, denigrate our lineage, distance themselves from Blackness, side with white supremacy to elevate themselves, attack our culture so they can gain status. So we're just on some non-interference thing. We're not even hostile. See, we're not even being hostile. We're not hurting nobody. We're like, okay, we're gonna let you. We're not going to interfere in what you got going on. What is this? This is a diaspora war. War. I'm sitting at home eating popcorn. I'm not warring with you. The ice trucks is warring with you. Yeah. And we're sitting it out because y'all told us we complain about racism too much. We complain about police brutality too much. It ain't the white man, it's your ghetto culture, and you don't work hard. That's what y'all told us, right? Well, we're taking your advice. And we're going to go work hard, and we're going to encourage you to work hard. So if you just comply and not sag your pants and not be ghetto, I guess ICE won't be targeting you. That's what y'all tell us, right? So yeah, listen. Foundational Black Americans, we have learned from past experiences, helping groups who later undermine us, that's a losing formula. We're stopping all that losing formula shit. All right? We've advocated for immigrant groups. We defended them. We done fought for policies that help all non-whites. And all we get are Myron Gaines, Candace Owens, Johnny Somali, all of these idiots and dweebs who come over here. They're anti-Black. They adopt anti-Black stereotypes. They undermine our claim when we try to get reparations. These tethers are the main ones undermining it. So we just said, okay, all right, we're going to have to do a little straightening, and we're going to reshuffle the deck over here. Yeah, we got to reshuffle the deck. So this is the new norm. Let me get some people in here. Let's get Asanad, whatever your name is. Let's get you in here. Let's get Asanad. I think I'm pronouncing your name right, sir. And let's see who else we got. Yashar. Asanad, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. How are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
I am phenomenal. Phenomenal. Now, where are you located?
Oh, somewhere in North America.
So you're in the United States. I hear a slight accent. So where are you from originally?
Africa.
Okay, what part?
North.
Okay, sir. And is this a point of shame? You sound very ashamed of where you're from.
Well, no, just cryptic, not shameful.
Are you okay? Yeah. Why are you being cryptic, sir? Nobody knows you. We're just trying to get kind of artery here, so I know who I'm talking to.
But yeah, you said something earlier about like being formal, and having those like coalitions,
Right. Right.
Like formal, like stuck in my head, because it is a sort of like this like formalism and like proceduralism, to like have an identity, like how like Africans, like a Nigerian, for example, in America would think of that because like it's an African lobbying group at that point,
You're just saying words. I don't know what you're saying. You're just saying random. What point are you making? You're just literally saying random words that's not making any sense, sir. What are you trying to say?
So yeah, seeing the African community in America, from Africa, interact with like the Black Americans,
Okay, what about it?
It's been a very kind of interesting experience.
What's interesting about it?
And me, and I've been here for like a couple, a while, but I'm from North Africa. It's like these like weird like status games. It's a status game, and who approaches status, but like kind of proximity to like whiteness, but also power. And power doesn't have to be about proximity to whiteness. Sometimes it's like building a coalition. But Africans are better at building Africans because they're new. But I don't feel like Black Americans, like Black people, they can't build a coalition. That's why you have all these like stupid Candace Owens and all these like weird ones trying to Blexit.
Hold on.
From some identity that doesn't even exist.
Hold on.
Make the identity first and then exit from it.
Hold on.
And then Blexit.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, slow down. Candace Owens is Caribbean. She's not even a foundational Black American. She's not a.
I mean, what her thing is not even about ethnicity. Like it's this like neo fake internet ethnicity.
Okay, but hold on. But you said about you Africans build coalitions. What coalitions you build?
I mean, this is me witnessing other people building stuff. I'm not a coalition builder. Okay. I'm a lone man.
Okay, but you said it. You said that Africans come over here and build coalitions that foundational Black Americans can't build. What coalitions?
To go back to your point, I think one of the most important ideas is to feel better than Black Americans.
Okay, let's try it again, because every time I ask you a question, because you said,
yep.
And now you're not standing on it. So you must
wait. Ask me the question again, and I'll answer it.
You said Africans come over here and build coalitions that we, foundational Black Americans, don't build. What coalitions are Africans building here?
It's a lot easier because the African coalition is like a Nigerian coalition rather than like a big African thing. Do you see?
Well, you're not explaining what the coalitions are, sir. What coalition?
Just kind of like a diaspora communities,
Diaspora community? Where?
Whatever the community is, like I hear in the South. Hello?
I'm here. I'm trying to hear about all of this coalition.
Like I heard about some towns in the South where like all the CEOs in a prison are Nigerian.
That's a coalition?
It is.
No, that's because white people elevating them as buffers. That's not a coalition.
I mean, it's a political coalition. At the end of the day, they have city council and a business that supports the town. The business is a jail. It's a prison.
That's not a coalition. They're just used as buffers.
I mean, I'm not trying to get semantic about what the meaning of a coalition is. Just,
Yeah, I don't think you put a coalition, sir.
Just people. I mean, it's not, but it's a very body. It's corporal. It's corporal.
Well, you just said something that you knew was not true, and you just kind of out there and thought that you wouldn't have to elaborate on it.
It's just semantic stuff. I mean, I think we both understand.
You don't really build coalitions because you don't build coalitions in your homeland, sir. If you built coalitions so much, you would have a coalition in your homeland. You guys have a gazillion different tribes over there. You don't really, do you?
Actually, the fact that there's so many tribes for like 1,000 years means that coalitions had to be made, man.
No.
Otherwise,
no, that's proof that people are too fractured and they have not been able to get along correctly. This is why you've been colonized left and right over and over again, sir.
Yep. Some places are better have been historically better at dealing with like Mali. If you compare Mali to like
sir,
you know what I mean?
Sir,
so like
the fact different tribes over there and they're so easily colonized and the economy has collapsed over most parts of those places, sir, is proof that there's no coalition building. You know what other proof there is that there's no coalition building in your homeland? You are over here, sir. That's the
coalitions fail over years. Sometimes the coalition you had just like disintegrates for like 100 years.
Right.
It's the historical consciousness.
Okay, Assad, thank you. You're just saying stuff. Okay. He's just saying shit. That's tether babble, as we call it. That's tether babble. You're just saying shit. You failed. You're coming over here and you're just saying shit. All right? And you're just throwing crap on the wall to see what sticks. We're good. Yeah, we're not gonna build nothing with all that babbling. Leo, what's your name? Leo Purple Rain?
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am good. What part of East Africa are you from?
I'm part of every single country in East Africa. I came here to represent every single one.
Okay. So which part is your family from, dear?
Every single one.
They can't be from every single one. That's not correct. They're not from.
Well, if Black Americans can be Native American, I can be from every single East African country.
Well, we're foundational Black American. So yeah, we didn't have to flop and flee from different countries to different countries, man. We didn't have to do that. We are stationary in our own homeland, right?
I'm talking about the ones that claim to be Indian. If they can be Indian, then I can be from every single East African country.
Here, I'm foundational. You go talk with them. I don't claim to be Indian. I'm a foundational Black American. You go find them and talk to them about that, ma'am. Now,
okay.
What's on your mind?
Well,
on your mind?
So since I'm representing every single East African country, I would like to say
and slow down. Just slow down.
Okay.
Just slow down because you're about to start trolling.
No, I swear. I'm not. I'm about to show you some facts. I swear to God.
Okay, but slow down. Calm down.
Okay.
Get your trolling out too fast. She's hold on before we do. This is a teachable moment. Over on TikTok, I talk about foreigners who do what I call the 4 T's. They do 4 T's. They'll, number one, tiptoeing, acting like they're talking in good faith. Secondly, they will twist. You tell them something and then they'll twist if they don't understand. The 4th T, they'll just start trolling. They'll just start saying the same thing over and over. The 4th T is tap out. They'll just start lying and just getting very belligerent and hostile and a bunch of lies. So, all right. So you're at the first tiptoeing. So now what issue do you have? What's your disagreement?
No, I just came here to collect my flowers from the FBA because of what my people did for you.
Well, you haven't even defined who your people are, ma'am.
My people is every single person in East Africa.
Well, yeah. What have you done for Foundation?
Specifically, do you know what happened with the Angela Davis situation?
There's a lot of situations happen with Angela Davis.
Well, in the 1970s, my people literally protested in Africa for the release of her. So I would like to accept my flowers today.
Ma'am, you had black people over here hijacking planes for Angela Davis. They were stomping hard. We already was stomping down to help Angela Davis over here, ma'am. So yeah.
Y'all claim Africans never helped y'all protest against the civil rights movement. You know, but we did. We helped you protest.
You helped us protest?
Yes.
I mean, there was some
all
people,
the way over there in Africa.
There were some people who were we were turning it up over there. People were following our lead here. We were putting the battery in people's back over there. They saw us whooping ass as a minority over here. And they're like, well, hell, since we're the majority, we need to be putting in some work too. So right around the civil rights movement, that's when you guys started getting some of that independence over there. Patrice Lumumba and people like that were coming here studying in HBCUs, ma'am. Barack Obama's father came over here with Foundation of Black Americans who helped fund him, and they took care of him when he was over here, looking out for them, making sure they were educated. We were showing them, hey, this is how you stand up against oppression. So let's put it all in the right context here. But go ahead.
Patrice and the other one that you said, Obama's dad, I'm sure they're banned too. I represent only the Nilotic and Cushitic East African native people of East Africa.
And
okay.
And speaking of that, Foundation of Black Americans, when Italy was about to colonize or try to colonize Ethiopia, it was Foundation of Black Americans over here who was stepping up, fighting against that. We were putting out stuff in the press. We had our pilots go over there, John C. Robinson, who went over there and he joined the Ethiopian Air Force, showing them how to correctly fly strategically. We over here in Harlem and Chicago were sending over medical supplies over there to Ethiopia to help the people out. And this was in the middle of the Great Depression. We were still putting our money together to help the people over there because we didn't want to see them get colonized. Let's put everything in context, beloved. But go ahead.
Hold on. That's actually a lie because let me tell you.
What's a lie?
It's a lie. It's a lie because the American government didn't even allow y'all to go down there and helping somebody build a plane isn't going to help fight in the war. What's going to help fight in the war is real soldiers, real warrior people.
Yeah, some of us.
And Ethiopians did 2 wars with Italy. The first one, they won by themselves without the help of any Black American. So you're lying right now.
Then why did Haile Selassie give land or offer land to Foundation of Black Americans for?
He actually gave land to the Caribbean people who thought that he was some sort of god or something because it rained over there.
No, he didn't give it to them. That land was allocated to us, and the Jamaicans found out about it and rushed over there. He allocated that land for us to thank us for helping them, ma'am.
That's a lie because the Jamaicans live there till this day. Why don't y'all go down there?
Yeah,
you're lying.
I'm not lying, man. Family. Y'all want to look up what I'm saying?
And also look up how Angela Davis protests happened in Somalia in 1970 something. There's pictures of it.
Man.
Google that.
Okay. I don't like nobody calling me a liar. I want y'all to Google what I'm saying, family. Well, I had to put her on mute. We're not going to do that. If I present a fact, I'll let everybody fact check it. I'll talk slow. Y'all fact check it. Haile Selassie to thank us for sending over medical supplies for people like John C. Robinson still going over there. They didn't want us over there, but we still went over there. Many of us still went over there to help them. We were sending money. We were sending all types of medical supplies over there to help them. They didn't have paper like that. We were helping them. And Haile Selassie, in a sense of gratitude, says, hey, you Black Americans, I have some land over here that I want to give you. So if y'all want to have dual citizenship, come back and forth, y'all can do that. The Jamaicans found out about it, and then they flooded over there. That's what happened. It wasn't why would he allocate land for Jamaicans? They heard about it and said, hey, we just like the Black Americans too. So they rushed over there. That's what happened. And family, y'all can fact check me on that. But go ahead, ma'am. Just you don't get to say, oh, that's not a defense, ma'am. But go ahead.
Because they felt like he was some sort of god, the Jamaicans. That's why he gave the land to them.
No, that's not. He didn't give it to them. He didn't give it to them. They just went over there like, hey, we're just like the Black Americans. So yeah, and we were like, we weren't trying to flee. We were like, hey, we thank you, but yeah, we good. We're gonna make shit happen over here. We're not fleers. We don't run around like that. We thank them for the gratitude. But go ahead, dear.
You claim to not be fleers, but a lot of Black Americans are actually moving to East Africa to be passport bros, which is disgusting, actually. It's nasty.
No, who? Who?
Search it up. It's on YouTube. You have King Umbatunda. He's a weirdo. You
Yeah, I
have you have the other one. I think his name's Ken Gonda. He's also a weirdo.
That sounds like your fellow tethers. Foundational Black American men ain't going over to no damn East Africa to lay up with y'all. When we got all these FBA women over here, ma'am, this is the troll part right here. She's getting into, this is the third T family. She's getting into, that's trolling, ma'am.
Let me tell you something. They switched their names. His name isn't King Umbatu.
I don't, you're naming fellow tethers, ma'am. I don't know none of these people.
Can I tell you what happened?
I don't care, because it ain't us.
Good. Guess what?
Not us, ma'am. Okay, now here's the tap out. The tap out. Are you about to, here's the tap out. When you run out of logic, they start tapping out. Go ahead, beloved.
I'm trying to give you facts. So the reason why their name is Ken Gonda on YouTube and
okay, stop naming these random people we don't know, ma'am. Now you're trolling and you're tapping out. We don't know none of these people, and they ain't got nothing to do with us, ma'am. All right. So now you're troll. Okay, there you go. So I'm gonna let you go. She done tapped out. She's going into troll mode. Like I said, they always do the 4 Ts. You just here trying to throw out some random person's name. I don't know. We don't know who these people are. These could be your buddies. We don't know. And we don't want to know. All right? Yeah, just because you don't like facts, that don't mean you get to negate facts. Yeah, Haile Selassie did not allocate that land for no damn Jamaicans. That land was allocated towards us to thank us. Why the hell would he thank Jamaicans? He was thanking us for helping. It was the Black press over here speaking out against what the Italians were doing. We were sending over medical supplies over there. And y'all, please research what I'm saying. This is very well documented. All right. So people, yeah, I know y'all used to lying. I know lying is second nature, but no. You got to come through with the facts. Let me get Brother Martin in here. Brother Martin, what's up, brother?
Okay, my bad. You can hear me now, Brother?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Long time no see, man. My apologies for not being able to attend, because, I don't really use TikTok like that because, TikTok, there's a lot of censorship there.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm always on X, but yeah, I just want to say, welcome back to X, bro, man. Long time no see, brother. Tariq Nasheed.
Oh, yeah.
Just want to congratulate you for coming back and not abandoning us in 2025, coming back to the app.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, I can't really hear you, kind of breaking up. I think it's my end. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just wanted to say, yeah, I'm glad that President Trump is deporting these tethers because the Haitians, man, and I'm gonna just say as a Latino, I can't stand the Haitians, so I'm down with you, brother. I'm down with the foundational brown, and I'm gonna land my plane there.
There you go. Thank you so much, brother. All right. We got Tether New. We got Revenue the Tether. What's going on, Revenue?
Hey, peace, Tariq. I want to tell you first before I, start debunking some things you said. Congratulations on hitting me history, comedy show that you've been putting on. And, congratulations on, keep selling the Ogun sweaters and the Ogun spray. I first wanted to say,
got some new deals, and it's called Majora Magic. Now, with your level of must, your body might reject it, but I can get you a special bottle, okay? So email me, and I got a special bottle that we're going to double the formula for your level of must. So what's on your mind, Revenue?
Right. I first wanted to say that Caribbeans most definitely helped Haile Selassie during the Italian-Ethiopia War. We raised over $3 million. You have people like Arnold Ford, who was born in America, but he was a Jamaican, and we had
raised $3 million. Who?
Caribbeans.
No, they didn't. It was us over here doing that. A couple sprinkled in. It was us.
Brother, you could look it up. I'm not,
How did
it's a fact. It's not nothing to debate on that.
it's to debate. Where in the Caribbean were they raising that kind of money?
Jamaica, Trinidad. That's why hence Haile Selassie made his visit to Jamaica and Trinidad in 1968. So there you go right there. And Arnold Ford, who was born in
Take no $3 million for him.
This is a fact. You can look it up.
Where?
Anybody could look that up.
The Caribbean.
And then you had people like Amy Garvey, who was Marcus Garvey's wife. She was a big supporter of Haile Selassie. So yeah, we have definitely made contributions to the Ethiopian war.
Raised no $3 million damn dollars.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
They didn't have that kind of money in the Caribbean.
Oh, who said that?
Yeah, the logic says that they weren't holding like that. They can't raise now. Who y'all gonna send that money? Okay. Yeah. Also, revenue. I saw you were debating my brother Dwan B. Why Dwan was lighting your ass up.
I mean, I didn't get on his panel to debate. I just came on to say why he's undermining New York being the
then you start
pioneer of hip hop.
Yeah,
like, that don't make no sense.
And then you start the same troll shit. When you start getting debunked, you think you is Indian or something, then you start that trolling shit.
I mean, he think he a Cherokee. I didn't lie about that. He said that.
Yeah, when y'all talking about hip hop and then you start trying to troll your way out of it, that shit is so corny when y'all do that. Just take the L. But anyway, thank you for the call. Yeah, Dwan B was lighting his ass up. Yeah, Revenue tried to have an argument and debate with Dwan B about music. And he was like, where's your degree? And Dwan literally pulled a degree out on his ass. Dwan was whooping this motherfucker. Dwan was lighting his ass up. And Revenue couldn't go toe-to-toe with the facts. So then he started trying to troll out, which is what they all do. They do that 4T shit. They come in acting like they're genuinely trying to get some answers. They'll tiptoe, then start twisting and trolling and then tapping out. Man, shout out to everybody in here. What's up, Juicy Genius? I see you, beloved. Shout out to everybody in here. What's up, Cousin Jerry in the building? Cousin Jerry in the building. But yeah, man, listen, these folks with this weird hostility towards us, yeah, we're just shutting all that stuff down.
Yo, what's going on, family? This is Tariq Nasheed down here at the Hidden History Museum in Los Angeles, and you need to come down here to the Hidden History Museum on Saturday, December 20th, 2025 for the Hidden History Holiday Humor Fest. And we're going to have so many great comedians down here. We're going to have complimentary food. We're going to have great music, great drinks, great vibes, great mingling, and it's going down right here at the Hidden History Museum. So come join the biggest party in town to end out the year, and let's end it out in style, 2131 West Jefferson Boulevard. Get your tickets now at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. That's hiddenhistorymuseum.com. I will see you here.
$50 says Diddy just sent him a bouquet that looks straight out of a funeral and a warning. He posted the flowers at 6 a.m., confused, annoyed, and clowning all at once, basically saying, a warning? I'm 90s grimy. You don't warn me. And honestly, the flowers do look like something you'd place next to a casket. Even 50 liked the top comment asking, why do those look like funeral flowers? Be careful. His whole comment section is losing it. People telling him to check the arrangement for hidden cameras, others saying Puff is trying to intimidate him because the Netflix documentary is dragging him across the internet. And the wildest part, 50 was at Club E11 in Miami last night, a club Diddy used to frequent for years. The timing is too convenient to not feel shady. Diddy is somewhere fuming, spiraling, maybe pacing in circles. Meanwhile, 50 Cent is cackling online like this is the best entertainment of his week. And honestly, it kind of is. The documentary already had people glued to screens, and now we have funeral flowers entering the chat like it's season 2. Whether it's trolls a mind game, or an accidental creepy florist choice, the internet is eating this up. Because if there's one thing about 50 Cent, he will not let you intimidate him. He will meme you into oblivion first.
So we know 50 Cent is the ultimate troll. And everybody, you know, the whole internet is going crazy because we're hearing now that allegedly P. Diddy sent 50 Cent a wreath of flowers. And that was like the symbolic of saying, yo, get ready to dig your grave, or, you know, something in reference to unaliving. And people were saying, well, yeah, you got to check it for cameras. You got to check it for anthrax. You got to check it for everything, because this Netflix series that he's bringing out is adding salt on the wound, right? And he's talking, you know, he's talking real condescending. You know, he's being 50 Cent. He's the ultimate troll. And we know that 50 Cent is mad because Diddy had Daphne in every position you can think of. And he probably would. And 50 Cent is pissed off about this, right? 50 Cent was embarrassed by the situation because as rappers, they're very competitive. They always going back and forth at each other. And now 50, who's the ultimate troll, his baby mom was getting her cheeks boat raced by Diddy. So, you know, he can't stand that, man. He's jealous. He's upset. You know, people made fun of him during his trial. You know, he was trying to troll Diddy, but people was the people was trolling him back, you know, because of the things that she said when she got on that stand, right? So, you know, it's just a whole mess. But we know that 50 Cent was going to all these different news stations to ask. He was going to all these different news stations to talk about the Netflix series and tell people why they should watch it, right? So he did an interview with CNN, MS News, everybody. Check it out.
Joining me now, CNN entertainment reporter Lisa France. Good morning, Lisa. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning, Audie. Thanks for having me.
So just a reminder, Combs is currently fighting this legal battle while he's serving a 50-month sentence. How strong is his case in terms of trying to stop Netflix?
I mean, it feels like the horse is already out the barn, right, Audie? I mean, we both watched it. And so
you have outed me. Yes, I watched the whole thing yesterday. Fine, Lisa France.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I didn't know that was a secret.
No, it's fine.
You don't ever tell a journalist anything, but if you don't want to tell. But yeah, so I feel like it's a little bit too late because if anything, it's, I think, drawn more eyes to this, Audie, because people want to see what he and his team are so upset about. And it's the thing about Diddy is he is known for filming himself. He's known for documenting his life. And so it was really fascinating to see the mindset that he was in the days leading up to his arrest, and also to see the way people have talked about him in this. Like, one of the things that kept coming up is that he likes to control the narrative, that he wants to be the one to tell the story. And so he is telling the story, but not in the way that he wanted to tell the story. And that's why his team sent that cease and desist.
Yeah, there's a scene where he's talking to his attorneys and he's like, we need someone who understands, I don't know if he said the dark arts or the dirtiest media propaganda from this country or other countries. I thought that was interesting. Yeah. Basically, this doc itself, it kind of rehashes some things that are rumors or sort of urban legend in hip hop about whether or not Sean Combs had connections to the murders of Tupac or Biggie. And this goes into that. But
Netflix making news this week with a new documentary featuring never-before-seen video of Sean Diddy Combs in moments that he clearly viewed as secret, including a high-stakes call with his lawyer just days before his now infamous arrest, plus Diddy reacting in real time as new lawsuits dropped against him. Combs has publicly objected that he says the videos were, quote, stolen. Yes. Diddy's team is also rebutting this, says they legally obtained the videos. In addition, tonight, another dynamic that another famous rapper is, of course, behind this film, 50 Cent, who has long publicly clashed with Diddy and has recently expanded into a wide range of film and TV projects. He has plenty to say about Combs' record. The rapper, actor, and producer joins me now. He's sold over 30 million albums, won all kinds of awards and accolades along the way, and is now a successful film and TV producer. And we're also joined by his colleague on the project, Alexandria Stapleton, an Emmy-winning 50. How'd you get it, and what does that scene show?
Well, I mean, you know, you're a journalist, Harvey. Harvey, you would not disclose your sources.
We usually don't.
Yeah, but I got it. Yeah.
What he said.
and what do you think it conveys?
Because they felt that based on the charges that were presented by the federal government, and that that they could not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Combs was guilty of, RICO.
Yeah. That they overcharged.
That they overcharged. I think that when you get into the, I don't know if our laws or our legal system are the best when it comes to the gray matter of sexual assault.
They had tanks out in front of his house. All right. Like they made a bigger, more extreme approach to the investigation.
So you think the government did basically mishandle what was still strong evidence?
They did overdo it.
They overdid it.
He did great. He beat the case. To me, that what he was charged with, that's a victory. Like that, to end up with 50 months when you had when your life on the line is a victory. But to be the only person that's incarcerated for hiring and transport male prostitutes is different.
Yeah, life on the line, also a 50 lyric. Yeah. When he comes out, and it's not that long from now, he re-enters this world. He's got a stack of civil cases that could bankrupt even the wealthiest people, and you give voice to some of those accusers and individuals. What do you think the future should hold for Diddy? Sort of re-embraced or not?
I don't know if he. I don't know why he didn't file bankruptcy. Like it would have indicated to the sharks that even if you see blood in the water, there's not that much blood, right? Because the lawyers, they came with so many lawsuits. It's like 80 different civil suits. So
it's over 100 now.
Yeah, he'll be the legal
underwater.
process is exhausting.
I think he.
And I have a lot of guys that I look up to their accomplishments at but I wouldn't call them my heroes.
Right. You don't wear another man's jersey on your back.
Yeah.
Respect. Your favorite villain?
My favorite villain?
All over social media clowning him. That's what he do. He's making all these different posts. The deadline, Curtis Jackson details the involvement of making Sean Combs doc and potential sequel as 50 legal woes continue to unfold. So he's going at him, right? Then he's putting these up, top 10 series in the US today. I'm the #1 in the US, UK. Things got to move over. Fightland is on the way. Stop playing with me, right? So, and I told you, 50 Cent, he wanted that top spot. He's always wanted that top spot. He's making posts of fake lawyers clowning Diddy. They sending these cease and desist, and he got a Jewish lawyer on here, and they're just clowning him. They're clowning him to the nth degree. Making fun of him, right? Diddy's legal team. Meanwhile, they're trying to take all of his money before the victims, and it's 80 civil cases. So that was supposed to be like Diddy's lawyer, fighting while he's in jail trying to get that money, man. It's just all a joke. Then he got a former bodyguard, former Bad Boy security guard about his video speaking on Diddy's documentary, Industry on Blast. Bonds keeping it real. Now what it says. Now how it go. If you pay people, this doesn't happen, right? So it gets real crazy, man. And again, he's coming at Diddy with everything he can because he's mad because of what Diddy done to him. That's all that is. It ain't got nothing to do with Diddy sitting trying to take him shopping and none of that kind of stuff. He's just a real vindictive person. We already see his relationship with his son and his first baby mom, right? So, but he better be careful because when it's his, but listen, 50 is the ultimate troll, especially when it comes to black people. Right, when it comes to his own people, he used everything that he can to troll people and go after people, man. Man, listen. And to me, in my opinion, he's working with the powers that be to help bring Diddy down. That's the part that I don't like. Whatever you got with Diddy as a black man, y'all handle that. But you go work with them W folks to come after Diddy, where you already know that you next. They're gonna come after you when they done. We know that they break their tools. When they done, they use you as a tool. But once they done with you, they break them. So it's only a matter of time before they come for you, 50 Cent. You got one time to mess up. And when you mess up, all the trolling you did, everybody's gonna come for you. They're gonna totally obliterate you, man. It's gonna be a wrap when they come from you. when they come for you. We already know that they're coming for Jay-Z and Rock Nation. It's only a matter of time before they come for you, man, when they don't need you no more. So, listen, that's just my opinion, man. When it comes to it, we all saw his baby mama on that stand and saw some of the things that she said she did with Diddy, right? And that was an embarrassment. That was an embarrassment to 50. So y'all let me know what y'all think. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV. Leave your comments in the comment section. Let me know what you guys think. And remember, I love y'all. Until next time. Peace.
I've said it before. Yeah, I'm up. Oh my God. Damn, I was out. Oh shit. Well, thank y'all for tapping in. Jesus. Everybody came in right after. Oh yeah, that shit was stupid. This motherfucker sitting over caping for fucking Kundus Owens. Oh, gang goofy ass game. Ugh. Looking at that damn picture is making me sick. Let me stop sharing. I don't even know where the hell I left off at. Okay, so the cue that was playing, y'all, that shit. I hope y'all got a kick out of that cue. That shit was all over the place. Oh shit. All right, let me show y'all what's happening down in New Orleans.
New immigration crackdowns are leading to scenes like this. Videos are popping up showing federal agents making arrests. The Department of Homeland Security says it's aimed at getting criminals off the streets, while some communities and neighborhoods say the sweeps are causing fear. Hello, I'm Stephanie Simmons with what's happening in the news now. The Department of Homeland Security launched 2 new operations in New Orleans and Minnesota this week. In New Orleans, officials launched Operation Catahoula Crunch on Wednesday. The Trump administration said it targets undocumented immigrants accused of serious crimes who were previously released from jail. In Minnesota, the ICE operation in the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul focused primarily on undocumented Somali immigrants, according to a federal official. Homeland Security has arrested at least a dozen people during the operation in the Twin Cities. Nearly half.
Oh, so you missed it, Breeze. I played your track in the very beginning of the show, and then I had to put hands on a cracker earlier. This motherfucker tried to break in my house. Well, I have to lay this motherfucker down and get the fuck out of my house. Oh, God. I don't know if he was looking for the neighbor or what. I don't know if he was trying to get to the neighbor's apartment or what. Yeah, I have to put hands on this cracker. It's not, no lie, Breeze. I'm like sitting there like, I had left my door unlocked because I'm just doing laundry. I had the last of it I needed to go pick up, so I left the door unlocked. So I'm getting ready to go get my damn laundry. Next thing I know, there's a crack in my fucking apartment. I'm like, what the fuck? I told this motherfucker, get the fuck out of my apartment, cuz. I pushed that motherfucker out of my motherfucking apartment with the quickness. Like, cuz, get the fuck out of here. Like, what the fuck is you doing? I don't know, drunk, high, combination of both. You came to the wrong motherfucking apartment with that shit. So yeah, I had to put hands on that cracker for real. Lucky he didn't get pieced up. Like, cuz, what you doing? It's like a damn zombie. I'm like, wait, who the fuck? Get the fuck out of my apartment. I don't know what the fuck he was doing, but he was about to get his
Head knocked off. Oh man, let me drop the link for you. One second. Yeah, I think I saw that you and Grizz did. It was only like 3 people in here at the time. Yeah, Twin and 2 other people. It was like, that's fire. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, he looked like he looked like the down. They all look like the police. They look like one of the motherfucking meth heads. Like straight up fucking zombie. I don't know if he was on the blues, the fentanyl, or what, Leonard, but he was fucked up. It was like a straight up zombie, like the zombie apocalypse type shit. Cause I'm like yelling at this motherfucker and he's not responding. So I'm not gonna keep yelling at you. I'm just gonna put my hands on you. Get you fuck out my apartment. What up, Breeze? Grand Rising.
Yo.
I was out like a light, y'all. Appreciate y'all holding it down while I was out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, let me turn on my mic. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo, what, you found a zombie nigga in your crib?
Yeah, this motherfucker tried to come into my apartment.
Nigga, like 28 days later. Did you bust his head?
Yeah, I'm like, cuz if you don't get the fuck out of my apartment.
Oh my God, my nigga. I'm glad he ain't bite you. Yo, y'all could have been the start of the damn zombie apocalypse. My nigga Jesse Parrish.
Yeah, he was probably an informant junkie snitch.
You would have been like part of the zombie apocalypse, my nigga.
Yeah, they would have been on the stream. I was waiting on the fuck out there. There's a camera right out my door.
Salute for you playing that in the beginning. We got me and Grizz. We got some other shit coming too.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Big shout out.
Yeah.
Yo, CRU royalty. Yeah, what did you figure out why he was in there?
I think he was trying to get to the neighbor's apartment. I don't know. He was unresponsive. It was like I said, it was like dealing with a zombie. Like, what the fuck?
You know, y'all niggas had some shit out there where they were supposed to like fix the streets for some safe shit out in the streets, and the rich people stopped it. I was just watching a whole thing on the news out there in Colorado, and they was talking about y'all niggas was supposed to have some shit that was supposed to make a certain part of the neighborhood safe, and the rich white people stopped it.
Oh yeah, they stay stopping shit that's supposed to make us safe. They don't give a fuck about us out here. I had damn near cuss city council all yesterday.
Yeah, I figured you did. I was about to ask you what went on at the council shit, cause nigga, you telling me that in your damn crib, nigga. What the hell? Where was the dog? Where was the dogs at?
Oh, the dogs, all the pets is at Lady Chase.
Oh, at your shit ain't no dogs there.
The dog would have let me know immediately. The dog would have bit that motherfucker.
You gotta get you a pit, nigga. Get that nigga, get one pit in there, bitch. And that nigga be gone.
Well, I have the Doberman. The Doberman Rottweiler mix.
Oh.
Getting on me about having pets. And like they keep writing me.
How the hell they be on shit like that, man? That's crazy. Yeah, Leonard Judah said the same thing. How did that nigga get in? He just opened your door?
He just opened my door. The door was unlocked. He just came right on in. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. That shit crazy, my nigga. I'm glad you safe, brother.
Oh yeah, I'm straight. I'm just glad
I figure you can handle yourself, but like I'm saying, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, I thought I was about to piece this motherfucker up, like, cause if you don't get the fuck out of my apartment, like, you didn't announce yourself, nothing. All I see is this motherfucker cracker stumbling into my apartment.
Oh shit, bro. Whoop his ass. I don't like white bitches who look like this. The demure looking white bitch, that's a dangerous white bitch. That's a dangerous white bitch.
Mm-hmm. And there's literally a camera right outside my door. Like, I open my door, there's a camera right there.
Shout out Lady Che.
Yeah.
Twin Peaks, everybody in here. Look, I know I came in. I'm like, nigga, it's 17 degrees. I ain't riding no scooter this morning. I got up and drove my car. I was like, fuck it, I gotta spend this gas.
So I was waiting on security, like security gonna be here any minute. Cause they came. I tell you, Breeze, I turned my heat up to like 86 degrees one time. The whole fucking fire department came to my motherfucking apartment.
Cause you had your heat up?
Yeah.
Yo, my nigga, that's crazy.
So I was waiting on them else to come because they usually show up. Oh, nobody showed up. The camera right there. And Lady Chase OG, he got sent back to jail because he got into a fight in this building.
What? Wait, who?
His brother, his name, he's a OG, like he's an old school Crip OG. He saved Lady Chase.
He down with y'all.
Yeah, he saved Lady Chase's life when she was younger.
Oh.
And
shout out to Lady Che. I know she probably fucking sleep over there, goddamn it.
Yeah, she at home. Yeah, I gotta go over there in a few hours.
Yeah, Jesse be up.
Yeah.
Nigga, I want to get me one of them boxes y'all niggas be getting with all them vegetables and all that shit. I'm about to go.
Yeah.
I'm trying. I was watching you when you was at the food jar. I was like, nigga, I'm about to go to get them niggas from the food bank to bring me some food, nigga.
Yeah, for real.
Cause I be busting my ass. I'm like, nigga, this shit don't never add up. I'm like, people be seeing my videos like, Breeze, you got some lamb. I'm like, bitch, y'all don't understand how much that shit costs.
Right.
That's why I haven't done many food videos in the last fucking couple of months. Cause shit is like crazy. Prices
and now it's
up,
winter time. You ain't yielded nothing. How was your harvest? Did you get a whole bunch of stuff out of harvest?
Yeah. I just bought a whole half a cow, nigga. I got a full of shit in my goddamn. I've been putting it in my deep freezer.
Yeah, I don't know what that food was on. K2.
My nigga said it was a Diddy zombie. He coming for Jay Baxter.
I was like, what the fuck?
He was trying to make you wake up sore.
Oh, hell no. That's not gonna happen.
He was trying to make you wake up sore, my nigga. Lord have mercy.
Real quick, he came to the wrong apartment.
Yeah, if he was an immigrant, yeah, tie that nigga down. We could have wrapped him up and put him in a blanket and called ICE.
No, he was no immigrant.
Beat that nigga in the head. White nigga. Wait. Some of these white niggas could be immigrants too, because Trump has been deporting white immigrants as well.
He was one of them Appalachian crackers.
Oh, so he would have just been deported to over here by me. Oh, hell no. I don't want that nigga back over here. We got enough of them. We got enough Methanese. We got enough Methanese and Matthews. We got Methanese and Matthews all over the place.
We got our share out here, like these motherfuckers.
We got a whole bunch of Matthew Brodricks.
They smoke meth. They be mixing meth with the fentanyl. They be all zombie out.
Wait, Jesse, you know they declare you being an alcoholic or on drug or meth as a disability.
Yep.
You know that?
Yep.
I was just going through this with my because like I said, I told people I had lost my other job. I get a new job. I start seeing this shit. They talking about, do you got a disability? And when I looked under the disabilities, they had like alcoholism. If you was on meth, that's all a disability. Everything a white person does is now a disability.
Yep. Yeah, because we don't do that shit. It's very few.
They ask me all the questions. I'm like, no, nigga, I'm not a drug addict. I'm not a alcoholic. I don't know what is all this. I'm like, that's a disability. I'm like, shit, well, I might start drinking. They want you to drink, nigga. That's what they want.
Mm-hmm. That's how it is. Hey, I call this shit the asylum.
Yeah,
Move from one asylum to another.
Yo, brother, you are telling the motherfucking truth.
Like, I thought I had to wash my back at the other place. This place is just as bad.
Damn, my nigga, I thought you were safe over there, bro.
That's what I thought too, until I realized I got a bunch of crazy ass motherfucking neighbors. These motherfuckers be roaming the halls at all hours of the day and night, randomly knocking on doors. God damn,
nigga said the nigga from Ukraine.
Are you one of the Uber kids? Remember that game on MySpace?
Yeah.
The Uber kids. One of them Uber kids.
Yeah. On MySpace. Oh my God, Jesse. I'm glad you saved my nigga.
Yeah, me too. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, this shit just
you gotta get a dog in that bitch.
Shit, when I had the dog in here, they was like, oh,
yo,
you got too many pets.
Selling meth is a disability too. Yep, all it is. Y'all should have seen some of the things I saw on there when they was asking me. Like, they got some new like law, like you gotta enter if you ever receive SNAP benefits or some shit, and under that shit, that's where they tell you what the disabilities and all this shit is. You like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, hell no to all that shit. I'm like, God damn, so I'm not disabled? I'm around them though.
Yeah.
Like, I wrote in the box that they put, I'm like, but I'm around them. That should be a disability disclaimer right there.
Right. So they give you, they must be giving crazy checks for that shit too.
That's what I said. If you go on TikTok, they got a whole thing where white people are over there talking about they can get like damn near $4,700 a month just to pay for all their bills. Because if they on meth, I was like, this shit is crazy, bro. Like if they never had none of this shit for black people. You on crack?
No, we don't get. No, there was no safe crack house.
Yes, CRU Royalty. They giving out checks to alcoholics, nigga. They say it's a disability.
They didn't have no. They had the trap house, but that was the trap house. That was the crack house. But they didn't have no spot where they had doctors and shit where you go up in there and do whatever drug you want to do, and they just gonna supervise you. Like they got these safe injection sites out here. Like they let these motherfuckers shoot up with supervision.
God, this is crazy, bro. Like they have a welfare system. They have a whole damn welfare system.
Yeah. It's like Professor Black Truth always says they get free goodies and giveaways. That's what racism and white supremacy is. That's their welfare system.
They got $1 million worth of whiteness.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's why when them poor whites be begging for money, I'm like, hell, bro, man, you got some pride. The hell you doing that in a slave for something?
I just saw a homeless white nigga when I was driving back. I was like, the nigga had a sign and shit. I just drove past him. He put his sign up right at my window. I was like, nigga, bye. I was like, he was outside the 7-Eleven and shit. I'm like, nigga, bye.
You better
Nigga.
ask Trump to help your ass.
Yeah. Even at 7-Eleven, niggas like, where's your scooter? I said, nigga, I ain't riding no scooter today, nigga. I had to drive my car. Them niggas, I'm like, God damn.
Yeah, you said it's 17 degrees out there. You must have had a cold for us come through.
Nigga, it's 17 degrees right now in Virginia. It is like blicky out this bitch.
Yeah, that's how it was here last week.
Oh my God.
Yeah, actually kind of warmed up a little bit. I think it got into the 50s yesterday.
Nigga, that's what I'm saying. It was 50s yesterday. And now we at 17 degrees today. I'm like, nigga, they talking about it's only gonna get up to 30. I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah, we had got some snow last week. Remember I told you that shit was all icy and shit? Oh, that shit gone. You can't even tell the snow.
Yeah. That's what it was like out in Virginia. You couldn't even tell it snowed. Nigga, that snow was gone.
The only way you could tell is if you look west to the mountains, you see all the snow-capped mountains.
Yeah, up on the yeah. But yeah, out here, man.
You said you sunny in Houston. Yeah, they getting meth checks, Leonard.
He said a homeless a bag of Jordans at Air Force.
Mm-hmm. You get the homeless. Where is it? Damn.
I wouldn't have gave them niggas nothing. If they were white, especially they white, nigga.
Yeah,
I already gave a white nigga a bag of my J's, and I seen the nigga standing on the same block with my J's. I was like, nigga, you got to move after I give you them shits. I can't be seeing you out here wearing my J's, nigga.
Right.
Because I might want to take them shits back from the nigga.
Right.
I'm like, damn, nigga, I got a new outfit to work with that. Nigga, give me my J's off your feet, nigga.
Right.
Look, they out here got weed up in a term.
Yeah, that don't make no sense, crew. How the weed gonna be legal, but they still require you to take a piss test? I got some fake piss too.
Crazy, bro. Crazy. Yeah, you got to have the whole fake dick thing on your shit when you got to piss, because the nigga be standing right there.
Mm-hmm.
I had to paint my shit brown.
I got the whole shit.
Because the shit only come as a pink dick.
Wow.
You got to paint this shit. I was like, yeah, they make that shit brown so I can use that sometimes. But I stopped smoking weed, really. I'm like, fuck it, nigga. These niggas is on your ass.
Right.
Oh, it's 27? Oh, my God, nigga.
It's 45,
nigga, you ain't feeling 17, though, nigga. Go step outside in that 17, nigga. That shit is...
I was feeling that last week.
That shit how you looking like Weebay. You like, whoa, nigga. And I'm like, I got a big ass snorkel too. My snorkel is like rated for this type of weather, but still, nigga.
Oh yeah, I gotta do dirty. That motherfucker. I wish I had that motherfucker like 10 years ago.
I like that Denver joint you had on, nigga. You had the whole Denver shit on. That shit.
Oh yeah.
See, that's why them niggas be hating, because you looking fly.
Yeah, throw my clothes out the laundry room. That's why every time I do laundry, this motherfucker could be on that shit on like flies on shit. This nigga stole my clothes out the motherfucking laundry room.
Wait, somebody stole your clothes?
Yeah, this motherfucker stole my drawers, stole my damn socks.
I would treat that shit like a dorm, nigga. I'd be sitting right in there the entire time. When I used to be in college, niggas would steal your clothes, nigga, and be wearing it right on the campus. Like, that's the wildest shit. Like, I remember
wearing my shit, because I know exactly what the fuck was taken. I'm waiting to see this motherfucker wear my shit. They stole one of my Bronco hoodies. I was mad about it. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck is my Bronco hoodie? These
Yeah,
motherfuckers,
I used to have to
we
fight
can do.
college.
Fuck
I had to
you, ain't
fight.
nothing you can do. The punk ass security gonna tell me ain't nothing we can do about it. What the fuck you mean ain't nothing you can do about it? Or you gotta file a police report. Are you fucking serious? At my other place, the security, they go straight to that motherfucker's room and be like, hey, we got you on camera. Give the shit up.
Give it up, bro.
That shit happened. It was a tether too. It was a tether nigga that stole my shit. I was like,
oh my god,
this motherfucker, where the fuck is my clothes? Oh, we got him on camera. We take you straight to his apartment. Okay, let's do it.
damn, I didn't know that's happening at regular washing spaces. Like I know in college, I remember niggas who steal niggas' clothes. I remember when I was in college, I had to check a nigga like, hey nigga, that's my shirt. Why do you got it on? Like, I had to get a nigga and make him take my shirt off. Right
and this
out the
building got like 9 floors, Breeze. Each one got a washer and dryer, like 2 washers and dryers on each floor. Only 2 floors got working washers and dryers.
It's crazy. That's why I'm so grateful, man. I got a washer and a dryer. I don't gotta go no fucking place. I'll just wash my shit.
Yeah. Wish I had one built in, like, cause that's the book. When you gotta go to the laundromat, you gotta go to the motherfucking laundry room. You gotta put up with that type of shit. And the laundry room is supposed to be locked. Only residents can get in them. You got these key fobs and shit. You got to use the key fob for everything. So if you lose your key fob, you can't get to your apartment because you can't work the elevator without the key fob.
Yeah.
Now you can't even get to stairs because the stairs is you got to have the key fob. So you just be assed out. So these motherfuckers be waiting outside, waiting for people to open the door so they can get in. And you can't tell if the motherfucker straight off the street or if they even live in the building.
I just ignore a nigga. If nigga don't got their file, I'm walking right past. That's a Seinfeld episode.
Mm-hmm.
When Seinfeld, he's got a nigga at the door talking about, he's like, yeah, we've been being robbed. I can't open the door. And the nigga turned out to be a nigga living right next to him with the parrot.
Yeah.
Yo, I tell you, it's so much Seinfeld in this world right now. I'll be like, nigga, there's so much shit that you don't even notice that was in Seinfeld. And Seinfeld is a goddamn racist. If you watch the Seinfeld TV show, man, they got so much racist nuances in the whole damn show. Like every time they doing something, like when the nigga got the fleas, he got the brother coming over there to get rid of his fleas. It's all type of sick shit in there, bro. The nigga made a comment about Dick Gregory in there and shit. Like, they be talking shit. Yeah, Kramer was, Twin Pyramids, Kramer was straight racist. That nigga went full blown racist. Look, Amy Schumer was on that show. Sarah Silverman. They all racist.
Yep. Yeah.
Yo, Leonard the Judah. I only watch Seinfeld so I can see the racism of white America. Seinfeld show you the truth that they got racist nuances about everything.
Everything. And that shit, when I have my TV, that shit would come on every evening at 11 o'clock on the Fox channel, on the local Fox network.
I had to cancel my Netflix because I was like, nigga, they about to raise that price on Netflix.
The news will go off, Breeze, and then here comes fucking Seinfeld. And as soon as I hear that fucking music, I'm like, I'm changing the fucking channel. And then right after Seinfeld, guess what come on? Friends.
Oh, that's I don't even know. I ain't never seen no Friends ever.
As soon as I hear that stupid ass song, did you see that Democrat movie Leave the World Behind?
Oh, he was a chulo? That's what Kramer is? He's a damn filthy chulo?
Yep.
Yeah. Kramer is a goddamn racist.
The Cholo, yeah.
I know when that nigga was, I seen that video when the black people wasn't feeling him, he just started calling everybody the N-word.
Yep. Yeah, he did that at that comedy show and he got his ass whooped.
Yeah, black people was like, nigga, shut the fuck up. They all racist.
He did that at the Comedy Works in Los Angeles.
Yeah. Oh, he said he was locked up with them.
Wow, yes.
I remember that nigga did go to jail. I do remember when that nigga did go to jail. Oh shit.
Damn, Twin, you got locked up when you was in Stockton. Twin used to live in Stockton. I was showing the shooting.
Yeah.
The shooting that happened out there at that birthday party.
Yeah.
Said he's totally retarded.
Look, if you watch the show, the Kramer nigga should have been locked up.
Yeah, those
he
never.
didn't go to jail till they the nigga him and they kidnapped the dog, him and the male nigga.
And the only black people on Seinfeld was the attorneys.
Yeah, the nigga went to jail. Yeah, no, CRU Royalty, there's plenty of black people in the damn show. The black people.
You're talking about Friends. Are you talking about Seinfeld or Friends, crew?
Yeah, crew. What you talking about? Seinfeld or Friends? Yeah, crew. Friends had no black people.
None.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why that's why I canceled my Netflix. I'm like, nigga, I'm watching poor TV like other niggas.
Right.
I'm on Tubi. I was on Tubi last night.
What was you watching on Tubi?
Huh?
What did you watch on Tubi? I have watched.
Yeah, they got a lot on Tubi. They got a lot on Tubi.
I'm on the black hand side. I was watching.
I was watching anime. I was over there watching anime last night.
They got all the.
I was watching anime. I was like, yo, shit. I'm like, Tubi grabbed some anime, some shit that I hadn't seen for a minute. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna watch this.
They got that Crunchyroll that got all the anime on it.
Yeah, I have Crunchyroll, but I had to cancel my Crunchyroll because it got too expensive.
Yeah, that shit is expensive.
They went up to $14.99. I'm like,
nigga. Hell no. Yeah, I'm cool on that.
I had to cancel them. I was like, damn. And it just went some good anime that I wanted to watch.
I had it when it was like $7.99.
Yeah, the $7.99 joint. But I canceled all of it. I was like, yeah, I gotta cancel it all. I was like, shit.
He said I can draw like a month. Oh, you got talent too? I used to draw anime too. I should draw a whole bunch of shit.
Hell yeah. That's what all my daughters can draw anime. Like, they fucking super dope at that shit. They all
I used to draw like all the Dragon Ball Z characters.
See, I'm not a drawer, nigga. My art comes from music. My children, they can make art. My art only comes from music.
And then I used to draw whole cities out. Like I used to draw out whole cities. I used to make my own little black cities when I was young. They had their own roads, their own buildings. There was nothing but black people in them.
Look, my daughter has drawn such a good anime that we trying to get it published right now. My daughter has made, it's like almost a version of the Soul Society Bleach. It's almost like Bleach.
Okay.
But it's about black people. It's my daughter just named it Blacc. She's like, well, it's Bleach. Well, can I just name it Blacc? And so it's called Blacc. And so we trying to get it like published right now. My daughter got a whole thing like with a whole Soul Society full of niggas. When you see the afros my daughter drawn and some of the characters. Oh, Twin Pyramids, salute. I appreciate you, family.
Yeah, he loved that track. He was like, this is straight fire.
Yes, sir. We trying to cook it up over here. We trying to make some real FBA shit for FBA family. That's we done with all this other people living off of us. We trying to live off us finally. We trying to be, let's get this shit right. We gonna lock ourselves in. I've been saying that's why I'm proud of my daughter drawing black anime. I was like, we need our own stuff.
Yeah, we do.
Stuff.
And like you said, we make that shit pop because it wasn't really rocking with that shit until after we started watching it.
Oh yeah, my daughter name is Kira Imani. I'm trying to remember where she got her shit at right now because she got a bunch of shit up right now in college. So she been using
DeviantArt. Is DeviantArt still around? And she got stuff up on DeviantArt because I used to be on DeviantArt.
Yeah, she's been doing a lot of her stuff. She's been putting it into AI, and the AI been making it animated.
Oh, dope.
Yeah, I'm about to post some of this shit. Like I've been grabbing it all up. I just had because I want to do a show where I'm gonna introduce my daughter. I want her to be like, doing her thing.
I don't know, my shit still might be up. I used to be Majin J on
Black Society.
This is like 20 years ago.
It don't matter, nigga. If it's tweet, nigga, it don't matter.
It was in the MySpace days.
Yeah, I play music that I made back in the MySpace days. I don't. You can hear niggas in my lyrics. They'll sometimes say it. They'll be like, in your MySpace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So shit, nigga, we know.
Yeah, I miss MySpace too.
I miss MySpace too. I do. I wish they wouldn't have never stole it, but that was taken over by YouTube.
That would be a fire name for an anime.
Word up.
Black Society. All right, let me get back to this. They deporting the damn Vietnamese now down in New Orleans.
Yeah, you saw that, right? That nigga sound like he was from New Orleans too. That nigga like, I've been down here. That nigga like, hey, yo, nigga, hey, yeah, I did crime. Yeah, I was laughing at that. I was like, that nigga sound like they should just leave him. I was like, this is fucked up to send that nigga back to Vietnam.
Yeah, he going back to Saigon.
Ain't no nigga gonna love that nigga in Vietnam coming back talking like that.
Right. They gonna sound like that alien.
Keep that nigga over here. I was like, let that nigga stay here. Cause he even mentioned, he was like Janet Reno. He's like, they passed that law after I committed my crime.
Mm-hmm.
So I ain't hating on him. Look, I ain't never had no Vietnamese hate on me. I'm gonna be honest. No Vietnamese has ever been like shitty to me. I was talking about Cambodians. You heard me in my broadcast. I was talking about the Cambodians. I ain't never had no Cambodians be angry at me. Like I said, of all the Asians, I felt like Vietnamese and Cambodian niggas be the nicest to black people. That's all I. When I have Cambodian niggas that fuck with me right now. Yeah, I feel you, man. They gotta go. I feel you. They do gotta go. They got to go.
Man, all them illegals gotta go. He about to get them all out the paint.
Yeah, everybody out the paint. But I wish he would focus more on getting out these Africans and Latinos. Before you focus on them, get these Africans and these Latinos, because even my family down in New Orleans, I asked them, who bothering y'all the most? They say the Latinos.
Mm-hmm.
And then they say there's a bunch of Haitians out there now.
There's a lot of Haitians out there now.
Yeah, but like they said, get rid of all the Latinos. Because I asked my uncle, I was like, yo, do you know the Cambodians and Vietnamese culture. He's like, nah. He's like, nigga, I fuck with the Cambodians.
Mm-hmm.
He like, they the only niggas that hire black people on the shrimp boats.
Yep, they are. The Somalians are the perfect target. Mm-hmm. Them all light bulb head ass niggas.
Get them light bulb head niggas out of here. All light bulb nigga. If a nigga got a light bulb head, get that nigga. Throw a goddamn net on that nigga head. You can't miss. Grab
Yeah,
that
I ain't
nigga.
been there since 2012. Last time I was in New Orleans was in 2012. I was mad. No good seafood.
Look,
But it was right after the BP spill.
when they brought all the Katrinians out here to Northern Virginia, they brought all
They brought them here too. We had a lot of Katrina refugees come out here.
and I didn't like that they were calling them my niggas refugees. I love my Katrinian family out here in fucking Northern Virginia. I gave support to them niggas. I was one of the niggas that was at the spot when they were first arriving. I was standing up right now.
Yeah, I had just graduated from high school when that happened.
Yes, sir. That shit was crazy. I'm fresh at the end of college. I'm like only 4 or 5 years out of college.
I was watching that like, how the fuck this motherfucker go from a little tropical storm to this monster ass hurricane overnight?
Yeah, they blew niggas up out there. They blew the fucking the white people blew levees. So the white neighborhood in Lake Pontchartrain wouldn't get all the fucking flooding.
Yeah, but they let the Ninth Ward get flooded.
Yeah, which is called it's called the bathtub down there.
Yeah. It's just a big ass bowl underwater.
Wicked. These people are wicked, man. They've been doing so much shit to Foundation of Black Americans. That's why I don't really be like, I don't support shit, man. Really. If it ain't policy driven, I don't do Republican. I don't do Democrat. That's why I be trying to tell our beautiful fiery sister Pinky Wells. You know, me and her, we always mixing it up over that.
Yeah. She been over here too.
I love
into it one time. Like, sister Pinky Wells, she from California. She was like,
yeah, Pinky gonna mix it up with niggas. That's what Pinky do. I love Pinky though. I love her. I love Diamond. I love the whole fam. I love the whole family. All y'all that be coming over, rocking with me, and we be having a good, funny time. That's why Restream be fucking us up. And that's why I figured out last night when they were fucking with us last night. It was because it was Young Riaz. It was his beat. It was his bandwidth. It had nothing to do with us.
Too. Young Riaz came through earlier.
Yeah, it was his bandwidth. They like if it's early in the day, they don't fuck with it, but they use his bandwidth as a way to shut us down. They start saying, I kept looking, they kept saying the UK bandwidth. They kept saying UK bandwidth. I'm like, what? So that's why it started freezing up and acting up when Big E and all us got together.
Yeah. I was wondering what was going on.
Yeah, it was the band. I kept looking. I went and looked it up, and they kept talking about, I kept seeing this thing kept saying UK bandwidth.
All right, let me play this clip, Breeze. He said something was nigga hunting.
Ninja hunting in the new. He was. Yo, you ain't lying. You ain't lying, nigga. I seen the pit. I got the videos of Sean Penn out there on a boat. nigga thought he was like helping. Nah, that nigga.
You remember that 60 Minutes that Ray Nagin did?
Yeah.
60 Minutes, and they found that dead body, and they said that body had been there for weeks.
That was a lie. And
like, I've been calling them to pick the body up. They ain't come to pick the body up.
General, There was a general. There was a general and shit. I'm trying to think of that brother's name because he come on my shit once in a while. I forgot his name.
Yeah, I can't remember.
He's a damn general. He was in the new they got a Netflix shit where they were talking about the shit that hell up in Katrina.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't even finish watching that documentary. See,
Yeah,
that's why I was telling April Showers. I'm like, shit, I couldn't even finish watching that because you had a bunch of niggas start selling out towards the middle of the documentary. I was like, go watch that shit. So if y'all can get on Netflix, go watch it. It's like, oh my God. Man, I was gonna bring it over here because I was gonna do a whole I was gonna do a review on it, but it was so I felt my heart was so sunk when I watched it. I was like, man, because they started blaming black people. Like the first part seemed like, oh yeah, they care about Katrina. By the second part, they talking shit about niggas, and they got niggas boot. They got a bunch of niggas that sold out.
Yeah. Damn shame.
Half of those detained are originally from Somalia. The wife of one of the men arrested is pushing back on the agency's claims that he's an active gang member. Danny Spiewak spoke with her.
Homeland Security's list of arrests includes one Somali refugee who has been challenging deportation efforts since President Trump's first term. His criminal history is no secret, but his wife told me in a phone conversation today that she's going to keep fighting to keep him here. Rhoda Christensen says she learned from a neighbor on Monday that her husband, Abdul Qadir Sharif Abdi, had been detained.
I'm driving on the road and she goes, hey, Rhoda, ICE is in your apartment. And I was silent for a minute.
After going to Fort Snelling first for processing, Christensen says her husband is now in a detention facility in Nebraska.
He's devastated. He's just a simple guy that loves his home.
Abdi's story has been documented extensively by local media over the years. A Somali refugee who fled civil war in the 90s, he committed several felonies while part of a Minneapolis gang, but was said to have turned his life around after getting sober and becoming a mentor.
Pause it real quick. That's the nigga I was snapping on. I was like, is this nigga General Abdi's nephew? This is the nigga I was laughing that I was talking about. Remember I said the nigga from Mogadishu? I was saying the nigga they were looking for General ID. I said, ain't this nigga nephew?
Yeah.
That's the nigga right here. This nigga, the nigga they was trying to capture and Black Hawk Down. This is nephew. This is his nephew for sure.
Oh yeah, yep.
In the recovery community. In 2018, his lawyers successfully lobbied against his deportation. But this week, ICE described him as a, quote, known current member of Vice Lord Nation with convictions of fraud, receiving stolen property, receiving a stolen vehicle theft, and multiple probation violations.
He's not a current gang member. We've been married for 11 years. Has he ever been in trouble? No. Has he always checked in with ICE? Yes.
Homeland Security says that Abdi is one of 12 people arrested during ICE's Operation Metro Surge, describing all as being here illegally with criminal histories ranging from child sex abuse to domestic assault. Homeland Security won't say whether that operation is still ongoing.
Well, more people are looking out the windows. They're checking to see, unmarked cars.
Jailani Hussein with the Council on American Islamic Relations says the 5 Somalis on ISIS list represent a tiny fraction of the 80,000 Somalis living in Minnesota.
They're spinning their wheels because they've actually come to a community that is overwhelmingly U.S. citizens.
We asked Homeland Security today if ICE detained anybody else besides the 12 people listed in their press release, but they have not told us how many total arrests ICE has made this week in the Twin Cities.
The Trump administration says they are targeting people here illegally, not based on race or ethnicity. But many Somalis feel differently, especially after the president's recent comments during a cabinet meeting where he directly criticized Somalia and its people.
They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically. I don't want them in our country. Their country is no good for a reason. Their country stinks. and we don't want them in our country.
Minnesota is home to the country's largest Somali population. The Council on American Islamic Relations estimates that the vast majority of the 80,000 Somali immigrants in the state are either citizens or have a pathway to citizenship. It puts the number of undocumented residents somewhere in the hundreds. Somalis in Minnesota and across the country are reacting to the president's comments. Lou Ragoose spoke with an 18-year-old Somali American who wanted to share her concerns about the rhetoric.
Hatred is very exhausting too.
Hurtful is one word Bushra Mohammed uses to describe the comments made by President Donald Trump about Minnesota's Somali community.
It is hurtful to be called garbage. I am, again, a United States citizen. I am Somali. So I wonder if to him and his party, if that is all I am to him, a garbage, you know?
Bushra was born in the U.S. and is a freshman at the U of M. Despite being a U.S. citizen, she feels anxiety in public about potentially coming face to face with an ICE agent.
It's that act of looking over my shoulder, which pains me because I am a United States citizen. This is my home. And I don't want to feel unsafe in my home. It's harassment disguised as law enforcement.
Are people afraid to leave their homes right now?
They are afraid. Yeah, I've heard of people carrying extra identification on them, like passports.
But Bushra wonders if fear is the point. The vast majority of Somalis in Minnesota are citizens or have legal status. Community advocates estimate the actual number of undocumented Somalis to be just in the hundreds.
I think there's a lot of fear right now and a lot of confusion because it has been said multiple times that a lot of us are United States citizens. So the elders in our community are confused and they're scared for their children and they just want some type of hope and understanding of the situation.
Despite the climate feeling as tense as it ever has for Somalis in Minnesota, Bushra has hope it will improve.
But I want people outside of the Somali community to know that we aren't a threat to you guys. We're your neighbors, we're friends, we're coworkers, and I have faith in Minnesota, like I do have faith in the United States, and this is like a bump in the road that we will overcome eventually.
The presence of ICE in the Twin Cities has many in the community on edge.
Welcome back, Breeze. Did streamer kick you out?
Yeah, because I was over there. Somebody tried to call me, but yeah, Leonard Judah is right. They have HIV. I got a video where they act like they thought they was pregnant, and then they found out they just had HIV, and the bitch was dancing in the video. I'm like, bitch, you got HIV. She was happy that she was happy she wasn't pregnant, and she just got HIV, and I was like, what the fuck?
Hell no.
Yo, that's what I'm looking like, bitch. You know what do y'all not know what the HIV is? We call it the HIV.
Yeah.
That bitch got the HIV. I be like, oh nah, that I was gonna say like, yeah, them Somalian bitches look fine. I would fuck them, but I forgot that they got the HIV.
They got a fucking outbreak of HIV running around. Yeah.
Look, niggas is mad at the nigga that I posted who said that he got chlamydia from Cassie. Niggas is very angry at that nigga. They're like, I said it's so funny when a man is an escort. Look at the way people talk about a man when he's an escort. But when a woman's an escort, they got all the excuses for these bitches.
I always have my passport card, but I also have my real ID. I know that.
Yeah. Wait, all that came from them people. Yo, I told y'all they did it out here in DC. They tried to make like black people had the head.
Yeah.
But it was coming from all these goddamn immigrants. People forget Obama was the nigga letting niggas in that had diseases.
Yeah,
y'all don't get it. This is why niggas is catching. Y'all better be careful. Obama let a lot of disease motherfuckers in this country with HIV and all this other shit, y'all. Look at that. They on my big screen right now talking about unable to connect the chat. Cause we making sense right now. We connecting dots. Them crackers don't like when niggas connect the dots.
Yeah, they was talking about how lazy we was and how we don't work and we don't know who our daddies are and all this bullshit. Now they begging for our help. Where y'all at? We need your help.
Yeah, we the most involved with our children of all times, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
If I would have left my, y'all seen that video I did in my broadcast the other day with the barrel children.
Yeah.
These niggas is leaving their kids and sending them a damn barrel. So yeah, I don't want to hear from no tethers, no Caribbeans, no Africans. They can't tell me shit.
Oh yeah, they be wilding, crew.
Yeah.
They take that sleeve off and they start
change it. That's right, crew. That's facts. That's facts. Look, what was the bitch who got a bitch who was called? We called her Megatron.
Yeah, that's right around the same time.
Star screen bitch. That bitch was from Somalia. Black people don't help me.
Oh yeah.
I don't help you. Black people are being beat in the face. Yeah, that bitch with the star screen voice.
That's why they started releasing that prep shit. Oh. Okay.
Oh, why the right there. That shit makes sense now.
He said we got light bulbs.
Nah, I ain't never got no light bulb head. I ain't getting none. I was like scared.
Yeah.
I think she might have head in her mouth.
Right. That's what I thought too, Breeze.
Yeah, I ain't fucking with it. That's why it's hard for me to fuck with an immigrant chick.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I don't know what that bitch got, man. I'm like, bro.
Right.
Raising the age to and some. Oh my God, this is sick over there, bro.
What was it at? 13.
God damn it. Well, we got. I today. I'm gonna have a sister on when I do the Tuesday troll. You're gonna hear a sister talking about. Yeah, I wanted to, because they were talking about how it's a flex over there, and it's a sister. She's like, yeah, I wanted to be with a 75-year-old man. And
oh, that's disgusting.
it's like, wow, shit, man. They sick over there.
Yeah, they really are. They got some Ilhan Omar head one time. I got some Umar.
Elon Omar, or whatever her name is, the bitch.
That bitch needs to go.
She gotta pack it up, man. I want her out the block. I want her off the block. I really feel like that bitch gotta be off the block and all of them other ones. I don't think you should be able to be in Congress or nothing if you ain't been here for like 50, 60 years, bro.
Right. At least 2-3 generations.
Especially when we catching videos of you with another nigga talking about doing this for Somali, and we got all this video, like, and y'all acting like we crazy because we pointing out the video that y'all niggas is Somali first versus being now y'all all screaming we black.
Yeah,
ass. That's just disrespectful.
It really is. Let's see what else they got.
Go ahead, brother.
And that includes one Minneapolis restaurant. The owner says they had their first ICE encounter since opening more than a decade ago. Rhea Contaney has more.
For over a decade. Yeah, I've been holding down the corner of 35th and Nicollet for a while now. The team at this South Minneapolis restaurant has survived bitter cold days like this one. But never have they had ICE agents at their front door. Yeah.
until this week.
Yeah, definitely our first ICE encounter.
Since the Trump administration deployed more federal agents to the Twin Cities, Ola Arepa owner Christina Nguyen says she believes ICE arbitrarily targeted her restaurant twice this week.
I have no idea. Maybe because we have I don't know, a Spanish name.
This Ring camera footage shows what she says neighbors confirmed as ICE agents in unmarked cars in her parking lot on Tuesday while the business was.
No, I was saying, look at her lashes. Look at her lashes and her nose ring. Who she emulating?
Oh, she's Vietnamese.
Yeah, she Cambodian.
A white woman.
Yeah, she was Cambodian or Vietnamese, something like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, she got all these goddamn
Closed. Then 2 agents made their way into the restaurant on Wednesday.
Yeah, I saw this video.
Around dinner time.
I had asked
Okay.
them if they had a judicial warrant, and they said we don't need one. I said, yes, you do.
General Manager Naomi Rathke says she was going over ICE protocols with other employees to ensure they knew their rights when the agents walked in. She asked them to leave because they did not have a signed warrant, which she knew they're required to have inside a private business.
They don't have power over me. They don't have power over us. So I'm not scared of them, honestly. Very brave, seriously brave to not crumble under that pressure.
According to Christina, the agents said they're searching for a woman whose photo they had on their phone, but she says that woman does not work here.
It wasn't anybody who works for us at all, but, you know, possibly to them, everybody looks the same. I don't know.
Employees then captured this video of the agents leaving and turning the wrong way on a one-way street.
They were lucky because usually that street is incredibly busy, especially during like rush hour.
Christina says even though some of her employees are still shaken by what happened,
People who are here completely lawfully are just afraid.
She believes there's power in knowledge and hopes others take time to understand their rights.
We just all have to stay strong together and be in solidarity with each other.
In Minneapolis, Raya Katene, KARE 11 News. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey signed an executive order prohibiting agents from using any city.
Now, I seen another video with
You
him
saw that
saying,
same video?
well, I saw that video, but I also saw another video with them bitches like, well, we had to escort everybody from the business out to their car so they can get home. So, bitch, do you have illegal immigrants working there? That's what I'm thinking. Like, yeah, bitch, y'all lying.
Mm-hmm.
Because why would you have to escort out to their cars if they weren't illegal?
Right. Exactly. That don't make no sense.
So I don't trust them bitches.
So he signed an order to ban ICE going to the city on.
Yeah, that nigga. I knew he was. Look how weird he looked.
Yeah.
He be doing moist stuff. I'm telling y'all.
This is the one that Somalian was running against.
Yeah. The Somalian laws. He won.
Mm-hmm.
Owned parking lots, ramps, garages, or vacant lots for immigration operations. The Minneapolis police chief says the mayor's order will be enforced by the city, but local police do not have the authority to get in the way of federal agents.
It would be unlawful for us to obstruct federal law enforcement enforcing federal law. For me, the most difficult part of living through this is being here with people in the community and, you know, seeing just how terrified people are. And it's very disturbing.
The mayor also directed his staff to create signs for private business owners who want to mark their property as off limits for these activities. Leaders from several different faiths are showing their support for Somali Americans. Here's Sammy Solina with more.
We shall overcome.
Two different gatherings.
We stand for justice,
Pause it right now.
safety,
God, no.
and humanity.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell to
What is
the
it?
no.
Overcome racism and white supremacy?
Oh, yeah, that they use us. Don't y'all got a Somalian song, nigga, for this shit?
Yeah, don't
Like,
Ehan to do this shit.
oh my
The fuck is he
God,
doing?
bro.
FBA sisters for this shit.
And y'all got a nigga with a loose ass neck sweater. Nigga, where your why the neck on that sweater is like that? That's the first point I'm looking at, nigga. Did your light bulb head ruin the sweater? Because they got a whole part in Seinfeld, too, where the nigga's like, hey, he wouldn't let the nigga hold the sweater because the nigga head was too big. Oh, is this nigga head like the Somalian George Costanza? He busted niggas Cardi. He busted niggas sweaters open with the nigga.
Yeah.
That nigga, that shit almost showing the nigga shoulder on the left.
Yeah, it is.
Like, nigga, no sweater should be like that. I've never bought a sweater that don't fit close to my neck.
Look at the mayor. He licking his lips and shit.
Yeah, look at him. Look at that nigga behind. He look gay. That nigga look moist as hell. Look at the little pastor nigga on the right. Look and the nigga look like he's sniffing right behind him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, nigga. And look at that white nigga with the glasses way in the back. Wait, hold on. Look, Jesse. Look at that nigga right there. Not the Somali nigga looking like Weebay. We move from the Weebay nigga. Look at that white nigga with the bald head in the back. Smiling. Look at that right there. Yeah. That nigga. We got the Somalian Weebay. That nigga like, oh, that nigga like. Y'all see the Somalian Weebay. Go wait, the nigga got the do-rag on. He's next to the bald head.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, hell no. Look at that nigga, yo. Go ahead, brother. God damn.
With a similar purpose, to stand with Somali neighbors after the Trump administration targeted them with harsh words and renewed attention in immigration enforcement.
The Lord is already working out the prayers.
Shaletta Brundage, activist and media personality, brought in faith leaders for prayers in the Cedar Riverside neighborhood.
And give him the solutions to what this city needs.
They prayed over Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara.
We'll walk hand in.
Oh, wait, hold on. Is that an FBA sister? Get that bitch out of here. Praying over this white nigga. Y'all niggas is pathetic, man. I swear to God. I can't fuck with this, man. I'm being honest.
It's them O's.
And asked for protection of those impacted by the president's words.
We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country.
Meanwhile, in the Lindale neighborhood, multi-faith leaders preached that all people have more in common than they are different.
No human being is garbage.
Cap.
Yeah, right. No human being is garbage, Mr. President.
You touch on kids, motherfucker.
Cap, nigga. Yeah, this nigga touches kids. He probably touching 8 kids right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they got this nigga around.
And shame on you for saying so.
From a Lutheran church to a mosque.
And communities living in constant fear.
To a synagogue.
We know that when a few people commit crimes, it does not implicate an entire community.
Unless they're FBA. Then they implement a whole community.
Exactly.
If we commit a crime, Breeze, them black
it's
Americans.
all, nigga, we all criminals.
Yeah, white dude looking sassy. He about to hit the
Yeah, he just hit the bussy. That nigga was, look at how that nigga looking behind right now. I noticed now. Look at that white nigga in the back now, the bald nigga. Look at him way in the back. Yeah, I don't like this image. Look at that. That preacher nigga looking upset. He like, you not letting me get your bussy. He looking like, hey, I'm disappointed. Look at that nigga. That nigga was just talking, but now he look disappointed behind the crooked-eyed A-Rap.
Yeah, he do now.
But that white nigga with the bald head is smiling, and look at his shirt. Is that nigga's shirt? Look at this nigga's shirt, like chainmail. What the fuck? Y'all niggas gotta stop playing with me, man. This the niggas y'all around. This the niggas y'all around.
Molester, Leonard. He definitely looks like a child molester.
Yo, this is why I'm not doing politics, nigga. I told niggas asked me like, yo, Breeze, you should run. No, nigga, I'm not running for nothing. If I gotta be around niggas. Hell no. Look how the nigga, the mayor, his eyes is closed. That nigga like he's like he's thinking of last night when they got together. I am done with these niggas, yo. No, there should be school janitors, but the janitor shouldn't be in there till school is out.
Right.
When I was a kid, the janitor didn't show up till we was school about to close.
Right.
That's right, crew. Don't use our shit on these niggas. See, look, they over here messing with my my live chat over here. They like, oh nigga, Breeze, you trying to show shit. Now they like gave him a piece of bush meat.
He does look inbred. Look at his eyes.
That nigga had a bush meat casserole. The animal is all in pain and shit.
Like
whenever you see bush meat, the animal all look like it died in the worst way. It's like, how could you eat an animal that looked like that?
Right.
I tell people if I hunt a raccoon or something, you're not gonna see his face or nothing. It's skinned up, it's cut up, it's look like meat.
Right.
This shit right here. With the whole face and the fur on
it.
Yeah. And to say so is
wrong.
Racist, xenophobic, and just wrong.
Different religions here because they believe in the same thing.
What you see is a vision of we have your back, and when you come for one of us, you come for all of us.
Hey, Prisker. Who you think you is? All Flintstone?
Huh?
Didn't Prisker say some similar shit? The governor of Illinois, he said something similar.
That nigga did look inbred and slow.
Mm-hmm.
These new operations follow immigration crackdowns in several other Democratic-led cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, Memphis, and most recently, Charlotte, North Carolina. Videos are popping up online of arrests made in New Orleans. We hear from the woman seen in this clip. She says federal agents chased her even though she's a U.S. citizen.
Why did you just show your
This
ID?
video is getting a lot of attention as the Department of...
Why did you just show your ID? Why didn't she just show her ID to him like we do?
Right.
Because if a
nigga just started running,
they would have shot us in the back. But why didn't she just show
Right.
him, hey, hold on, I'm legal, so here, nigga. Here, why didn't she stand on business? I would have got to my
Right.
house, all that noise, be like, yeah, I'm legal. But bitch,
Right.
your driveway look like you're illegal.
Right.
What the hell is that?
Homeland Security continues its immigration operation in New Orleans. A woman says she was chased by masked agents while walking home. The 22-year-old was born and raised in the U.S. She says she feared that she was being kidnapped. Whitney Miller has her story.
The woman at the center of this says she was just steps away from her home when agents in an unmarked car hopped out and came toward her. This is the walkway she was on, and it was all captured on her home's surveillance camera.
Leave me alone!
Home surveillance video captures the moment 22-year-old Jacelyn Guzman sprints toward her Marrero home, shouting that she's a U.S. citizen as masked men run after her. Guzman says she had just walked back from the corner store when an SUV pulled up.
I immediately started telling him, like, I'm born in there.
Hold up, Jesse.
Yeah.
They said the bitch name was Jasmine. It's Jasmine. If you were black, it would be Jasmine.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's spelled the same way. They just tried to slant her name. Bitch, if you was legal, would tell them like, hey, look, here's my ID, here's my shit, and they would have left you alone. You ain't have to run if you're legal.
Right.
If you're legal, you ain't got to do all.
Was trying to kidnap her. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
They was trying to kidnap her.
Damn, look at that long ass head. Bitch, they knew that head was long as hell. They said that bitch got a McDonald's Tonight head. Like, that bitch like the Mac Tonight head. That bitch was like, yeah. On the piano, the bitch got the Mac Tonight head.
Yeah.
You ain't fooling nobody, bitch.
Raised here, like, I'm a U.S. citizen, and he did not care at all.
Moments later, a second unmarked vehicle pulled up and more men in tactical gear jumped out.
Because I didn't know if I should run or not. I was scared. But then another car pulled up, and that's when I was like, oh, I'm out here.
Inside the home was her baby daughter and her stepfather, who heard her screaming and ran outside.
Hispanic people, fucking Hispanic, bro.
Confronting the men and ordering them off the property.
Screaming is the worst feeling ever because I thought she really was like somebody want to hurt her, you know?
Guzman believes the agents singled her out because of her appearance.
Here, they're just like racially profiling all POC, people of color, you know? And it's...
Oh, Lord. People of color. People of color. Don't start that shit.
People of color. I had to get on city council about that shit earlier.
Yeah, I saw you. I saw you.
And the motherfucker gonna tell me, "Oh, my district is very diverse." No, the fuck it's not.
No,
I
it's
lived
not.
in that motherfucker for
Yeah,
years.
I saw you when you told him that. I was like, "Yo, Jesse going in." I was like, "My nigga ain't backing down." Shit, that's why I fuck with you, my nigga. Cause I remember I used to watch you when I first. I was like, dang, that's my nigga Jesse Paris. He running for I like my nigga running for you running for politics. I couldn't believe when you did it. I was like, he doing what everybody was saying. Like niggas need more of us need to go for politics. I was like, oh Lord. And then when you did it, I was like, I watched and shit. I was like, yeah, they not gonna let you in. Cause I know the game. It's wicked. I ran for council out here.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, in Leesburg, Virginia. I ran for council back in like 2012, my nigga. And I was like, that, when I went through that whole situation, that's when I realized, I was like, this is all bullshit. It's semantics. I said, it's all semantics. And they're not going to never let nobody in that's really standing up for the people. I said, because the first thing you notice is that all the niggas that you against, they start coming to you and start telling you what they can do for you.
Yeah.
That's the trick bag. It be the niggas that you against. They the first niggas that come to your door. Like, look, I see you against there's that. Look, this what we can do for you. And you, if you're a dumb nigga, you like, damn. Oh shit. You like, well shit. I do need that money, and I do want to do this. And they'll come to you like that, like, hey nigga, we're gonna get you money. They'll come and set you up.
Yep, they
That's
will.
why every nigga talking shit about Diddy, nigga, I'm looking at you weird. Like, you know, the nigga Chopper, the nigga Dillinger. I'm looking at all y'all niggas weird because nigga, if you wasn't like that, you would have did it on your own. I could have been with Diddy, but I told him no. You know the nigga who told me shit to my face, Russell Simmons. That nigga told that nigga talk shit to me right in my face. I was like, here's my mixtape. I was trying to put my mixtape. That nigga, I'm at a birthday party, nigga. Fuck you. That nigga told me that in my face. And I'm like, I'm a young person. I'm young at this time. And Russell is telling this to me to my face. And I'm like, and it's my homegirl's, it's her birthday party. And she looking at me too. She's like, I'm sorry, Breeze. I didn't think he was gonna be like that. She the one told me to bring my mixtape.
Yeah. Yeah, bring your demo. Bring your demo. Bring your mixtape.
Yeah, she like, bring it over. She's like, Russell Simmons is my cousin. He's coming over to my birthday party. We in the birthday party with the nigga, and the nigga talk shit to me like I ain't shit. Like me and my homie felt bad as hell.
Yeah, you're not the only one that told me that he's an asshole.
He's a straight asshole. So the hell with all these niggas. I don't care what y'all say about them. They all been ain't shit niggas. You gotta get your own way. I salute to the white nigga Tito Batista from Black Rose Productions. He was a white man who told me, like, man, they don't give a shit about talent no more.
No.
He was like, they just want to see
it's a rap.
Yeah, he was like, they want, if you could pay for yourself. That's why all the drug niggas got in the game.
It was right after that meeting in 98. Right after that meeting in 98. Then after that, it was all downhill.
Bro, literally. I'm up there with the niggas at 20. We in 2012. I'm up there with the niggas in New Jersey. And they telling me, oh, they like, and you know, I'm up there at the studio, because I go to the studio and it's like, it's Erykah Badu and it's Smooth B from Nice and Smooth. They almost signed me. They was going to sign me. Yeah, they was going to sign me. Him and Erykah Badu was going to sign me.
Word. That's what's up.
But my brother acted like a goddamn fool. Got in there acting like a goddamn fool.
Damn. This the one that just passed or another one?
No, my other. I got 6 brothers.
Oh yeah,
like
yes.
And I like, yeah, my other brother Fred. That nigga acted like a straight up fool.
Damn. All right, let's hear what she's talking about. Is racism.
Yeah, it's always racism when it's beneficial to them.
Mm-hmm.
It's entirely wrong because they think that they are superior than us. And the man that was chasing me, he was Hispanic, so it's a little...
She was being abducted, not approached by law enforcement.
I was about to get kidnapped. I was like, oh my God, they're about to take me. But they actually hopped out and did try to take me.
Moments later, she grabbed her baby and went back outside, this time demanding answers, but says the agents never explained why they targeted her.
I have no idea. I'm brown.
Customs and Border Protection confirms hundreds of agents were deployed across the West.
But you only brown when it's convenient. Fuck out of here with that brown shit.
Yeah,
they kill me with that shit. No, they said if you brown, you stick around.
Right.
They said if you white, you all right. If you brown, you stick around. If you yellow, you mellow. And if you black,
Black, you stay back. It's crazy, man.
Bank this week as a part of a large immigration enforcement operation, one they say was aimed at violent officials. But immigrant advocates and several residents we've spoken with report many of the people being stopped or detained are day laborers and tradesmen. Guzman says the fear hasn't faded, and she worries about others in her community.
It's devastating. It really is. It's hard to talk about, too, because, it makes me scared for my family as well.
Immigration authorities arrived in New Orleans this week. Officials say they intend to arrest up to 5,000 people. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says agents will remove the, quote, worst of the worst, blaming the city's sanctuary policies for the increase in enforcement. Our station in New Orleans says about 250 agents are in the area conducting this operation. It was welcomed by the state's governor. So far, the agents have detained immigrants who appear to be day workers. Paul Murphy has the details.
Federal Border Patrol agents fanned out across the metro area in teams, hitting sites where immigrant day laborers gather. They rolled up in mostly unmarked vehicles at the Lowe's Home Improvement Store on Elysian Fields in New Orleans just after 8 Wednesday morning. Neighborhood volunteer Jebney Lewis arrived just after the raid.
Law enforcement officers arrived and detained between 12 and 13 people. Mostly folks who are day laborers who are looking for work here at the Lowe's.
Lewis says those detained left behind personal property in the parking lot.
Vehicles, some trucks, some bikes, tools. So we're trying to get all of that stuff back into the hands of their families so they don't lose their possessions.
Immigration agents also conducted operations at the Home Depot in LaPlace and Gretna and other sites across the region. They also converged on a construction site in the University subdivision in Kenner. We're told they detained workers at each location. Back at Lowe's in New Orleans, painting contractor Torrin Washington, who has hired day laborers in the past, said those now being held are hardworking, skilled tradesmen.
These guys is a good workforce and a lot of them have good skills. And I don't know if a lot of people understand, after Katrina, if it wasn't for the Hispanics, this place would be in shambles because they was doing all of the roofing work.
Damn sellout.
I bet you our roof work is
damn sellout raccoon.
Exactly. I bet you all that roof. And I bet you all that roof work is shoddy as hell.
Shoddy
I bet you that shit is shoddy.
Look, he could have got brothers, and he acting like I don't know. So you didn't teach no brothers the trade work, brother?
Right. Like, what is you doing?
You'd rather go hire a bunch of illegal immigrants because you didn't hire none of the alleged YNs who be needing jobs. You don't go to the hood and be like, hey, nigga, some of you niggas want to work instead of being on the corner.
Breeze, I got a homeboy that I went to college with. He just moved back from New Orleans. He just moved from New Orleans back to Denver. And he's been having the hardest time finding work because they only want to hire these fucking illegals.
Exactly. Go get some young brothers. There's young brothers that want to work, actually, don't want to be on the corner.
Right.
Me and my man right now, my man Luther Campbell, he out here in Virginia. He go around, he do work building. They make like beautiful like landscapes and all that. And I go work with him once in a while. I be like, how come we can't get no young brothers? He be like, I try to get them. He like, some of them, he said, but they won't let me hire them.
Yeah.
They let me hire Mexican.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I was like, that don't make
California
sense.
Behind that shit. Did you see they suing us behind that shit in California? That I want to hire is fucking illegals.
That's wild, bro.
And these motherfuckers so desperate. They were like, where the FBA's at? We're going to show up at city council and take over the city council meeting. We're going to protest ICE. We're going to show up at the city council meeting. That's what the next clip, the next part of this video is about.
Yeah, go ahead. I saw it.
A fiery protest briefly disrupted a New Orleans City Council meeting on Thursday night. The demonstrators demanded that the city refuse to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement and demanded more action against the operation. Some businesses are also taking a stand outside Toast, a restaurant in the Big Easy. There's a handwritten note that says, quote, ask about ICE whistles to keep your community safe. Whistles have been used in other cities where raids have been held to sound a warning for people who want to avoid ICE officials. Another restaurant, Taquilla Guerrero, has kept its doors closed for the past few days. Workers there say that's being done in order to protect the community. The immigration sweeps are erupting into public view across New Orleans, leaving families, workers, and witnesses stunned. According to the federal government, it's aimed at public safety. Mike McDaniel looks at the enforcement actions and what we've learned and still don't know about who's being targeted.
With scenes like this playing out around New Orleans, there are plenty of questions about who is being targeted for immigration enforcement, like workers who were on a roof in Kenner Wednesday, which left the homeowner shaken.
If they're not committing crimes, let them be. I don't get it. These people were working for a living. You know, when you pulled them off of a roof in the middle of work.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem posted on social media, the men and women of DHS law enforcement will remove the worst of the worst from New Orleans after the city's sanctuary politicians have ignored the rule of law. Thursday, DHS released photos of nearly a dozen people it calls the worst of the worst. It's still unclear whether everyone being detained fits that description. WWL Louisiana has repeatedly asked for criminal records and detention details, but federal authorities haven't released them.
Those should be swept up and sent back. And that's where I think the focus should be.
While he didn't have any numbers, Senator Bill Cassidy agrees violent offenders should be targeted.
I want it ideally to be focused on those people because that's where the bang for the buck is in terms of protecting our country, our state, our cities, and our streets from a criminal element.
With National Guardsmen also expected in the city soon, Congressman Troy Carter says it all sends the wrong message.
Having them and or ICE officers attempt to, or our Border Patrol officers attempt to enforce municipal laws or to patrol streets potentially is a recipe for disaster.
Mike McDaniel, WWL, Louisiana.
In addition to the federal immigration agents, Louisiana's governor says he expects National Guard members to arrive in the state before Christmas. Troops are expected to deploy across Louisiana and in New Orleans to help tackle crime. Well, that does it for us today. We will continue to track updates on these operations and bring you the very latest. For now, I'm...
All right, I think I'm going to stop it there, y'all. Yeah, because it's already 7 o'clock. I got to get ready for this damn treatment shit. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Appreciate you coming through, Bree. What time you said you going live?
The Tuesday troll we may do it early. I don't know yet, but I'm trying to decide on the time right now. But hey, y'all know it's usually around 2:45 and shit. You know what I mean, Eastern. But I figure if I'm doing it early, I'll let y'all know.
All right, for sure. Yeah, I'll tap in.
All right, appreciate it, family. You know what it is. I'm gonna get at you, my good brother. Shout out to Lady too. And be careful, nigga, with the meth zombies breaking in your house.
Right, I'm just got a lot to help, you know.
Be careful, nigga. It's like the end of the world with them niggas. Don't let the nigga bite you. Don't let them bite you. Then you gonna be doing meth, nigga.
Right, I'm cool on all.
A meth zombie. It's like it's not a zombie. They eat brains. They eat meth. Yo, holla at me. Yo, do your thing. I'm gonna put the shit up. You'll see it.
Okay.
All right, my brother.
All right, one. All right, y'all. This is gonna conclude season 6, episode 3, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. Check us out later. I guess we're gonna be doing Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced later. Make sure y'all check that out. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. Frontline Blacc News 2 on YouTube. The Revolutionary Agenda. Lady Che might be doing our Revolutionary Agenda later. So make sure y'all stay tapped for that. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced this evening. On YouTube and Facebook. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations and delineations and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah signing off from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. Peace.